समस्त चंडीगढ़ व पंजाब निवासियों को बधाई देता हूँ। मैं सशस्त्र बलों, विदेशों में भारतीय मिशनों के सदस्यों और प्रवासी भारतीयों जिन्होंने अपनी मातृभूमि को गौरवान्वित करना जारी रखा है, उनको भी स्वतंत्रता दिवस की बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर आपको संबोधित करते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। भारत ने स्वतंत्र राष्ट्र के रूप में आज 76 वर्ष पूरे किए हैं। डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब भीमराव अंबेडकर, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद और लाखों भारतवासियों ने भारत को आज़ादी दिलाने में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया था। इन सभी को मैं नमन करता हूँ। शहीद भगत सिंह, चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद, करतार सिंह सराभा, मदन लाल ढींगरा जैसे कई युवा आज़ादी के आंदोलन में शहीद हुए थे। इन सभी शहीदों को नमन करते हुए मैं उनका पुण्य स्मरण करता हूँ। आज भारत गौरवपूर्ण प्रगति के पथ पर अग्रसर है। हम दुनिया की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था है। हम जनसंख्या की ये लाभांश तो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का लाभ उठाने के कगार पर हैं। हमें तेजी से आगे बढ़ते हुए विश्व गुरु बनना है। जब से मैंने राज्यपाल व प्रशासक यूटी चंडीगढ़ का पद संभाला है, तब से मैं ईमानदारी, पारदर्शिता और दक्षता के विषयों पर कई समारोह में बोल रहा हूँ। ये खोखले शब्द नहीं है। हमें अपने प्रति, राष्ट्र के प्रति सच्चा होना चाहिए। देश एक बड़ा परिवार है और हम सब इसके ट्रस्टी हैं। जो कोई भी राष्ट्र के खिलाफ काम करता है वह वास्तव में ना केवल बाकी आबादी का अपमान कर रहा है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भविष्य भी बर्बाद कर रहा है। इसलिए ये जरूरी है देशभक्ति हमारे विचारों में रहे, भारत के लोगों की चिंता हमारे दिलों में हावी रहे। जब हम स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाते हैं तो हम अपनी भारतीयता का जश्न भी मनाते हैं। हमारा देश विविधताओं से भरा है, लेकिन साथ ही हम सभी में कुछ न कुछ समानता है। ये सामान्य सूत्र है जो हम सभी को एक साथ बांधता है और एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना के साथ मिलकर चलने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। मुझे चंडीगढ़ में हमेशा मिनी इंडिया की झलक दिखी है। हमने राजभवन में राज्य स्थापना दिवस कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने का सिलसिला आरंभ किया है। हर एक समागम में बड़ी गिनती में तमिल, तेलुगु, राजस्थानी, महाराष्ट्रियन, अन्य प्रदेशों के समुदाय शामिल हुए। सबने मिलकर एक दूसरे के राज्य के स्थापना दिवस समागम का आनंद लिया। मुझे विश्वास है कि चंडीगढ़ वासी प्रदेश के शासन, प्रशासन, विकास, प्रगति, तरक्की और खुशहाली के सफर में इसी तरह सहभागिता का उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। चंडीगढ़ एक ऐसा शहर है जो प्रगति, नवाचार का प्रमाण है, जिसने हमारे देश की नीति को आकार देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। अपनी दूरदर्शी योजना, सतत विकास के प्रति समर्पण के साथ चंडीगढ़ एक आदर्श प्रगतिशील शहर के रूप में उभरा है। हरा भरा और अधिक स्थिर भविष्य बनाने की दिशा में चंडीगढ़ के निवासियों के प्रयास वास्तव में बहुत सराहनीय है। कार्बन न्यूट्रल शहर बनने की अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के साथ शहर खुद को पर्यावरणीय प्रबंधन के एक बेहतरीन उदाहरण के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है। हरियाली से जुड़ी पहलों को अपनाने और पर्यावरण अनुकूल प्रथाओं को बढ़ावा देने के माध्यम से चंडीगढ़ शहरी विकास और प्रगति के बीच सामंजस्यपूर्ण सह अस्तित्व को बड़ी ही खूबसूरती से प्रदर्शित करता है। मुझे यह बताते हुए गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि चंडीगढ़ देश के सभी केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों में सिर्फ सोलर पावर जनरेटर के रूप में उभरा है। नवीन एवं नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा बिजली मंत्री श्री R.K. सिंह ने संसद के मानसून सत्र के दौरान चंडीगढ़ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी प्रमोशन सोसाइटी द्वारा किए गए कार्यों की सराहना की है। प्रशासन का लक्ष्य फ्लोटिंग, कैनाल टॉप, पार्किंग सेट्स एंड रूफटॉप इंस्टॉलेशन वाले अधिक ग्रिड कनेक्टेड SPV पावर प्लांट चालू करने का है, जो कुल स्थापित क्षमता को 75 मेगावाट पीक तक बढ़ा देगा। चंडीगढ़ ने इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन नीति को सफलतापूर्वक लागू किया है। इसमें इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को अपनाने को बढ़ावा देने के लिए विभिन्न श्रेणियों में आवेदकों को वित्तीय प्रोत्साहन प्रदान करने का प्रावधान है। हमने 100 से अधिक डीजल बसों को सफलतापूर्वक इलेक्ट्रिक बसों में बदल दिया है और अब से केवल इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन ही हमारे सरकारी विभाग द्वारा खरीदे जाएंगे। चंडीगढ़ में 7.5 किलोमीटर लंबे ग्रीन नॉन मोटराइज ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर का निर्माण किया गया है। कॉरिडोर का उद्देश्य पैदल यात्रियों और साइकिल चालकों के लिए समर्पित मार्ग प्रदान करना है, जिससे पूरे शहर में एक सुरक्षित और पर्यावरण अनुकूल मार्ग तैयार किया जा सके। इसके अतिरिक्त चंडीगढ़ में दूसरे नॉन मोटराइज ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर की योजना भी चल रही है। पर्यावरण जागरूकता पर जोर देते हुए चंडीगढ़ ने उत्तर भारत में सबसे बड़ा पब्लिक बाइक शेयरिंग प्रोजेक्ट सफलतापूर्वक शुरू किया है। ट्राई सिटी के महत्वपूर्ण विकास के लिए मुझे ये घोषणा करते हुए खुशी हो रही है। चंडीगढ़, पंजाब और हरियाणा ने संयुक्त रूप से कॉम्प्रहेंसिव मोबिलिटी प्लान को अपनी मंजूरी दे दी है। कॉम्प्रहेंसिव मोबिलिटी प्लान के सफल कार्यान्वयन से परिवहन बुनियादी ढांचे में क्रांति आएगी और निसंदेह ट्राई सिटी के लोगों को विभिन्न तरीकों से लाभ पहुंचेगा। मैं इस दूरदर्शी परियोजना को वास्तविकता बनाने में पंजाब और हरियाणा राज्यों के सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण और समर्थन के प्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक साथ काम करके हम एक हरा भरा और अधिक जन अनुकूल ट्राई सिटी बनाने के लिए सामूहिक रूप से प्रतिबद्ध है, जो हमारे देश के सतत विकास की दिशा में अन्य शहरों के लिए प्रेरणा का काम करेगी। चंडीगढ़ शहर इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड कंट्रोल सेंटर परियोजना के कार्यान्वयन के माध्यम से एक परिवर्तनकारी यात्रा का साक्षी बना है, जिससे शहर के लोगों को महत्वपूर्ण लाभ प्राप्त हुए। यूटिलिटीज आइटम्स एवं सिटी सर्वेलेंस को सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ कॉन्टैक्ट के तहत एकीकृत करके इस पहल ने नागरिक सेवाओं को सुव्यवस्थित किया है। इसके अलावा वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट और वाटर सप्लाई जैसे महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हासिल की गई है। बहुत से सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट पूरे होने वाले, जिससे लगभग 30% ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर को पुनः योग्य करने का मार्ग प्रस्तुत हो गया है। इससे लोगों को लाभ होगा। मुन्नी मांजरा में चल रहे 24/7 वाटर सप्लाई पायलट प्रोजेक्ट ने पहले ही हजारों नागरिकों के लिए जल आपूर्ति की चुनौतियों का समाधान करते हुए काबिल लाभ पहुँचाया है, जबकि लेगेसी वेस्ट माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट प्रभावी अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन भूमि सुधार की दिशा में सराहनीय प्रयास को दर्शाता है। सैनिटरी लैंडफिल साइट पर अवशिष्ट कचरे के वैज्ञानिक ढंग से निपटाने से शहर के प्राकृतिक परिवेश को संरक्षित करने की प्रतिबद्धता को और मजबूती मिली है। मैंने अपने अधिकारियों की टीम को डड्डू माजरा में रिफ्यूज डिराइव्ड फ्यूल के बैकलॉग का निपटान करने के लिए तुरंत कार्रवाई करने के निर्देश दिया है। मैं डड्डू माजरा के निवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूँ, हम इस प्रक्रिया में तेजी लाएंगे और माइनिंग साइट से बचे हुए लीगेसी वेस्ट के निपटाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्कूली शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन शिक्षा और बुनियादी ढांचे को गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से काम कर रहा है। छात्रों के बीच डिजिटल शिक्षण, कौशल विकास को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कई नई पहल शुरू की गई है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा दिशा निर्देशों, मानकों के प्रावधानों के अनुसार हम दिव्यांग बच्चों को होम बेस्ड एजुकेशन प्रदान करने की दिशा में भी काम कर रहे हैं। उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में चंडीगढ़ ने अपनी शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं को मजबूत करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए। विश्व स्तरीय बुनियादी ढांचा चंडीगढ़ कॉलेजों की लोकप्रियता को दर्शाता है। पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट कॉलेज सेक्टर 46 और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट कॉलेज फॉर गर्ल्स 42 को जल्द ही नए हॉस्टल ब्लॉक मिलेंगे। नवाचार, इनोवेशन और रचनात्मकता, क्रिएटिविटी की संस्कृति को प्रोत्साहित करके हम युवा विचारकों और परिवर्तनकर्ताओं की पीढ़ी को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, जो आगे चलकर देश के सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास में योगदान देंगे। मैं शिक्षकों, छात्रों, हितधारकों के सामूहिक प्रयास की सराहना करता हूं, जो चंडीगढ़ के शैक्षिक परिदृश्य को आकार देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। बहनों और भाइयों, मैं चाहता हूं कि हम सभी महान राष्ट्र के जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के नाते अपने कर्तव्य को पहचानें। एक मजबूत मतदाता सूची के महत्व को समझते हुए चंडीगढ़ ने घर घर जाकर स्क्रीनिंग करके व्यापक पुनर्निरीक्षण शुरू किया है। यह प्रयास सुनिश्चित करता है हमारी मतदाता सूची नवीनतम, सटीक और सर्वसमावेशी बनी रहे, जिससे प्रत्येक नागरिक को अपने मतदान अधिकारों का प्रयोग करने का उचित अवसर मिल सके। मैं चंडीगढ़ के सभी निवासियों से इस प्रक्रिया में भाग लेने, लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया में अपना योगदान देने का आग्रह करता हूँ। मुझे ये बताते हुए गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि हमारा स्वास्थ्य विभाग चंडीगढ़ को पूरे देश के लिए स्वास्थ्य सेवा में उत्कृष्टता का एक मॉडल बनाने के प्रयास में है। हमारे स्वास्थ्य विभाग ने प्रधानमंत्री आयुष्मान भारत हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिशन के तहत 5 नए अर्बन हेल्थ वेलनेस सेंटर का सफलतापूर्वक संचालन किया है। ये स्वास्थ्य केंद्र 14 क्रियाशील अर्बन हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स की श्रेणी में शामिल हो गए हैं, जिससे गुणवत्तापूर्ण स्वास्थ्य सेवा की उपलब्धता हमारी नागरिकों के और निकट हो गई है। इसके अलावा हमारा लक्ष्य टेली कंसल्टेशन सहित अन्य सेवाओं की विस्तृत श्रृंखला उपलब्ध करने के लिए भी हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स को अपग्रेड करना है। इससे मरीजों को उनके घरों के करीब स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं मिल सकेगी, जिससे सेकेंडरी और टेरिटरी केयर सुविधा पर भीड़ भाड़ कम हो जाएगी। हमने PGIMER, GMCH 32, GMCH 16, UCSC 22, UCSC 45, SDH मनी माजरा जैसे प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों के बीच इंटर हॉस्पिटल रेफरल के लिए ग्रीन चैनल की योजना बनाई है। यह चैनल सुचारू संचार एवं सुव्यवस्थित रेफरल तंत्र सुनिश्चित करेगा, जिसमें इमरजेंसी, ट्रॉमा, स्ट्रोक, गायनेकोलॉजी और पीडियाट्रिक मामलों के रोगियों को तेज़ी से सुरक्षित स्थानांतरण की सुविधा मिलेगी। हमारा निरंतर प्रयास रहा है हम अपनी मौजूदा व्यवस्था को और अधिक नागरिक केंद्रित बनाएं। व्यवसाय सुगमता के तहत प्रशासन रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस के बोझ को कम करने के लिए ऑनलाइन सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम तैयार करने पर सक्रिय रूप से काम कर रहा है। इस संबंध में लगभग 1000 कंप्लायंसेज कम कर दी गई है। मैं चंडीगढ़ के नागरिकों से आह्वान करता हूं, वो न केवल ऑनलाइन सेवाओं का उपयोग करें, बल्कि उन्हें और बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम अपने कीमती सुझाव भी दें। हम सभी सरकारी कार्यालयों में अधिकांश जनकेंद्रित सेवाओं का डिजिटलीकरण कर रहे हैं और यह प्रक्रिया अभी भी चल रही है। ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस के लिए फेसलेस सर्विस से लेकर पासपोर्ट सत्यापन के लिए एम पासपोर्ट पुलिस ऐप को अपनाने, ऑनलाइन ई आवास चंडीगढ़ पुलिस हाउस आवंटन प्रणाली शुरू करने तक हमने डिजिटलीकरण का दिशा में कदम उठाए हैं, जो नागरिक केंद्रित सेवाओं को सरल बनाता है। हमने राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देश का नाम रोशन करने का प्रयास करने वाले अपने उभरते हुए खिलाड़ियों के लिए अपनी खेल सुविधाओं को उन्नत करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। मुझे ये बताते हुए गर्व महसूस हो रहा है, हमने शहर में एक मजबूत स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम बनाया है। हाल ही में हमें उड़ीसा में आयोजित हॉकी इंडिया जूनियर मैन नेशनल चैंपियनशिप 2023 में रजत पदक से सम्मानित किया गया। सभी विजेताओं को मेरी हार्दिक बधाई। हमारे खिलाड़ियों की उल्लेखनीय उपलब्धि को मान्यता देते हुए खेल विभाग ने हमारे प्रशासन की कृतज्ञता और प्रशंसा के प्रतीक के रूप में विजेताओं को नगद पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया है। हमारी खेल नीति, जिसमें बढ़ा हुआ नकद पुरस्कार, छात्रवृत्ति राशि, सरलीकृत ग्रेडेशन प्रावधान शामिल हैं, उनका मसौदा तैयार किया जा चुका है और जल्द ही इसे लागू किया जाएगा। मुझे चंडीगढ़ हाउसिंग बोर्ड से 89 पदों की सफल भर्ती की घोषणा करते हुए भी खुशी हो रही। इस भर्ती की चयन प्रक्रिया, जिसमें लिखित परीक्षा और दस्तावेजों की गहन जांच शामिल थी, अत्यंत पारदर्शिता के साथ आयोजित की गई थी। ये नवनियुक्त कर्मचारी जल्द ही अपनी संबंधित भूमिकाओं में शामिल होंगे। हम अपने शहर की सेवा में उनके बहुमूल्य योगदान की आशा करते हैं। चंडीगढ़ पुलिस एक सुरक्षित, अधिक जवाबदेह समुदाय को बढ़ावा देने के लिए विभिन्न सराहनीय पहलों में सक्रिय रूप से शामिल रही है। ऊर्जा एक नई किरण परियोजना के माध्यम से वे अति संवेदनशील क्षेत्रों में एक बाल मैत्रीपूर्ण नशा मुक्त समुदाय बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। सार्वजनिक शिकायतों के निवारण हेतु सुलभ और पारदर्शी चैनल प्रदान करने के लिए संवेदना कैंप नामक एकीकृत शिकायत निवारण तंत्र का एक अन्य उल्लेखनीय प्रयास है। इसके अलावा शहर का पुलिस बल अपनी भर्ती अभियान के लिए पूर्ण समर्पित रहा है, जिसमें नए असिस्टेंट सब इंस्पेक्टर शामिल हो रहे हैं और कांस्टेबलों के लिए भर्ती चल रही है। कर्मचारियों, उनके परिवारों के लिए कल्याणकारी पहल जैसे वेलफेयर पेंशन्स, विवाह के लिए वित्तीय सहायता, उनकी भलाई के प्रति प्रशासन की प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाती है। इसके अतिरिक्त चंडीगढ़ सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलेंस इन रोड सेफ्टी की स्थापना और इंटीग्रेटेड रोड एक्सीडेंट डाटाबेस परियोजना का कार्यान्वयन सड़क सुरक्षा पर उनके फोकस को उजागर करता है। वह समुदाय में सुरक्षा, पारदर्शिता, कल्याण सुनिश्चित करने के लिए उल्लेखनीय प्रयासों के लिए चंडीगढ़ पुलिस की सराहना करता हूँ। उनकी दूरदर्शिता और समर्पण सभी निवासियों के लिए एक सामंजस्यपूर्ण सुरक्षित शहर के निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। हर कालखंड में बंधुओं, हर कालखंड में अनगिनत लोगों ने, जिसके नाम भी शायद इतिहास की तारीख में नहीं होंगे, ऐसे अनगिनत लोगों ने ये राष्ट्र को बनाया भी है, आगे बढ़ाया भी है। मैं ऐसे हर व्यक्ति का वंदन करता हूँ और उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ और आपसे आग्रह करता हूँ, आज़ादी के 100 वर्ष, आज़ादी के अमृतकाल की ओर अग्रसर होते हुए हमें अपने प्रयासों को पूरी लगन व तन्मयता से करने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ी शक्तिशाली भारत के वासी होने पर गौरवान्वित महसूस करें। आप सभी को पुनः स्वतंत्रता दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आशा है आप सब चंडीगढ़ में आज़ादी का महोत्सव मनाने के लिए आयोजित किए जा रहे कार्यक्रमों मेरी माटी मेरा देश व अमृत कलश यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल होंगे और राष्ट्र की प्रगति के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को पुष्टि करते हुए पंच प्राण प्रतिज्ञा लें। आइए हम सब मिलकर स्वच्छ, हरे भरे और अधिक समृद्ध चंडीगढ़ के साझा दृष्टिकोण के साथ आगे बढ़े। इस अवसर पर मैं जयशंकर प्रसाद, बहुत बड़े कवि हैं, उनकी इन पंक्तियों के साथ अपना संबोधन समाप्त करता हूँ। इस पथ का उद्देश्य नहीं है श्रांत भवन में टिक जाना, किंतु पहुंचना उस सीमा तक जिसके आगे राह नहीं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद महामहिम महोदय। मेरी माटी मेरा देश और अपने देश की खातिर सब कुछ करने के लिए कलश यात्रा, सब कुछ हम आगे तो बढ़े, एक बार एक कदम एक व्यक्ति बढ़ाएगा और फिर धीरे धीरे अमृत कलश में अमृत आता जाएगा और देश तरक्की के पथ पर अग्रसर होता चला जाएगा। परेड कमांडर ने मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से परेड के निष्क्रमण की आज्ञा लेकर परेड का नेतृत्व सेकंड इन कमांड को सौंप दिया है।
निकट लाइन चल। बगल छत। दानवाई बढ़। दानवाई साहब चल।
और अब माननीय मुख्य अतिथि स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के परिवारजनों से मिलने के लिए प्रस्थान करेंगे। मंच की बाईं ओर स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के परिवार से उनके सदस्य यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। सदैव ही वे इस आयोजन का हिस्सा रहे हैं।
स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों से अभी महामहिम राज्यपाल उन्हें मिलवाया जाएगा। अंग्रेजों से देश को 15 अगस्त 1947 में आज़ादी मिली और ये दिन देश के उन वीरों की गौरव गाथा और बलिदानों का प्रतीक है जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों की गुलामी से देश आज़ाद कराने में अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया। उनके परिवार के सदस्य मंच की ओर अग्रसर हैं और अब महामहिम राज्यपाल से मिलेंगे। उन्हें सम्मानित किया जाएगा। जो व्यथाएं प्रेरणा दे उन व्यथाओं को दुलारो, जूझ कर कठिनाइयों से रंग जीवन का निखारो, वृक्ष कट कट कर बड़ा है, दीप बुझ बुझ कर जला है, मृत्यु से जीवन मिले तो आरती उसकी उतारो, साहसी को बल मिला है, मृत्यु ने मारा नहीं है, राह ही हारी सदा है, राह ही कभी हारा नहीं है। और स्वतंत्रता सेनानी कभी हारे भी नहीं थे, बढ़ते गए और आज हम आजादी में सांस ले रहे हैं।
विकास की दिशा में तेज दौड़ लगाता हमारा सिटी ब्यूटीफुल, जो अब तक अपनी प्राकृतिक सुंदरता, अपनी आभा, अपनी हरियाली, आबो हवा से आकर्षित करता था, अब विश्व पटल पर अपनी प्रगति और विकास से भी अपना नाम अव्वल दर्जे में शामिल करवाने की होड़ में है। ये दौड़ और ये होड़ हर निवासी को मुबारक, हर जर्रे जर्रे को मुबारक। हमें एक और अपने भारतीय होने पर गर्व है, तो वहीं दूसरी ओर ये विश्वास है कि आने वाले वक्त में भारत को चंडीगढ़ पर भी गर्व होगा। कर्म भूमि पर फल के लिए श्रम सबको करना पड़ता है। परमात्मा सिर्फ लकीरें देता है, उसमें रंग हमें भरना पड़ता है। और ईश्वरीय उपकार है कि हमारे पास प्रकृति का हर रंग, हर खुशबू है अपने इस चंडीगढ़ को सजाने संवारने के लिए। चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन के साथ जनता का साथ हमेशा रहा है और इस सहयोग में प्रगाढ़ता लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। विश्वास और सहयोग की भावना प्रबल हो रही है। नए उद्देश्य, नई मंजिलें, नई उपलब्धियां चंडीगढ़ के खाते में लगातार जुड़ रही हैं। स्वतंत्रता के इस राष्ट्रीय पर्व पर अपने प्रदेश की उपलब्धियों और सुविधाओं से आज हम सब गर्व का अनुभव कर रहे हैं। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में भाग लेने वाली हर दो आंखों में सुनहले भविष्य के जो सपने देखे थे, उनमें से कितने ही साकार हो चुके हैं और कुछ का साकार होना लगातार जारी है।
और इस समय स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के परिवारजनों को सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। ये पल हम सबको ऊर्जा देता है, जज्बा देता है, हौसला देता है। इन परिवारों ने कितनी कहानियां सुनी होगी और यही कहानियां हमें भी सुननी चाहिए। हमें प्रत्येक जो शहीद है उसकी जीवनी पढ़नी होगी, जानना होगा कि आखिर क्या जज्बा था कि मातृभूमि के लिए वो मर मिटे। एक बार पढ़ेंगे तो बहुत कुछ जान पाएंगे और फिर देश की खातिर हम भी अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहेंगे।
देश रहेगा उनके त्याग और बलिदान का कर्जदार हमेशा। आज़ादी के लिए जिन्होंने झेले कष्टदायी प्रहार हमेशा। खेले हैं हजारों लाल खून की होली, कितनी ही माताओं की खाली हुई झोली। अनगिनत सुहागनों की मिट गई माथे की रोली, तब सजी भारत माता की आज़ादी की डोली। तब कहीं जाके स्वतंत्रता के इन पलों को भारतवर्ष ने देखा। सम्मान के ये क्षण हैं और इन क्षणों में इस समय मंच पे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के परिवार के सदस्य सम्मानित किए जा रहे हैं। बड़ी बात है क्योंकि आप वो हैं जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता के उस गहन अनुभव को महसूस किया होगा, उन गाथाओं को सुना होगा, जिया होगा।
हमारे देश के लिए प्रेरणा है स्वतंत्रता सेनानी और हमारे सभी शहीद और साथ ही वो प्रहरी जो अभी सीमा पर डटे होते हैं। वो कुछ भी नहीं देखते, ना आंधी, ना तूफान, ना गर्मी, ना धूप, ना छांव, बस डटे रहते हैं। आज उन्हें भी हमारी ओर से सलाम है। वो भी अभिन्न अंग हैं हमारे प्रहरी, सीमा प्रहरी। और आज स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के परिवारजनों से इस समय महामहिम मिल रहे हैं, उन्हें सम्मानित कर रहे हैं।
और इस सम्मान के उपरांत अब समय है स्कूली और कॉलेज के बच्चों के सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों का। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि मंच के ठीक सामने पहली टीम उपस्थित है, पैट्रियोटिक डांस बाय स्पेशल स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ ग्रीड एंड ब्लाइंड स्कूल। स्वतंत्रता दिवस की मधुर बेला में अब राजकीय बौद्धिजन दिव्यांगजन पुनर्निवास संस्थान ग्रीड सेक्टर 31, साधना सोसाइटी मनी माजरा सौरम सेक्टर 36, आशा चंडी मंदिर इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर ब्लाइंड सेक्टर 26 तथा पिंगलवाड़ा के दिव्यांग बच्चे उत्तर भारत के कुछ त्योहारों को सामूहिक नृत्य के रूप में प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं।
वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तो, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तो, ऐ वतन सुरंगो सावण, रंगीलो सावण आयो रे, सुरंगो सावण आयो, बरखा की बूंदा लायो रे, हठीलो सावण आयो, आयो आयो तीज त्योहार, रमुषा आंगणीए, रमुषा आंगणीए, आयो आयो तीज त्योहार, रमुषा आंगणीए, रमुषा आंगणीए। सावणियो आयो आयो रे, सुरंगो सावण आयो, बिरखा की बूंदा लायो रे, हठीलो सावण आयो, आयो आयो तीज त्योहार, रमुषा आंगणीए, रमुषा आंगणीए।
सुंदर मुंदरिए तेरा कौन बेचारा, दुल्ला पट्टी वाला दुल्ले दी ब्याई, सेर शक्कर पाई कुड़ी दा सालू पाटा, सालू कौन समेटे आंदियां ने लोड़ियां मनाउंदियां ने जोड़ियां, भैणां पईयां गाउंदियां भरावां दियां घोड़ियां, जोड़ियां दे शगन मना।
जदों ए आउंदी ए लोड़ी बड़ा जी लाउंदी ए लोड़ी, ए भैण भरावां दी लोड़ी, दिलां दे चावां दी लोड़ी, जदों ए आउंदी ए लोड़ी ते खुशियां लियाउंदी ए लोड़ी। फौजी पुत कहाउने आ, हो दुश्मन दी बाट लिखाउने आ, फौजी पुत कहाउने आ, दुश्मन दी बाट लिखाउने आ, असी भारत मां दे जाए साडे जिगरे ही सरमाए, हो असी भारत मां दे जाए साडे जिगरे ही सरमाए, साडी शान तरंगे ओ साडी शान तरंगे दी मित्रो, सानू जिंद जान तो प्यारी, दुनिया दे हर एक झंडे ते साडा एक तिरंगा भारी, दुनिया दे हर एक झंडे ते साडा एक तिरंगा भारी, दुनिया दे हर एक झंडे
हेलो। गड़गड़ाती ये तालियां इन बच्चों के लिए तोहफा हैं। रंगीले देश के ये फूल यूं ही खिलते रहें, मुस्कुराते रहें। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं इस खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति के लिए आप सभी बच्चों को। और आज की अगली प्रस्तुति है योगा शो, जिसे आपके समक्ष लेके आ रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज ऑफ योगा एजुकेशन एंड हेल्थ सेक्टर 23। योगासन प्रदर्शन द्वारा पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज सेक्टर 11 और CHD ग्रिड सेक्टर 31। आइए, योग जो कि हमारी प्राचीन संस्कृति और समृद्ध विरासत है, जो हमें भीतर और बाहरी विकास में मदद करता है, और आधुनिक समय में तो योगासन ने खेलों में भी स्थान ले लिया है। आज हम कुछ योगासनों का यहाँ प्रदर्शन देखेंगे। योगासन हमारे पाचन, उत्सर्जन, श्वसन और तंत्रिका तंत्र की कार्य प्रणाली को बेहतर बनाने में मदद करता है। ये मन को संतुलन और सांस लेने के विभिन्न तकनीकों या प्राणायाम से नियंत्रित करता है। तो योग की इस खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति को आपके समक्ष लेके आ रहे हैं पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज सेक्टर 11, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज ऑफ योगा एजुकेशन एंड हेल्थ सेक्टर 23 और CHD ग्रिड सेक्टर 31 के ये बच्चे। आइए इस प्रस्तुति का आनंद लेते हैं।
ॐ मित्राय नमः, ॐ रवये नमः, ॐ सूर्याय नमः, ॐ भानवे नमः, ॐ खगाय नमः, ॐ तूष्णे नमः, ॐ हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः, ॐ मरीचये नमः, ॐ आदित्याय नमः, ॐ सवित्रे नमः, ॐ अर्काय नमः, ॐ भास्कराय नमः।
पिघला दे जंजीरें, बना उनकी शमशीरें, कर हर मैदान फतेह बंदिया, कर हर मैदान फतेह। घायल परिंदा है तू, दिखला दे जिंदा है तू, बाकी है तुझ में हौसला। तेरे जुनू के आगे अंबर पनाहे मांगे, कर डाले तू जो फैसला।
रूठी तकदीरें तो क्या, टूटी शमशीरें तो क्या, टूटी शमशीरों से ही हो। कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया, हर मैदान फतेह।
कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया, हर मैदान फतेह।
इन गर्दिशों के बादलों पे चढ़ के, वक्त का गिरेबा पकड़ के, पूछना है जीत का पता, जीत का पता।
इन मुट्ठियों में चांद तारे भर के, आसमां की हद से गुजर के, हो जा तू भीड़ से जुदा, भीड़ से जुदा, भीड़ से जुदा। कहने को सर्रा है तू, लोहे का छर्रा है तू, टूटी शमशीरों से ही जिद आग होगी, फूंक देंगी ना उम्मीदियां, ना उम्मीदियां। तेरे पीछे पीछे रास्ते ये चल के, बाहों के निशानों में ढल के ढूंढ लेंगे अपना आशियां, अपना आशियां, अपना आशियां। लम्हों से आंख मिला के रख दे जी जान लड़ा के, टूटी शमशीरों से ही हो। कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह। कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह। कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, कर हर मैदान फतेह, बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह।
तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट और जोर से तालियां बजा दीजिए। समावेश का संदेश देते हुए एकाग्र चित्त से योग मन को भी साधता है। एक बार फिर से बच्चों के लिए तालियां बजा दीजिए। दाएं बाएं लेफ्ट राइट्स पूरे मैदान से तालियां गूंजनी चाहिए।
कर हर मैदान फतेह। और सच में आज मैदान फतेह करके ये बच्चे लौट रहे हैं। और अगली प्रस्तुति आपके समक्ष है राजस्थानी डांडिया डांस बाय जीसीटी 42। नृत्य भारती 75
धन घन तो आमोर लोग के नी परदेसी छेड़े, हमारे बल में जी मारा घरो कराव्यो मेल, घरो कराव्यो मेल। बेड़ा तेरा लाल रानी ये तेरा अवतार मारो हेलो मारो हेलो मारो हेलो सुनो जी रामा पीर जी मारो हेलो सुनो जी रामा पीर
पूजा थारी गाँव गाँव खसकावेगी घर घर होवे पूजा थारी गाँव गाँव खसकावेगी जो पहले वे नाम पीर रो बचाया बन पावेगी जो पहले वे नाम पीर रो बचाया बन पावेगी
हे राम सा पीर थारी हे राम सा पीर थारी मेरी मैं जोत जरावा तनगड़ी खमार दाता है
पूरी चेहरा धनिया माल मीरा कमरा माथा बेड़ा तेरा लाल रानी ये तेरा अवतार मारो हेलो
मारो हेलो सुनो जी रामा पीर जी
मारो हेलो सुनो जी रामा पीर
हेलो सुनो जी रामा 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 हेलो सुनो जी हेलो सुनो जी रामा हेलो सुनो जी रामा हेलो सुनो जी रामा हेलो सुनो जी रामा केसरिया बाल में आवो सा पधारो हमारे देश पधारो हमारे देश जी पधारो पधारो हमारे पधारो हमारे
पधारो मारो देश। और यहाँ हम कहेंगे देश में भी पधारो और पधारो मारो चंडीगढ़ भी, क्योंकि चंडीगढ़ एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ जो आता है मस्त हो जाता है। अगली प्रस्तुति गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 21 की मंगल मस्ती में चूर चला, पहला बागी देखो मशहूर चला, गौरों की फौज को धूल चटाने देखो बलिया का शूर चला। आजादी की लड़ाई के अग्रदूत कहे जाने वाले मंगल पांडे, उन्होंने पहली चिंगारी सुलगाई थी और फिर अंग्रेजों की जड़ें कमजोर हो गई। प्रस्तुत है गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल 21 की ये प्रस्तुति।
सन 1857 भारत का पहला विद्रोह। अंग्रेजों की जंजीरों में लिपटा भारत, मंगल पांडे जैसों के आक्रोश में उबलता भारत। जब उसने गड़ गड़ हुंकार लगाया था, गुलामी की गहरी नींद में जब आजादी के ख्वाब का सैलाब आया था।
से अब डर नहीं लगता। मेरी इस कुर्बानी को जाया मत समझना। ये एक मशाल होगी, एक आजाद भारत का संविधान। तब तक के लिए अपने अंदर की आग को बुझने मत देना। आपसे फिर मुलाकात होगी किसी और रूप में।
ये गवर्नर जनरल लॉर्ड डलहाउसी के ऑर्डर्स है। You have to give up your झांसी now.
हम अपनी झांसी नहीं देंगे। झांसी हम हिंदुस्तानियों की ही है।
मरने के लिए तैयार हो
खूबसूरत अनूठी प्रस्तुति देशभक्ति की भावना से ओतप्रोत। और आइए आज की अंतिम प्रस्तुति की ओर मुड़ते हैं। और सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों में भंगड़ा ना हो तो फिर क्या बात है। पंजाब की आन बान शान का द्योतक है भंगड़ा, और हर खुशी के मौके पे ढोल की ताहप पर ये भांगड़ा सभी को झूमने के लिए मजबूर कर देता है। अजीत करम सिंह इंटरनेशनल पब्लिक स्कूल के नन्हे और सेक्टर 41 चंडीगढ़ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज 11 के ये युवा भांगड़े के साथ
हेलो हेलो
शुरू कीजिए प्लीज।
आपको वहां मैदान से शुरू करना है, शुरू करिए जल्दी से। अभी आपके सामने भंगड़ा पेश होगा, और पंजाब की धरती पर जब आप जाते हैं और कहीं भी नजर दौड़ाएंगे, कोई भी समारोह हो, वहां भंगड़ा ना हो ऐसा हो नहीं सकता।
ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਏ ਧਰਤ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅਣਖਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੇਲੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਪਦੇ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ। ਉਹ ਥਰ ਥਰ ਵੈਰੀ ਕੰਬਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਮਦਾਨੇ, ਹੱਸ ਕੇ ਜੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜਦੀਆਂ ਪੁੱਤਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਵਾਂ। ਜਦ ਰੰਗ ਸੁਨਹਿਰੀ ਧਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਮੌਲਾ ਰੰਗੇ, ਜਦ ਰੰਗ ਸੁਨਹਿਰੀ ਧਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਮੌਲਾ ਰੰਗੇ, ਜਦ ਡਗਾ ਢੋਲ ਤੇ ਖੜਕਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਭੰਗੜੇ ਪਾਵਈਓ।
ਜੜੀ
पंजाब वसदा सोने फुल्लां विचों फुल है गुलाब हसदा राग तितलियां नालों छेड़े पौर वखरा सारे जग च पंजाबियां दा टौर वखरा सारे जग च पंजाबियां दा टौर वखरा
ਮਾਈਆ ਚੱਲ ਮੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਮਾਈਆ ਵੇ ਮਾਈਆ ਚੱਲ ਮੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਵੱਜਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅੱਜ ਢੋਲ ਵੇ ਮਾਈਆ ਹੋ ਮਾਲਵੇ ਦੇ ਠੋਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਮਸਤੀ ਚ ਝੂਮਦੇ ਮਾਲਵੇ ਦੇ ਠੋਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਮਸਤੀ ਚ ਝੂਮਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਬਾਗੀ ਜੀ ਨੇ मोर वे माया हो आए मेले पर ठण के जट्टां दे पुत ते अलड़ मुटियारा किन्ने सोहणे लगदे ने अगाउंदे देस मेरे दियां वारा किन्ने सोहणे लगदे ने अगाउंदे देस मेरे दियां वारा चेहरे खिड़खिड़ करदे ने चेहरे खिड़खिड़ करदे ने ओ यारो उठियां है काल कालियां दुपट्टियां ते लग गए सितारे नी चिट्ठी लैके भेजदे विचोला मुटियारे नी कालियां दुपट्टियां ते लग गए सितारे नी चिट्ठी लैके भेजदे विचोला मुटियारे नी सोन दे महीने जदों तुर जेगी पेकियां नूं हो सोन दे महीने जदों तुर जेगी पेकियां नूं कट के गाल जा मेरा संगदा ना मैं पुछदा की हाल सोहणीए तेरा होए 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 लाए चादरे पगा दे लाड़े कट के ओही का थोड़ी आया बारी वाले कट के लाए चादरे पगा दे लाड़े छड्ड के ओही का थोड़ी आया बारी वाले कट के आप नचदे ते सब नूं नचाउंदे आप नचदे ते सब नूं नचाउंदे पंजाबी मुंडे पौण लुੱਡੀਆਂ लुੱਡੀਆਂ ते सब नूं नचाउंदे छैल ते जमीले मुੱਛ फुੱਟ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਢੀੜੀਆਂ ਗਵਾਹਾਂ ਦੇਣੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਗੱਭਰੂ शहर ते शमीले मुੱਛ फुੱਟ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਢੀੜੀਆਂ ਗਵਾਹਾਂ ਦੇਣੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਹਾਸੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਮੇਲਾ ਲੁੱਟ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪੂਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਪੁੱਟ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਮਹਿਕਦੇ ਜੋ ਫੁੱਲ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੇ ਪੱਤੋ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਕੀਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਪੱਤੋ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਕੀਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਆਓ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਤੇ ਪੀਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਐ ਉਹ ਧਰਤੀ ਯੋਧਿਆਂ ਫਕੀਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਐ ਉਹ ਧਰਤੀ ਸੂਰਮੇ ਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਉੱਠ ਨਾ ਕਹੇ ਭਾਈਓ ਜੱਗ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹੇ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਫੁੱਲ ਦੇਸ਼ ਤੋਂ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਮਿੱਤਰਾ ਭੰਗੜੇ 'ਚ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮਿੱਤਰੋ ਭੰਗੜੇ 'ਚ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮਿੱਤਰੋ ਭੰਗੜੇ 'ਚ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮਿੱਤਰੋ
बहुत खूब, बहुत बढ़िया। पंजाब की इस यात्रा के बाद अब आगे बढ़ते हैं।
अब समय है पदक और प्रशस्ति पत्र प्रदान करने का। जिन्होंने समाज और प्रशासन में रहते बेहतर तरीके से अपने दायित्व और कर्तव्य का निर्वहन किया।
सबसे पहले प्रेसिडेंट पुलिस मेडल से जिन्हें आज नवाजा जा रहा है, उसमें नाम है श्रीमती गुरजीत कौर का, इंस्पेक्टर चंडीगढ़। मेरिटोरियस सर्विसेज के लिए आज आपको प्रेसिडेंट मेडल से नवाजा जा रहा है। पुलिस के विभिन्न विभागों में कार्यरत रहते हुए आपने विशेष प्रशंसा प्राप्त की है और आजकल आप ट्रैफिक विभाग में कार्यरत हैं। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको इस सम्मान के लिए।
सब इंस्पेक्टर श्री परमिंदर जीत चंडीगढ़ पुलिस में 15/4/87 बतौर कांस्टेबल भर्ती हुए 55 प्रशस्ति पत्र प्राप्त कर चुके हैं और इनके उत्कृष्ट सेवाओं के लिए आज इन्हें प्रेसिडेंट मेडल से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। जांच में उत्कृष्टता के लिए केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री पदक 2023 एसएसपी चंडीगढ़ सुश्री कंवरदीप कौर को एक नाबालिग के बलात्कार मामले में, जब ये कपूरथला में एसएसपी रहती थी, तुरंत कार्रवाई के लिए आज उन्हें यह पदक प्राप्त दिया जा रहा है।
और डीएसपी जसबीर सिंह अगला सम्मान प्राप्त करने वाले। ऑपरेशन सेल में जब आप तैनात थे तो 1,09,00,000 की धोखाधड़ी के मामले की आपने जांच कर 6 आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार कराया और उसके अलावा भी धोखाधड़ी के कई आरोपियों को आपने गिरफ्तार कराया। आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है, बहुत बहुत बधाई। डीएसपी गुरजीत कौर वर्ष 1990 से चंडीगढ़ पुलिस विभाग में अपनी सेवाएं देना जिन्होंने प्रारंभ किया, आज आपको प्रशासन द्वारा सम्मानित किया जा रहा है पुलिस मेडल से।
इंस्पेक्टर बलदेव कुमार चंडीगढ़ पुलिस विभाग में 1997 से कार्य कर रहे हैं।
इंस्पेक्टर रणजीत सिंह चंडीगढ़ पुलिस विभाग में कार्यरत हैं साइबर क्राइम शाखा में, आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। आप तीनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई। 150 से अधिक अपराधियों को आप अब तक पकड़ चुके हैं। अगला पुरस्कार एएसआई सत्यवान लोहान, बतौर कांस्टेबल चंडीगढ़ पुलिस आपने 1998 में अपनी सेवाएं आरंभ करी। चंडीगढ़ पुलिस ट्रैफिक पुलिस में आप ने काम शुरू किया।
एएसआई पंजाब सिंह और उनके साथ ही एएसआई यशवंत सिंह, उन्हें भी सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
एएसआई देवी चंद, डीएसपी बरजिंदर सिंह एवं श्री केहर सिंह जी, आप तीनों को आज इस सम्मान के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। इस समय मंच पे एएसआई देवीचंद जी, डीएसपी बरजिंदर सिंह जी और श्री केहर सिंह जी सम्मान प्राप्त करते हुए।
कुलविंदर कौर, इन्होंने 2005 में चंडीगढ़ पुलिस में अपनी सेवाएं आरंभ की थी और कुशलता से बहुत सारे केसेस को सुलझाया भी है। इनके साथ श्री जगदीश चंद्र 1987 में पुलिस विभाग में अपनी सेवाएं दी थी और उनके साथ हरजिंदर सिंह बतौर कांस्टेबल 1998 में वो पुलिस में भर्ती हुए थे। इस मंच पर कुलविंदर कौर, जगदीश चंद्र और हरजिंदर सिंह।
और अब सहायक सब इंस्पेक्टर श्री उत्तम चंद जी, श्री सुंदर सिंह एवं श्री सतीश कुमार जी पुरस्कृत होने के लिए मंच पे। सहायक सब इंस्पेक्टर श्री उत्तम चंद, श्री सुंदर सिंह जी एवं श्री सतीश कुमार, आज आपको पुलिस मेडल से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको।
और इनके पीछे प्रितपाल सिंह सहायक सब इंस्पेक्टर पुलिस विभाग में अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान कर रहे हैं। हेड कांस्टेबल प्रवीण कुमार चंडीगढ़ पुलिस विभाग में कार्यरत हैं और हेड कांस्टेबल विकास कुमार 2005 से अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं। मंच पर पहुंच रहे हैं और उन्हें आज सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
सम्मान के क्षण हैं। आप सभी से गुजारिश की तालियां गूंजती रहें, क्योंकि इन सम्मान को प्राप्त करने के लिए अथक प्रयत्न किया है, परिश्रम किया है हमारे जवानों ने। हेड कांस्टेबल धर्मेंद्र सिंह, हेड कांस्टेबल सुषमा रानी महिला, सीनियर कांस्टेबल कौशल कौर जी इस समय मंच पे। सीनियर कांस्टेबल इंद्रजीत सिंह, आप चारों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं इस पदक की प्राप्ति के लिए।
ग्रुप कैप्टन प्रभजोत सिंह भारतीय वायुसेना के प्रशासन शाखा में तैनात हैं। इन्हें चंडीगढ़ में भारतीय वायुसेना हेरिटेज सेंटर की स्थापना के लिए वायु सेवा में यहाँ कार्यरत किया गया है और ये वैसे सेवा मेडल से, इन्हें विशेष सेवा मेडल से नवाजा जा चुका है।
और आपके साथ ही समय मंच पे उपस्थित हैं कर्नल जसदीप संधू के सुपुत्र श्री करण संधू, प्रिंसिपल डायरेक्टर पश्चिमी कमान चंडी मंदिर में अपनी सेवाएं आप प्रदान कर रहे हैं। अपनी लगन, कर्तव्य निष्ठा, ईमानदारी के कारण इन्होंने चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन को सदैव सहायता और सुरक्षा प्रदान की है और इन्हीं सेवाओं के लिए आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। आज उनके सुपुत्र श्री करण संधू पुरस्कृत हो रहे हैं।
और आगे डॉक्टर रवनीत कौर GMCH सेक्टर 32 में प्रोफेसर एवं विभागाध्यक्ष हैं। ये ट्रांसफ्यूजन मेडिसिन में हैं और इनके साथ ही श्रीमती जसविंदर बख्शी और श्री अरुण कुमार।
श्री अरुण कुमार इस समय मंच पे तकनीकी शिक्षा संस्थान सेक्टर 28 के प्रिंसिपल। और
श्रीमती कविता गुलेरिया, श्री अश्विनी डोगरा और श्री देवेंद्र। इन्हें भी आज यहाँ मंच पर सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
वित्त एवं योजना अधिकारी श्री अश्विनी डोगरा और उनके उपरांत श्री देवेंद्र चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन के वित्त विभाग में वरिष्ठ सहायक के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है, बहुत बहुत बधाई। श्रीमती पारुल सचिवालय चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन में वरिष्ठ सहायक के रूप में कार्यरत हैं, आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
श्री राजेंद्र सिंह कानून तथा अभियोजन विभाग से हैं और उनके साथ ही श्री चंद्रशेखर डिप्टी कमिश्नर कार्यालय यूटी चंडीगढ़ में कार्यरत हैं।
श्री राजेंद्र सिंह कानून एवं अभियोजन विभाग, श्री चंद्रशेखर डिप्टी कमिश्नर कार्यालय यूटी चंडीगढ़,
श्रीमती संगीता साहनी संपदा कार्यालय में कार्यरत हैं। इन्हें भी आज सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। डिजिटलीकरण में इन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा योगदान दिया है।
और अब श्रीमती रचपाल कौर प्रधान प्रारूपकार के रूप में मुख्य वास्तुकार विभाग चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन में अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान कर रही हैं। बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको आज इस सम्मान के लिए। श्री शिव कुमार इंजीनियरिंग विभाग चंडीगढ़ में सीनियर स्केल स्टेनोग्राफर कार्यरत हैं।
डॉक्टर नृपजीत कौर आबकारी एवं कराधान विभाग चंडीगढ़ में कार्यरत हैं।
श्री देवेंद्र सिंह बतौर होमगार्ड चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन में पिछले 23 वर्षों से कार्यरत हैं। आज आपकी सेवाओं के लिए आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
और इनके साथ ही श्री संदीप कुमार भी मंच पर इस समय हैं, फायरमैन में अपनी सेवाएं जो हैं चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन में दे रहे हैं। और उनके पीछे श्री विवेक ठाकुर बतौर जूडो कोच पिछले 4 वर्षों से स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं।
और अगले प्रतिभागी श्री सत्येंद्र बतौर जनरल मैनेजर चंडीगढ़ ट्रांसपोर्ट अंडरटेकिंग में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं। आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। श्री वरिंदर सिंह ठाकुर बतौर चीफ ऑफिसर अकाउंट चंडीगढ़ विभाग में अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान कर रहे हैं। श्री वरिंदर सिंह ठाकुर इस समय
प्रोफेसर नमिता गुप्ता अब तक राज्य तथा राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर 80 से अधिक लेक्चर विभिन्न सामाजिक मुद्दों को लेकर दे चुके हैं। इन्हें भी आज सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
और
श्रीमती अनामिका वालिया एक समाज सेवी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में सक्रिय हैं। उन्हें भी आज सम्मानित किया जा रहा है।
श्री अनामिका के बाद श्री अविरल अग्रवाल इतिहास और कला को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए काफ़ी प्रयासरत हैं। छोटी ही आयु में कला और इतिहास के प्रति आप में प्रेम सराहनीय है। आज आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। काशवी गौतम गुरु गोविंद सिंह कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन की 2य वर्ष की छात्रा हैं। चंडीगढ़ की अकेली महिला क्रिकेटर हैं जिसने भारत की ए टीम की तरफ से खेलते हुए एशिया कप जीता है। बड़ी उपलब्धि है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। मिस रीत कपूर सुपुत्री प्रोफेसर गुरमीत सिंह खेलो इंडिया की एक एथलीट हैं जिन्होंने साइकिलिंग अकादमी से अपनी ट्रेनिंग आरंभ करी थी। GGDSD कॉलेज सेक्टर 32 की छात्रा हैं। इन्होंने राष्ट्रीय खेलों में चंडीगढ़ का प्रतिनिधित्व किया। ग्रुप कैप्टन श्री मनीष गुप्ता इस समय सम्मानित होते हुए CII UT चंडीगढ़ के पूर्व अध्यक्ष श्री मनीष गुप्ता रक्षा बलों के लिए शिक्षा क्षेत्र में कार्य करने के लिए समर्पित रहे हैं। और इस समय हरमनजीत कौर गिल जी उत्तम स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के क्षेत्र में विश्व कैंसर दिवस पर आपने 2022 में प्रशस्ति पत्र सम्मान बेस्ट नर्स अवार्ड भी प्राप्त किया। आज भी आपको सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। बहुत बहुत बधाई।
और अब पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह की हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इसमें बड़े सारे कॉन्टिजेंट्स ने हिस्सा लिया है। और सबसे पहले बेस्ट कॉन्टिजेंट ट्रॉफी पुलिस जिन्हें जा रही है 3rd प्राइज चंडीगढ़ पुलिस मेल ASI गुरदेव सिंह। इसके पीछे 2nd प्राइज चंडीगढ़ पुलिस फीमेल ASI सुषमा महिला। और पहला स्थान पंजाब पुलिस मेल ASI जसवंत सिंह। होमगार्ड सिविल डिफेंस फायर ब्रिगेड में 3rd प्राइज चंडीगढ़ फायर सर्विसेज SFO GK कालरा। सिविल डिफेंस को दूसरा प्राइज जा रहा है SI विजय कुमार। और पहला प्राइज जा रहा है चंडीगढ़ होमगार्ड को। संजय कुमार इसे ग्रहण करने आ रहे हैं। NCC में NCC नेवल विंग को तीसरा प्राइज जा रहा है। NCC नेवल विंग सीनियर कैडेट कैप्टन आदित्य राठी। 2nd प्राइज NCC गर्ल्स को जा रहा है। और पहला प्राइज NCC डिफेंस को जा रहा है। सीनियर अंडर ऑफिसर कपिल देवराना इसे ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। जॉन एम्बुलेंस ब्रिगेड रोड सेफ्टी प्लाटून स्काउट्स गाइड्स में तीसरा प्राइज GMSS 37B। दूसरा प्राइज इसके पीछे गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 16 और तीसरा प्राइज गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 10। बेस्ट कॉन्टिजेंट ट्रॉफी NSS गर्ल्स NSS बॉयज स्कूल चिल्ड्रन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी NSS को तीसरा प्राइज जा रहा है। दूसरा प्राइज कामल कॉन्वेंट स्कूल 33 उनको जा रहा है और पहला गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स हायर सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 40 को जा रहा है। और स्कूल बैंड ट्रॉफी में हम आगे बढ़ते हैं और तीसरा प्राइज GMSS सेक्टर 33, सेकंड प्राइज सेक्रेड हार्ट स्कूल और पहला प्राइज गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 10। और बेस्ट कॉन्टिजेंट ट्रॉफी पुलिस ओवरऑल इस बार जा रही है तैयार रहें, आगे ही हैं, पंजाब पुलिस फीमेल। ऐसी मनप्रीत कौर इसे ग्रहण करने के लिए मंच पर आ रही।
और इसके साथ ही कल्चर प्रोग्राम ट्रॉफी जा रही है। फर्स्ट प्राइज इसका मेडले फॉर फोक सॉन्ग्स गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल सेक्टर 21। पहला पुरस्कार प्राप्त किया है आपने सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम में, ग्रुप लीडर, और बहुत बहुत बधाई। और द्वितीय पुरस्कार प्राप्त किया है पंजाब फोक डांस अजीत करम सिंह इंटरनेशनल पब्लिक स्कूल और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज 11 के स्टूडेंट्स ने। अलग अलग स्कूलों के सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स एक एक करके कृपया मंच पे आएं। अजीत करम सिंह पब्लिक स्कूल की टीम,
स्कूल बच्चों के जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं जो हैं टीचर्स, वो मंच पर आ जाएं जल्दी से। विभिन्न स्कूलों के जो बच्चों को जिनको मंच पर आना है।
गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल 21, गवर्नमेंट योगा कॉलेज 23, ये सर पहले वाले हैं। अब ये कौन गए?
ये पर्व हर्षोल्लास का पर्व है और उसके बाद सबको इंतज़ार रहता है बच्चों को ख़ास तौर पर एक सूचना का। और आज के समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि महामहिम राज्यपाल, उनके आदेश के अनुसार कल चंडीगढ़ में सभी स्कूल जो हैं उन्हें छुट्टी दी गई है, वो छुट्टी पर रहेंगे। और ये हर्षोल्लास का पर्व हम सबके लिए हमेशा से हर्ष से भरा रहे, इसी तरह हम हर्ष में रहें, ये हम कामना करते हैं। और अब सभी से अनुरोध है कि अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाएं।
खुशी का जश्न मनाना जायज़ है, लेकिन अभी आप सबसे आग्रह है कि जिस आयोजन के लिए आप यहाँ पधारे थे उसके अंतिम पड़ाव पे हम पहुँचे हैं, जहाँ हम राष्ट्र के प्रति अपना सम्मान राष्ट्रगान में सावधान खड़े होकर देंगे।
सभी खड़े हो जाएं अपनी अपनी जगह पर।
सभी बच्चों से, सभी प्रतिभागियों से गुजारिश है
जहाँ भी हैं वहीं खड़े रहें। राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान के लिए वहीं खड़े हो जाएं। कहीं आवाज़ें आ रही हैं, लेफ्ट राइट जल्दी से करें। आप तो वैसे भी एनसीसी के कैडेट हैं, अब राष्ट्रगान होगा।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
पुनः आप सभी को स्वतंत्रता दिवस के इस पावन अवसर की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। इसी तरह ये वर्ष दर वर्ष आता रहे और ये पर्व इसी तरह हम मिलजुल कर मनाते रहें, ऐसी ही कामना के साथ आज यहाँ से विदा होंगे हम। और अब इस समय माननीय मुख्य अतिथि मंच से नीचे उतर के प्रस्थान के लिए और चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन के सभी आला अधिकारी माननीय मुख्य अतिथि को विदा करेंगे।
महामहिम राज्यपाल अब समारोह स्थल से प्रस्थान करेंगे। मोटरसाइकिल पुलिस, घोड़ा पुलिस और उनके पीछे घोड़ा पुलिस में उनके कमांडर साहेब सिंह, जो कि मैराथन में मेडलिस्ट हैं, बहुत अच्छी दौड़ में रहते हैं हमेशा। और पीछे काफिला महामहिम का। महामहिम अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं इस आज के समारोह स्थल से। हर्ष की आवाज़ें हमारे कानों तक पहुंचती हुई सभी से अनुरोध है कि महामहिम जब जा रहे हैं तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। पीछे फिर से घोड़ा पुलिस। एक बार फिर से आपको स्वतंत्रता दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आप सभी हमारे साथ इस समारोह में सम्मिलित हुए, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अभी हमारे बीच में चंडीगढ़ प्रशासन के सलाहकार मौजूद हैं
और आज के इस सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने वाले सबसे पहले स्पेशल चिल्ड्रन का जो आइटम था उनसे गुजारिश है मंच पे आने के लिए। आदरणीय एडवाइज़र साहब उन्हें सम्मानित करेंगे। उसके बाद अजीत करम सिंह पब्लिक स्कूल सेक्टर 41 आपके
ये विशेष बच्चों के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए। इसी तरह धीरे धीरे समाज में समावेशी बन जाएंगे ये।
अजीत करम सिंह पब्लिक स्कूल, अजीत करम सिंह पब्लिक स्कूल के पार्टिसिपेंट, उनके लीडर। नेक्स्ट गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल 21, उनकी परियां है ना वही फेरीज, जिन्होंने आज खूबसूरत 22 के गवर्नमेंट मॉडल सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल 22 की ये नन्ही परियां, जिन्होंने तिरंगे गुब्बारों को छोड़ आज के आयोजन में इंद्रधनुषी रंग भर दिए थे। और गवर्नमेंट योगा कॉलेज के योगा डिस्प्ले के प्रतिभागी, उनसे गुजारिश मंच पे आने की। योगा डिस्प्ले के ट्रेनीज और उनका 2-3 स्टूडेंट्स आ जाएं।
इनसे बात करो।
मैंने नहीं पता नेशनल एंथम वालों का है नेशनल एंथम हो गए लो सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय। आप सभी बच्चों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई आज के खूबसूरत प्रोग्राम्स के लिए। ये एक दिन की प्रस्तुति के लिए अथक परिश्रम कितने ही दिनों से कर रहे थे। हम सभी जानते हैं कि जिस तरह का मौसम था, बारिश थी, गर्मी थी, लेकिन इन बच्चों का साहस देखते ही बनता था। आप सभी बच्चों ने बहुत खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति दी। इस मंच तक आना, ऐसे आयोजन का हिस्सा बनना ही अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। आपके लिए हमेशा के लिए यादगार होगा। अब कल का दिन आप सभी के लिए छुट्टी का दिन है। आराम कीजिएगा, फ्रेश हो जाइएगा, क्योंकि परसों से फिर से आगे बढ़ना है नए मकाम की ओर, नई मंजिलों की ओर।
It's just amazing.
You're just so phenomenal.
I bought a house here. I can just wear flip-flops and go to market and just shop and like to stay away from the crazy life.
Hey, you are so good at advanced Excel. Can you teach me all the advanced Excel formulas?
Sure. Please learn all of these formulas which are there over here.
I can't remember all of this. How were you able to remember all of this?
Even I didn't remember any of these formulas. I simply use AI features in Microsoft Excel, because of which I don't need to remember any of these formulas.
Can you please teach me the same?
Absolutely, I can. Hi, my name is Aditya Goenka and I am an alumni of IIT Kharagpur. I am also the co-founder of multiple 8-figure startups like Mad About Sports and B10X. In my 2 hours Microsoft using AI tools workshop, I am going to be teaching you some amazing tools which will help you boost your productivity by 10x in Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint as well. All of this just at a price point of ₹299. So if your career is more important to you than a slice of a pizza, then join me for the workshop. Moreover, if you join by tonight, I'm adding bonuses worth ₹10,500 for absolutely free. So what are you waiting for? Click on the link below, join the workshop. I'll see you inside the workshop.
and Schneider Electric's Green Yodha presents the Sustainability Roadmap towards a greener economy. I'm Swati Shahi. This exclusive event today at the capital city, Delhi, brings together industry experts, regulators, and thought leaders from across sectors to discuss the way forward and fast-track India's drive towards sustainability. Through the evening, the event will delve into how industries and businesses can thrive in the fourth industrial revolution in a more energy-efficient and climate-positive way, minimizing carbon footprints and being mindful about sustainable, eco-friendly practices. Let me bring in some facts to explain the current situation. As per a research published in the journal Scientific Data, India ranked 5th among the top 10 contributors to global warming. We were also the 3rd largest producer of carbon dioxide by volume in 2022. Well, the crisis is real. Now, India has promised the world that it would go net zero by the year 2070. Therefore, it has become even more crucial for India Inc. to be at the forefront of the sustainability drive. Now, India Inc. is not only an indispensable partner in achieving sustainable growth, but also the primary engine to get there, both through behavior change and with resources. It is central to driving ambitious national climate targets. Businesses around the world are now recognizing that the move towards sustainability presents significant benefits in terms of cost savings and efficiency. Furthermore, it helps attract investors and new clients as the entire ecosystem agrees on the need for immediate action towards creating a sustainable future. So today, at this very special event, we will draw sharp focus on how businesses can contribute and bring us closer to get net zero in the most efficient and effective manner. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Parikshit Luthra, Chief of Bureau CNBC TV 18 on stage to give the opening address. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, Swati, and welcome to this very special event. CNBC TV 18 and Schneider Electric bring to you the Green Yodha initiative, the sustainability roadmap towards a greener economy. At COP26, India's 2030 decarbonization target was announced. The Prime Minister had announced the Panch Amrit of 5 climate goals. India now stands committed to reduce emissions intensity of its GDP by 45%. 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy sources, and 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. Those are among our key commitments. As we look forward to COP28 this year, India has put the focus on just energy transition and increased climate finance at the G20 as well. Launched last year, India's Life or Lifestyle for Environment mission is a key talking point in G20 meetings. To drive India's renewable energy roadmap, India has launched the 20,000 crore green hydrogen mission. You have a 10,000 crore FAME subsidy scheme for electric vehicles, a 26,000 crore PLI scheme for advanced automotive components, and a PLI for advanced chemistry cells with an 18,000 crore outlay. A lot of statistics there. Indian government and regulators are also working on rules to ensure companies reduce carbon emissions across functions. SEBI recently has put in place a regulatory framework for value chain ESG disclosures for listed entities. Introduction of the carbon credit trading scheme through the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill 2022 is an important step towards creating a carbon trading framework in India. The carbon credit trading scheme incentivizes companies to embrace clean energy technology and transition to low-carbon processes. The government is also working towards a green credit program. All of this in line with what's happening globally as well. The recently introduced carbon border adjustment mechanism is very important for Indian businesses because all companies exporting goods to Europe, they will have to face penalties or a tax for carbon embedded in their products. Therefore, tightening of environmental regulations around the world makes it imperative for all industries, big and small, to work on a war footing to reduce emissions across their businesses. And it's not just the penalty impact we must think of. Look at the record high temperatures and heat waves every year. Rainfall, landslides, heavy flooding that has led to thousands of crores of losses just a few weeks ago. Just look at the economic and humanitarian loss. Climate changes lead to loss of lives, loss of property, damage to manufacturing units, disruption of supply chains, and ability to spend as well. Therefore, it's extremely important for government and industry to work together for a sustainability roadmap. I can assure you that we couldn't have had a better panel to discuss this topic, and we thank Schneider Electric for partnering with us. Now, on popular demand, the difference between carbon neutrality and net zero. Carbon neutrality means that you can compensate for your emissions, typically with offsets, while net zero requires abatement of your emissions. Now, I was told that this is a term that will come up very frequently in the conversations, and we must explain this to our audience, even though I think all of you are experts here. You don't need any advice and no explaining. With that, I hand it back to Swati.
Thank you, Parikshit, for sharing your insights and setting the context of the evening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to invite on stage Deepak Sharma, Zone President, Greater India, MD and CEO, Schneider Electric India, to address the gathering. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to stand here and talk about something which is very common to all of us. And it's actually it's an important time. I mean, we will be celebrating our 77th Independence Day in few days. I had the privilege to witness exactly the same moment 2 days back in Paris during the 14 Juillet, Bastille Day, where Honorable Prime Minister was the chief guest, and we had some conversations within the two sides of the CEOs about the same topic. But the most privilege was when you saw the Indian defense marching on Champs-Élysées on Sare Jahan Se Acha. So, you know, that shows that the moment of India has come where we are actually on a very important part on the global roadmap or the global focus, where India is going to ride the next phase of the growth economy and digitization. So it's a very great moment for all of us to witness that we are in a country at the right time or in the right phase when we play an important role across the world. Now, we would be a 5 trillion economy by 27-28, probably a more 6 trillion economy by 2030. That would mean we would need much more urbanization. The data shows that almost 60 crore, 600 million people of us would be in urban cities. Our needs of data center, I say corrected, probably is going to more 3x than 2x. Amount of industrialization we will do. We would be adding almost 500 billion plus businesses across the globe. One of or most of our global cities will be growing faster than the global bigger cities, and our infrastructure spend would be adding another by 3 to 5x. This is all exciting to the journey we want to build in this country. Not in country for country, but the country for the world. And this would further get accelerated into the period of Amrit Kal, where India celebrates its 100 years into 2047. So again, when you are in the country, you're in any business, any regulator, any operations, you only feel excited that there are going to be huge opportunities, great potential to come up in the years to come. This would mean that the country would need almost 6 times energy consumption and generation for the years to come. This would also mean that 75%, as per the basics defined today, we would be coming from green sources, and 25% of will be also generated locally through local generation sources. All this sounds very good, but what we forget is this. This is a global data that shows that while we are very excited about all these growths And all these numbers which excite us from a business perspective, all from our consumption perspectives, all our lifestyle perspectives, the world is actually going a very, very south direction. This data, which was as old as 2022, shows that the greenhouse emissions in the world are at the range of around 60 gigatons. And just from carbon emissions, 75% of these greenhouse emissions are coming from carbon emissions. And if you discount what is natural carbon generation, the remaining 80% is generated through us. When I say us, is this room, is this planet, and the people who are living on this planet. So if we continue that pace.
Okay, guys, target vault's ahead. He's confirmed inside.
This is impossible.
Get the key to her financials and personal data.
Strike team, go! Why is this key so hard to get?
Your privacy secured.
There would be no planet. And that's probably the reason we are all here together to figure out what do we do in our time, in which I say our time is now, it's today, so that the generations coming next and the coming generations will have a planet which is livable. Some of us, I live in the same city closer to the NCR region. There are months, there are weeks when the air really becomes unbreathable. This is now. What would happen in 15 years, 10 years, 20 years? This is easily visible the day you see that smoked or a choked day and your throats are already tough or soaring because of the level of the pollution. So this is what we see already happening to the world. And when you just cut it further, that what is the source of the problem, it's on the both sides. The problem of the pure carbon emission, the full picture cut by 75, the 75, 80% of 75, the 36 gigatons of carbon emissions. All this is divided on the two sides of our needs, on the supply side and on the consumption side. And I think the responsibility this generation carries is how do we fix the both? It's not either or. It's our responsibility to figure out what do we do right to ensure that we consume consciously, we build an infrastructure where the consumption is more sustainable, and of course it can be fixed, but when you fix it correctly on the consumption side, it ought to also fix on the demand side. So here you will see a data, this is what is globally visible. If you take just pure India, India is still not that level of urbanized. We still don't have those bigger cities. We don't have enough buildings. We're gonna go build even more. That means our trends would exactly be the same if we don't do something different. Even today, our industry, our buildings, our transport contribute the basic and the biggest contribution of our CO2 emissions. So the whole call for the humanity is how do we ensure that we build something tomorrow which is going to help us to fix this. And guess what? The good thing is today technologies are available to make that transition possible. The transition can happen, and it's on us. If we use that possibilities to make those changes, it's going to help us to reverse those trends and do it right way for our generations to come. The beauty for us is that some of the Western world did everything and realized it's a bit late or they did it wrong and they had to correct it. For us, we are building it. So as we go from a 3.5 trillion economy to 5 and 6 in the next 5-7 years, and then the Amrit Kal phase, we still have to build a lot. And while we build this, we can build it correctly. And what we build correctly is also sourced by the demand. How do I consume it? How do I use it? And if you do some sort of basic data, a big part of the saving can actually come from what do we use. So the solutions are available that by just merely digitization, we can save 25% of our consumptions. We can even find even more stronger savings if you electrify the processes. So a good combination of digitizing and electrification on the consumption side can help us to achieve a good 50+% saving. If I do another one, which is on the on the generation, and the consumption will drive the generation, is the negative feed. Because if I consume right, I would be bound to generate right. And here we can find more savings coming from the generation perspective, be it all the possible energy sources. So a combination of two is going to help us to at least find that solution, which shows probably 70% of the 36 gig tons of carbon emissions we are emitting. We can control it, and that can help us. So these technologies do exist. Now the challenge comes, how do we deploy it? And if you look at a beautiful city, beautiful town, a hamlet, or a smaller rural village in the country, actually we have to be honest, the biggest pollution creator is the top 20%. I mean, depends on geographies, but the 1% and then the next 30% is where the biggest pollution is created. The people and the ones who are living in the simplest style are not the biggest contributor to this CO2 mess we are creating around the world. So all these big cities, be it integrated architecture or an isolated architecture, if they all come together into a technology network or a technology cycle where each one of the component of the technology plays an important role, be it in generation or distributed energy from the creation perspective, and then it helps us to, as a consumer, the way we consume in a fashion that it helps us to ensure that economy of saving or creation. This is where the equation lies, and that's where in electric world, because electric is the most cleanest form of the energy, the most vector of decarbonization, and with a digital asset, we can actually create a more sustainable world. So the whole story today is not about how deep is the problem. The whole discussion we should be talking about and should be leaving behind is how do we clean it and build it in a way that this is going to be more sustainable for tomorrow through electrification and digitization. We at the Schneider Electric are super proud that some of our big installations are in this country are powered by Schneider technologies, be it the metros, the airports, the hospitals, the buildings, the green buildings. All the revolutions or the green stories we're talking about are actually helping us to build a greener infrastructure. And with all this, we are very proud that with all the government supports, and we are a strong partner in building tomorrow, which is going to be green in all the Tats or the different initiatives the government is taking to build a sustainable tomorrow. So again, thank you for coming. I'm looking forward for more conversations together and a deeper interaction that how do we involve each other, participation to build tomorrow, which is going to be more greener, more sustainable through technologies available so that we leave a planet behind us, which is going to be usable for our generations to come. Thank you for coming again and looking forward to some good discussions in the coming hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak, for sharing those insights with us and for an enlightening session and also on how we can build a sustainable and a greener tomorrow. Moving on to a very special conversation on the sustainability roadmap towards a greener economy. With India's meteoric rise as one of the leading economies of the world, its energy consumption has also increased drastically, causing an environmental degradation and stressing natural resources. Therefore, the country needs a roadmap that helps achieve economic development while also safeguarding the environment and natural resources for future generations. Through this conversation, we aim to highlight the innovative approaches of corporates and organizations to make sustainability an integral part of their functions and operations. The conversation
Clutchless manual. It's magic. Presenting the all-new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Kia, movement that inspires.
will also shed light on how they are leveraging technologies to achieve sustainability goals and how they can strike a balance between economic growth and environmental conservation. So without further ado, I would like to invite Parikshit once again on stage to take the conversation forward and our esteemed panelists to join us on stage. Deepak Sharma once again, Zone President, Greater India, MD and CEO, Schneider Electric India. We'd welcome you on stage, please. Everyone, please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome all our panelists. Sunil Gupta, co-founder, MD and CEO, Yota Data Services. G. Ashok Kumar, Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga. Anshuman Magazine, Chairman and CEO, India, Southeast Asia, Middle East Asia, CBRE. Vidya Jaipuriar, CEO, Delhi International Airport Limited, a subsidiary of GMR Airports Infrastructure Limited. Sriram Khattar, MD, DLF Rental Businesses. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Once again, Parikshit, over to you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this evening. It must have been a very, very long day for all of you at work. It's a Friday evening. Thank you very much to all our panelists, Ms. Vibha, and everyone in the audience for joining us today. It really is a very important occasion and topic as well, our energy transition. We're seeing businesses across the world working towards sustainability, working towards ESG norms, greater compliances across businesses, and cutting emissions. And we've had a number of these conversations over the last 7 to 8 months, and especially in the run-up to COP28, there'll be more such conversations. But clearly, this is no longer a goal or a greater good that we need to work for. It makes all the business sense. And as a news anchor, over the last few weeks, we've seen so many climate disasters, and it makes you really think that we need to all think about it. And one thing that I'll ask all the panelists is what we need to do as citizens as well. There's a lot that we can do as industry, we can do as government, but as citizens also, we need to change our own mindsets. So I'm not the one who should be doing too much talking. I'm going to kick this panel discussion off. Let me bring in Mr. Deepak Sharma at this stage. Deepak, that was a great presentation by you, giving us a sense of what Schneider Electric is doing with its partners across the world. I'd like you to give us a sense and explain our audience. You've got some major, big players, multinationals, who know what they want to do, what they need to do when it comes to sustainability. But a company which is starting off, how do they make sure that they move towards a journey of greater compliances, reducing carbon emissions, but at the same time ensure progress?
So thank you again. Probably it's one of the most important points. How do we start? Where do we start? And we normally talk about, defining a strategy. What's our next 5-year strategy? Next, what is our next 10-year strategy? And then in the strategy, we say, what is the sustainability piece of it, right? I think that era is over. There is nothing called strategy and sustainability. There is only one strategy, which is sustainable strategy. Because imagine that you won't have a planet, so all the strategies you're going to define, they are of no use because you don't know how to and where to implement them. So sustainability comes, I think, as a core part of our stories, whatever we do. And then comes, okay, we have defined a strategy which is sustainable. This is what we achieve. And the beauty is no more a vanity metric. It actually becomes like a sanity metric, right? How do we ensure it happens? Now, when you look at this, I think it comes across the whole value chain of the company. You start and define it at the highest level in the corporate, but it has to go to the last man in the company or the first man in the company, so that it's not a plan of action or you do something parallel to other things. It has to be embedded in the core of what you do. As we say, the best technologies are that they get penetrated to the extent that they become part of you. They are invisible because they are inside you. The sustainability story in a company, in a corporate, should be with a very similar fashion. It needs to get embedded to the extent of the whole system that it's no more a program. It is it is invisible because that's the only way you operate. So again, it goes from the top to the bottom. It should be incorporated into the whole life cycle. At Schneider Electric, so we have our own sustainability school, and our objective is to train all our 38,000 people across it. And it's been on now for 18 months. We have already trained a couple of thousands. And it's not about selling a technology. It's not about selling a technology to A company or a B company. It's all about how do we live those values in our own kitchen. So for example, our own smart factories. How do we process? How do we manufacture? How do we make our supply chains fleet green? So it covers across the whole spectrum of our operations. And then it's not possible alone. So then, if it's a smart, small or a big size society company, it's very important to figure out how do you collaborate with a larger ecosystem, right? We have examples developed in the country, for example, with Capgemini. They have around 29 campuses in the country. It took us a long time to develop it, but today all the campuses of Capgemini are powered by Schneider Electric technologies, and we have achieved 29% savings in their carbon emissions. Now, this is not just Capgemini because it's big, but it's equally possible for small. And here we believe a partner ecosystem is the only way. You cannot do it alone, and the technologies will help us to find an ecosystem that which all of us come together and find a solution. So starts from the top, needs to go flow through the bottom, and the first man in the company, last man in the company. It has to become a ritual. It's not like nice to have strategy. It is the strategy. And then you find an ecosystem where you can collaborate with an extended group of like-minded people like Green Yodha, right? You come across together and then solve the solution. So that would be the way to look forward.
And I guess that is something we should all aim to be. You know, Green Yodha, everyone should be a Green Yodha.
Everyone should.
Only by a few buildings in the world which are data centers. That scenario is now happening in India as well. It happened in Singapore because that is the country which had got a big part of the data center of the whole APAC. The energy consumption and the resultant heat generation and the pollution increased so much that they had to put a moratorium on the data center construction in 2019. Which they took out just now, and even now they are saying a bubbling industry which data center was there, that now they can build only very small, and that also 100% powered by a green power only. So, and again, just to give you an idea that one data center building can consume a power which is equivalent to almost 30 to 40 commercial residential buildings. So it's a serious problems which need to be handled. Good part in India, whether it is Yota or anybody, is that we started late. While the mature markets now have got aging data centers, it's very difficult to undo something which is already done and only they can do for new data centers. In India, this industry started growing just in the last 7 or 8 years. We already has, as an industry, become 4 times bigger and possibly will become another 4 times bigger in the next 7 to 8 years. So in a way, as a late entrant, we have an advantage that we can adopt latest technologies, and we are aware about that. 2 things which need to be done in data centers: the type of power you are consuming and the amount of power you are consuming. In terms of type of power, instead of coal-based power which is available from the grid, can I actually have an open access contracts with green power producer, be it solar or wind or gas-based, and have a direct contract with them. Good part is that those frameworks from a regulation point of view are available in India. Today, even if I want to power on my data centers 100% green power, I can do that. Of course, nothing on the rooftop can sustain the demand of a data center because the amount is so big that you need to have 300 acres of land somewhere remotely, which is generating power to you, upload in the grid and then draw it from your data centers. So that is something which we are doing. That is what industry is doing, that either building our own dedicated captive solar power plant or a wind power plants, or taking it on a contract basis from the green power producers and powering your data center 100% on green power. That is one thing which the industry is doing. Second part is the amount of power you're using. 2 parts there. One is that the power which is going into the actual equipment. Data center is all about hardware equipment. A big part is controlled by the equipment manufacturer itself, the Intels and the AMDs of the world, because they have to make the efficient chips they have to make the chips, which possibly can be nowadays, we are saying, water can go up to the chip.
Sustel makes it possible to take control of the environmental footprint of your feed and animal production. Our intelligent platform and expert center allows you to make the invisible visible and to intuitively unlock the value of sustainability. Start measuring and implementing changes to reduce your environmental footprint, from feed to farm to fork. Contact us and learn how you can enhance environmental sustainability and profitability. If not us, who? If not now, when? We make it possible.
Or can the chips be immersed into water so that they don't generate heat? That is one part. So a big part of that we generate less heat and accordingly generate less power, consume less power is in the hands of the equipment manufacturers. But the bigger part which data centers can do is, can I consume lesser power in cooling the data center? And that is where our term, what we call as the power usage efficiency. For every 1 unit of power which I use for my hardware equipment, how much extra power I'm using to cool that equipment. So there are technologies, and I think Schneider is at the forefront of providing many of those technologies. Can I use efficient chillers? Can I operate my data centers at a higher temperature, let's say 25 degrees C, instead of operating at 20 or 22 degrees C? Can I do containment so that there's no mixing of hot air and cold air? As I said, can I take liquid up to the chip level in the server instead of only cooling it by air, and liquid is only happening at the chiller level? So there are many, I would say, technology interventions, which I think Deepak was also talking about, which Yotta has done, which I would say majority of the players in India are doing to reduce the amount of power we are consuming and the type of power we are consuming, making it more and more green.
All right, we'll come back to you again in a short while from now to know more about what Yotta is doing in terms of reducing emissions. But Anshuman, if I were to come to you, and I'll put this question to Mr. Khattar as well. Anshuman, beginning with you, when it comes to buildings and construction, what are some of the steps that lead to the highest amount of emissions?
First of all, I just want to mention what Deepak said. We are number 5 globally as a country, contributing to whatever global warming or climate change. This is when what we expect, so much development and urbanization. So we're expecting 150 to 200 million square feet of office space to be built in next 3 years. 90 million square feet of warehousing would come in next 3 years. Millions of square feet of housing, retail, healthcare, and the entire urbanization where maybe more than 100 million people will shift from rural to urban areas. So for us to remain at number 5 itself will be an achievement. I'm sure we'll move up, unfortunately, that number which we should not. So huge amount of work has to be done. To your question, what is the contribution? I mean, obviously energy is the main contributor. And there was a stats you had put about 29%, I had a stat of 35%, is the contribution of buildings and construction in energy consumption and thing, which is, even if it is 30%, it's 1/3. So buildings and construction are major contributors and will play a major part. So to answer your question, your question is, what is the contribution, right?
What are the steps when it comes to construction of buildings? What
Sure.
are the steps that lead to the greatest amount of pollution?
Everything from, if you're constructing, there are materials, there's energy, there's water. Every step is a huge waste disposal, and whatever the construction residues are, what is happening. But of course, number one is, and like, he mentioned for a data center, it's not only electricity, it's also water. So and all of that consumption And the energy consumption is massive. We don't even imagine that in a normal office building or anything, the amount of electricity in air conditioning, in construction itself, when you're going through the whole construction process, the material management, it's massive, massive consumption, and it contributes to pollution.
Right. Mr. Khattar, coming to you, as Anshuman was pointing out, it's a complicated process. You've got an entire value chain. Now, when it comes to reducing emissions across your value chain, which are some of the low-hanging fruit and some of the difficult areas which are challenging for companies like yours to reduce emissions in the construction and building sector?
So I'll start with the challenges first. I think the biggest challenge is to be persevering and to be at it all the time. I think that's the biggest challenge. I think Deepak just mentioned that it's a strategy, but it has to percolate down to the bottom of the pyramid, and that's most important. In terms of what can be done to do, the biggest factor contributing to emissions is energy. And there is lots that can be done there. I think from a national point of view, moving to renewable energy is great, but I think we need tremendous levels of power reforms to be able to achieve what we are looking to do. It's energy on one side, it is water conservation on the other, it is waste management on the third. The other major contributor to it is transportation. And unless we move to either public transportation or electric movement transportation, we will continue to add to the emissions. Once these two are managed, at least from a point of view of the business that I am in, we are able to control more than 90% of the carbon emissions.
That's good to hear. And of course, some of the steps that you're talking about are being taken by the government in terms of electrifying transport. But there too, there are some challenges with regard to charging infrastructure and technology as well. But Mr. Jaipuriar, to get you in, you were telling us a short while back, and it's widely known that the Delhi airport is already carbon neutral. You're working towards going net zero by 2030. Give us a sense of how you have achieved your carbon neutral goals, and what are some of the next steps you would be taking in the next 5 to 10 years?
Thank you. So it's not only that we are we are looking for net zero, but in terms of all the green practices, I think we are leading across the world in terms of many of the practices. In fact, Delhi airport is rated as one of the highest, has got one of the highest accreditation with Airport Council International at 4.0 transition, and we were the second airport in the world to actually get it. And how we have done it is that we have embedded it into our day-to-day work. So if I can describe it in short, I can say there are 8 pillars on which basically our initiatives are standing. So first of all, you have to improve upon the efficiency of energy uses. And for that, whether it is changing everything into including the runway lights into more energy efficient lights, to working with airlines to provide them with taxi bot, which basically reduces their auxiliary power unit, and many other initiatives that we have worked on. Next is about putting it into the building itself. So all the infrastructure that we have developed in the past as well as we are developing now, we have got pre-certified green building. Like Terminal 1, which is getting completed right now, is already pre-certified green building platinum. So with T3 also being green building platinum, and this, so we have already embedded it. And that this is something which we have done the economics. If you look at the cost of a green building, it's possibly 5 to 7% higher than a normal cost. But we have measured that our energy efficiency improves by 13 to 15%, and it pays for itself in 15 years' time. So no infrastructure you are building for less than 15 years. So it pays for itself. So it makes great economic sense. Next is moving to renewable energy. So in fact, Delhi airport is one of the few airports across the world which has got 100% renewable energy. We have got close to 6% of energy which is solar energy and 94% is hydroelectric energy. We have invested in hydroelectric power generation and we have got a long-term PPA signed with them, and that is what is actually supplying us 100% green energy. Next, you have to work on operational efficiency, because while a scope 1, a scope 2, you can reduce by actually doing all these activities, but you have to work with airlines to make sure that even a scope 3 emission you are trying to reduce. So, for operational efficiency in an airport, the biggest thing is about turnaround of an aircraft. For turnaround of an aircraft, there are at least 15 different stakeholders who have to work together. And for all of them to work together, there has to be a collaborative mechanism. So there is a tool called Airport Collaborative Decision Making, where all the stakeholders involved are actually logged in and they can actually work in tandem to make sure that the efficiency is improved.
Right. So those are important points there, Mr. Jaipuriar, and I think that's a great example. A lot of things to think about for people who are starting off their companies, and even established businesses can emulate a lot. But Mr. Ashok Kumar, I'd like to get in the government experience here. The reason why I came to you after listening to all other industry members is to just understand what is the Prime Minister's larger vision when it comes to clean energy and government industry roadmap for achieving our global COP commitments. And the Ganga Conservation Mission, a very challenging and mammoth task. Give us a sense of the kind of challenges you have to overcome on a daily basis and the kind of collaboration you're looking from the industry on that.
Thank you. Actually, I was listening to the other panelists, many of them speaking on the electricity. But I would say the elephant in the room is water. Because we are taking water for granted, and all other things will survive only if there is water for people to drink. So water is very important. That's exactly why our Prime Minister had been stressing on water and water management for the last 8 years. So again, I'll go back to that data center, panelists on data center. They actually are as a new sector, and it is, India can leapfrog a lot of technology. But for us, it is an established practice because maximum water in India is used for agriculture purpose. And there's a traditional way of giving irrigation, flood irrigation, and inefficient use of water. And that practice has to be changed. So see here, the challenge in water in India sector is we have to actually overturn very many years of legacy practices, as well as make people understand the value of water. That's one of the major challenges. Now, that exactly is what the Honorable Prime Minister started when in 2014 he started with the Swachh Bharat mission, because water security has two important aspects, the quantity aspect as well as the quality aspect. Now, water quantity, see, the rain comes every year, the rain comes, and then that it has been constant for over the years. Last 100 years, rainfall pattern is the same. The intensity of rainfall is variable, but the quantity of rain which comes in every day, every year is the same. So, this good quantity of water which comes in can be spoiled by dirty water coming in. So, liters of good water can be spoiled by a few liters of dirty water. So that's why when we started the Swachh Bharat mission, it was actually to ensure that the toilets are provided to the people so that the open defecation is avoided, and that really prevented a lot of contamination coming into the drinking water sources. That's one major important. Second, realizing the importance of water, he came out with the Ministry of Jal Shakti to combine all the various ministries handling water together. So these are two major interventions. Now coming to the river Ganga. River Ganga is one of the most important rivers, not only of the world, but not only of the country, but of the world also. And there are many people who have a lot of astha with the river. So that's again another problem which we face, because there are a lot of established practices, beliefs associated with the river Ganga, and make that behavioral change in that is very important. Another point which we had a biggest problem in Ganga was the release of effluents by the municipalities, towns on the banks of rivers, and also the industries. They used to release the untreated water from the industries as well as from the sewage sector without any impunity to these rivers, and that was what's polluting the river. And being 2,500 kilometers long river, it is very difficult to start one point and we'll say that we'll clear this up and then take the next point. So we have to work out the entire sector. So the biggest challenge was getting the people understand that pollution, you have to be a part of the solution. And second, bringing in the capacity or improving the capacities of the officials and the parastatals which are on the banks on the rivers to see that the sewage which is generated in the cities are not directly released to the river, only released after proper treatment. And the biggest challenge was again from the industrialists, because industrialists always took water for granted. And they said that if I use the water and then I will release it to the river without treatment. So this changing the mindset of the people and making them feel responsible to ensure that the water is not polluted by them was one big challenge which we had overcome in a large way. And let me also inform you that in the last COP15 meeting at Montreal, Namami Gange project was recognized as one of the top 10 world restoration flagships. It's a big honor for us because the more than 200 projects which the UN assessed for halting the environmental degradation, reversing the environmental degradation, and with people's participation. These are the three major criteria for that. We have scored very high points in that, and that's why we were considered as one of the top 10. So this turnaround, which happened in the last 8 years, had been phenomenal, and we are hoping that it should be sustainable with people's participation, and slowly we are trying to bring in governance aspects, because water governance is very important, pricing of water, all these things. So as I said, the 1 point challenge, the biggest challenge we face is the people's attitude towards water. Now we should start respecting water, then probably a lot of solutions can be sorted.
Very important. We need to save our water, and everyone has to make sure that we work towards that goal as well. Deepak, coming to you, and I'd like to ask you about the use of digitization, Internet of Things, when it comes to operational efficiency and at the same time, energy efficiency and using sustainable means of manufacturing. How can companies achieve that?
Yeah, so again, very interesting, but I want to compliment also Mr. Jaipuria, what he said, that, you know, when we look at these solutions, IT, OT, and I will come to the answer later, that probably on the first instance, we're not looking for an excuse, right? He said, I may be spending 5% more, 10% more, but then the bigger impact comes later when you process efficiency. So, you know, the mindset has to change, because we just can't change the behavior of saying, I cannot do it because it is expensive. I cannot do it because it's not comfort me. I cannot buy an electric car because I don't have a charging station. Right? You need to overcome those thoughts. We have to. So again, thank you, Mr. Jaipuria, for reinforcing that. So coming back to the point of how the digitization helps. I mean, again, as I said, the technology do exist. And take any, for that matter, any installation, be a process plant. And first, sir, the water is as important as the air. We probably did little focus more on the air, but water is as good, and that's where the smart water projects do integrate into our sustainable and cities. So when we look at the need of the hour, if you talk about any infrastructure, be a process industry, be it a building industry, be it a transport industry, what do we have to ensure is what do we consume? Now, what you have to figure out is what you consume, is it measurable? And is it measurable, then how do you make it ensure that you are saving it, right? And this is basics. This you don't need. You drink milk at home, you drink air conditioning you run an air conditioner at home, you know how much you consume. And if you want to make savings, you know how much you want to save at what parameter in your daily life. That's exactly what we're talking about. So here we're talking about if I need to run a process a little bit better than I use today. So how do I do it, right? So here are technologies which will come, which can help us. And this good thing is, as I shared earlier, electricity in the existing form is the most cleanest vector for decarbonization. So this helps us to go that route. Now, when electricity gets topped up with intelligence, which is the IT and the OT world come together, there are the technologies here to do that work and does that automation or the integration of an intelligence where the electricity behaves either in a decentralized atmosphere or in a centralized architecture to ensure that we get the best output of the usage. See, the purest efficiency or the purest energy is what you save, because you did not spend $1 to create it. See, if you spend $1 to create 2 units and you save 1, that 1 actually came for free because you were earlier consuming it. So efficiency plays an important role as far as the journey to decarbonization is concerned. And then when you embed it on the top of it with the technologies of our digitization, which helps us to ensure a much better output. So we have real examples today in the industry where for a building to a process, we have saved energy efficiencies with the combination of both electrical and digital to a sustainability or to decarbonizing from 10% to 40%. So all these combinations will help us, will trigger us a solution to achieve those achievements for sustainability.
Right. You know, Deepak, one question that often comes up is that, yes, we're working towards our renewable energy goals, but when it comes to coal-based power, we cannot compromise on our industrial growth. Growth must come first, and we will take our time. We will work towards renewable energy, but at our own pace. We won't do what the West is wanting us to do. Sure. Mr. Khattar, how do we see that argument? Because all our panelists believe right now it is important to change the mindset. Let's see what's happening. We've seen terrible floods in Chennai some years ago. The entire city was flooded. What's happened in Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Mathura, very, very recently in Haryana in terms of heavy flooding. We're not immune from these situations. Climate change is very real. This crisis is staring us in the face every day. But when it comes to balancing our environmental needs with that of our progress, how do we strike a balance and how do we ensure growth?
So I go back to what I said earlier. It has to start from the top and it has to be persevering. I mean, to take from Mr. Ashok Kumar's thing, I'll explain what we did in the area of water conservation. Our journey started about 8 or 9 years ago. The first thing we did is to look at very, very efficient sewage treatment plants. The second was a very high level of rainwater harvesting. And then after that, building by building, floor by floor, we controlled the water intake, including educating people and the employees of tenants on the conservation of water at each stage. I mean, our teams went out and even started recycling the RO water which was getting discharged. And over these 8-9 years, now we have the US Green Business Council LEED Platinum Zero for water for 45 buildings, which is the highest number of buildings in the world. So I think it's not a question of just money. It's not a question of trying to do it overnight. It's a question of persevering, and it's a question of creating that mindset in the organization that these sustainability goals have to be met.
Right. Mr. Sunil Gupta was wanting to respond to you.
Yeah, and no, actually you raised this point of the balance between the needs of growth and sustainability. In case of a data center, I think it's not a need of a balance. It's actually both ways you are actually, benefited if you are green. I know I was speaking about 2 years during I think in between the first and second wave of COVID, there was a conference in US. And the data center operators across the world were there, and the whole debate was on the same topic, sustainability. How do you balance between the needs of growth, you need to have 24/7 uptime. You cannot, and you have to just keep on building data centers to meet the needs of digitization. So more and more power, more and more power. So if at that time you also need to consume green power, it means your cost of construction of data center will increase. So how do you do that? Or rather, cost of even running cost of power, green power, possibly will be increasing compared to a normal power. And I was possibly the only exception from India there who said that possibly I'm spending a little bit more in making my building green, but in India, with the rate of green power, even after all the overloadings on the top of that, the wheeling and all that thing, I net save about 15 to 20% compared to my normal sources of power. So even if I end up spending a little bit extra in making a green building, I am actually over a 5-year or a 10-year TCO, I end up saving also besides meeting the needs of my growth. So actually, in the case of data centers, with the amount of power we are consuming, we are no way compromising on our growth profile, which India need to grow by 4 or 5 times by adopting green. It is both ways we get benefited.
Right, something very similar to electric vehicles as well. The upfront cost may be much higher. If you can get a entry-level car for 8 lakhs these days, and cars have become very expensive, an entry-level electric vehicle would be for about 13 lakhs or so. But at the end of the day, instead of 4,000 or 5,000 rupees on petrol or diesel per month, you would be spending about 500 to 600 rupees, which is a very good thing in the long run. But coming back to you, Mr. Sharma, and I'd like to ask you about companies which are very focused on cutting costs, having having very high profits, and manufacturing at the best possible or the lowest possible price. Now that is always a concern for every business. But the way things are changing globally, look at what's happening in Europe with the carbon border adjustment mechanism, in the United States and other nations with environmental regulations. Can our exports tomorrow be competitive if we don't work towards a safer, healthier environment and make sure we focus on that across businesses?
I don't know. I have to answer this. The answer would be very no. You know, you just can't survive in a world which is going to be more tougher to survive. So you have to actually, I would say, different. You should be the first movers to get the easy access to those markets, right? Now, as I said earlier, if I'm working on pure export market, be it a product, be an architecture, or be a car built in the country, there were a lot of debates about food built in India, manufactured in India for the European markets. So it has to be driven in a way that it qualifies and rates those standards. And we should not be waiting for them. I mean, we probably are much more ready to drive the change. As I said, we are building now. We don't have to correct it. So if I build it the right way, and it starts from the whole life cycle of the product. See, when you build a product, you're not seeing what I do in the factory, where the raw material got originated, how the raw material was processed, how the raw material moved to your factory, how did you process it, how did you store it, how did it move it. If I can prove the whole value chain and prove to the world that the others have not done it and we done it right, it automatically opens the door faster. And then when we talk about, Mr. Khattar was talking about the technologies, you know, when you build a smart green building, if you find a product, you know, it's like plug and play. I buy this instrument, I plug it into my building, and my building automatically gets additional 10 points of accreditation from a green perspective. You don't have to spend more. It's not about spending those few pennies at the installation. It's all about how faster you get the readiness to tomorrow. So for me, it's an opportunity, and I think we as a country can do it faster because the knowledge in a lot of other companies globally, the knowledge center is in the country. While we do a lot of processing around in the big world, but the knowledge is here. Okay. So we need to figure out those knowledges. Like for Schneider Electric, we have 6,000 of software experts in this country, which serves the country and the world. So I don't think we are behind anyone. We just need to fix those basics and build the full ecosystem and actually take a step to be the first movers into that industry.
Right. I'm going to take one final remark from Mr. Jaipuriar and then take very quick, rapid-fire closing remarks from all our panelists. But Mr. Jaipuriar, recently you launched the Eastern Cross Taxiway. Give us a sense of how's that experience been so far. We're also talking about having sustainable aviation fuel, SAF as well. How important is that for the Indian aviation industry?
Okay, in terms of having Eastern Coast Taxiway, actually it was to improve the efficiency of airport operation. As I was talking about earlier, that you need to improve the efficiency for the aircraft movement, work with the airlines to actually make it more sustainable. So with this taxiway, we are able to reduce the taxiing time by close to 9 minutes, which in terms of carbon, if I convert it into an annualized basis, is about 55,000 tons of carbon saving. Because every minute that the aircraft is taxiing less, that much of less of his auxiliary power unit is actually working. It has been a phenomenal experience. It is also a fantastic sight for people who are actually passing on the road below, and there are a lot of opportunities for them to take a photograph. But most important is that it's actually adding to our overall carbon neutrality. Next is sustainable aviation fuel. That is something which is the future. In fact, GMR Group has already signed with ADP and some of the other firms, and we are working on sustainable aviation fuel.
Take 25.
ओए रंग उड़ गया।
कोई दाग तो लगातार रंग ते उड़ेगा ही ना।
चौंक गया हीरो। हाँ। आ गया नवा टाइड लिक्विड जो मशीन में ही दाग के छक्के छुड़ाए
बिना रंग उड़ाए।
There are some work that has already gone in, because in terms of what is the kind of biomass that will go into sustainable aviation fuel, we have a lot of cases of this crop burning. So in fact, it has come out in the study that that could be the biggest source of possibly producing SAF for future. And what we are seeing is that for that we will have to facilitate that from the airport point of view in terms of having possibly a storage and a distribution system. So that is why we have tied up with the aircraft producer, the likely SAF producer, as well as some of the scientists to work on this project.
All right, thank you for those remarks. Now, quick closing remarks from all our panelists, starting with Anshuman. Anshuman, leave us with one thought that the construction industry, the real estate industry must do in the next 5 years when it comes to sustainability.
One thought is one's too small, but very quickly, I think first change in mindset, creating awareness. I like this term I came through just recently, which says when you're building, be based on biomimicry, which is mimicking nature, biophilia, which is aligned to nature, principles. So if you build, you optimize resources, be it energy, water, use minimal material, do assessments of be it GRISB or like Mr. Khattar mentioned, platinum rating, ESG assessments, use technology. But really, the main thing is to change the mindset. And the good part is why I'm optimistic is the occupiers, the corporates are demanding it. The younger people now are demanding that they need to do the right thing. So besides regulation, on the demand side is what will change this industry.
All right, Mr. Khattar, one thing that DLF would like to do on sustainability, on the environment in the next 5 years.
So I think we will, in the next 5 years, move towards 90% plus renewable energy usage and carbon neutrality over this period.
Right. Mr. Gupta. One commitment.
India will need to keep on building data centers for next 9 to 10 years with all the digitizations we are already having in our lives and the digitization which is about to come thanks to AI and AI-driven tools. So growth has to be there. How do we make it sustainable? Number one, for data centers, we use 100% green power, which is absolutely doable technically and also from regulations point of view in India today. Second, we reduce the amount of cooling which data centers need because that is a very, very large component. Again, there are technology available which can reduce the amount of cooling. There are operating practices and standards which need to be adopted to reduce the amount of cooling in data centers. Third, the type of hardware we are using in data centers, a lot of things are being done by the hardware manufacturers to actually make them efficient, so that again, the amount of power being consumed by the IT equipment also reduces. And fourth, something which we ignore, I think sir mentioned about water. Beyond power consumption, there are much more to data centers. Today in India, we are no more building small buildings, we are making campuses. So what type of waste treatment we are doing?
Right.
How we are doing rainwater harvesting? Can we use the rejected heat to plow it back for some useful purposes? These are the things which are gradually becoming more important. So yes, data centers, we are maniac about uptimes, but yes, increasingly this thought of energy efficiency, sustainability by these means is coming in.
All right. Sir, if I were to ask you, key priorities for the Namami Gange mission for the next 5 years, what is the next goal that you would be working towards?
Again, I'll go back to the water sector again because that's more closer to me. I will strongly advocate behavior change with 5R principles: the reduce, reuse, recycle, rejuvenate, and respect water, with the focus on circularity of economy. Then probably we'll be able to mix both growth as well as sustainability, because you're asking about growth and sustainability. Both can go hand in hand together if the circularity is brought in. Thank you.
Right. That's a very important point. Final thoughts, sir?
Yeah, so commitment from our side is that we will always be ahead of the curve in terms of the airport sector in sustainability. So our commitment for this year is that by the end of the year, we will be water positive, because we already have got enough of rainwater harvesting pits, and there are 300 more which are coming. So with that, we are going to be 108% of water. And by 2030, a net zero carbon airport.
Right. And Mr. Sharma, one commitment from you, very in a brief 10 to 15 seconds.
So I'll make two. First, we want to expand this Green Yodha initiative. We want all of us to come and pledge something for the bigger cause, because we believe this is going to be solvable when all the ecosystem awakes. From a personal corporate perspective, we have already committed to be a carbon neutral operations by 25. We are working on a plan with our top 1,000 suppliers to decarbonize them, 50% of their operations by 25. 60 of them are global suppliers in India. And of course, we have made a pledge to be carbon neutral company by 2040. So that's the pledge we have taken.
Right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this panel discussion. Lots to think about. And thank you very much, everyone in the audience. And please stay glued to your seats. There's lots more coming up over here at this event. And I'll hand it back to Swati.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Parikshit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a very special address on leveraging technology to achieve energy efficiency. Well, as energy consumption continues to rise, there is a pressing need for applying more efficient approaches to make smart decisions for optimizing processes and reducing costs. With the right technological tools, organizations can achieve better productivity and enhance their company's performance while also receiving impressive cost savings. And so, to elucidate further on how companies can leverage technology in their ESG strategy to boost overall energy efficiency, I now welcome on stage Vibha Dhawan, Director General, TERI. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Thank you and good evening to all of you. So much has been said about the need for going green and net zero and so on. So it's really difficult for me now. The script which I got with me, I thought everything was talked about. So I really have to speak without it and rather what I feel are coming from the heart. Well, it goes without saying that sustainability is the mantra if the human race wants to survive on this planet. With so many negatives during the COVID time, one thing it has taught us that perhaps the nature will do much better without the human race. When we were sitting at home, we could hear birds. The rivers they got clean on their own. There was no air pollution. And it was much better world. We have also seen how much do we require. In terms of clothing, in terms of eating, our lives became so simple, and I think we were doing much better except for the fear that we can catch COVID any day, and of course, losing many of our dear and near ones. Now, if we look back, how perhaps our parents and grandparents were living. It was simple life. Sustainability, word was never used, but it was always practiced. What we are today talking about waste, that was never the case. We are wasting material today, and then we are saying we need circular economy. We were practicing all the time. We were not wasting. It's in between that we started following the West, and maybe it became more fashionable that if I can afford it, why shouldn't I get into the consumerism kind of attitude? It was, and really speaking, if someone was trying to recycle, perhaps we looked down on that person, and we will say how miser he is. He can afford, but still he's living this kind of life. And the results are in front of us. Like when I come from Terry, and way back in 1997, some of you might be aware that Terry, when everyone was talking of 50 years of India's independence, Terry brought out a report in which was, I'm very proud to say, the entire study was through corporate sector. So they gave us data, they gave us money, and we compiled a report which was called Green India 2047. And what we talked about, that yes, development has to take place, but the way in which we are developing is not going to be sustainable. And we brought out scenarios that if business as usual, if we continue on the same path, what is going to be India in 2047? So clearly brought about it's not going to be sustainable. The other thing which I find today, and it was also listed especially for the buildings, that the moment we talk of greening, whether it is for the industry, whether it is for the buildings, at the back of our mind, without even listening to it, we always say it's going to be expensive. We really don't look into that. Of course, your capex is going to be higher, you're going to invest more, but there is a payback period. The other thing is that we work in silos. Today, the Ministry of MOEF, they work independent of Ministry of Health. We only look at that come November and the pollution level in Delhi goes up, we only listen to, or in the news also, it is only you talk about the air quality. You are not bringing to the notice of even the policymakers how many people are suffering from the respiratory diseases, even heart attacks. Many of you, because in my own family, both my daughter and daughter-in-law, their heart rate started fluctuating. And then when we went to the doctor, he said it's very common, and we were quite surprised that it only happens during few months. And when I went to the pulmonologist, he simply said it's very common, and it's because of the air pollution. Now, this is something we are not talking about, the health burden, because of the increased emissions. And that is how, even in terms of making investments, we are going wrong. We are talking about agriculture, burning of agriculture residue. Why has it happened? Again, largely because some of you will say it wasn't the case perhaps 15 years back. So what has happened? We are still following wheat, rice pattern of sowing crops. So what has gone wrong? And it's again a clear-cut case because for rice, we use so much of water. You have to raise nursery in standing water. And of course, Punjab is not the right place. Haryana and Punjab are not the right place for growing rice, but we grow it. And largely because, and I'll just tell you the reasons. Let's not blame the poor farmer. He'll sell for which he will get the returns. And what will sell easily? And therefore, it is wheat and rice for which he is able to get the right price. Distorted water pricing. The agriculture has become a political and very sensitive subject, and I'll say that you also have to fight. On one end, you want food to be produced, and food which should be affordable to larger, or to everyone. So that's your responsibility, and with the result, electricity for agriculture purposes is either free or subsidized to a great extent. So therefore, it is not the actual price of water. And what is happening, water is free, because we always say, first of all, there are no geographical boundaries, and therefore, any amount of water can be extracted. It doesn't belong to Punjab, it doesn't belong to Haryana. Electricity, you are not charging for, and therefore, the water table in those areas are going down. We are very happy reading the figures, how much of rice is exported, but it is virtual export of water, which we are not sensitive today. And in the panel, when I was discussing about, when the point of water was raised, and I always say, you can still create energy, but you can never create water. So it is far sensitive subject than even energy, because energy, you are looking at hydrogen, you are looking at renewables, and fossil fuel, even if it ends one day, we'll have other solutions. But I'm sure without water, we can't live even for a day. And clean water. Of course, time and again, government has made number of plans, but at the same time, as citizens, we have also failed. Many of you are staying in Haryana, and there is a government regulation that you have to have water harvesting and you have to put a pipe. And I remember when we were building our house over there, so the builder told us, we'll have to put 6 feet pipe. I said, what for? And he said, for water harvesting. And I said, 6 feet? So he said, koi nahi aake dekhta hai. So government completion, at the stage of completion certificate, you will have to show, and that will be done. So therefore, somewhere we are not responsible. Haryana requires water harvesting, but then as stakeholders, we don't feel that we need to invest, so which is very essential. Let's look at the use of RO water. Do we really need it? And it's again something which all of us are neglecting. RO is removing all minerals, and thereafter we take mineral supplements. So you're removing it from water, you're wasting 80% of the water, only 20% is what will come to you, but you are not sensitive towards it. So somewhere I feel we are, first of all, perhaps not aware, and second is we are not sensitive. And when we are talking of Green Yodha, Yodha is someone who is fighting for everything, and he or she keeps her eyes and ears open. Now, I'm sure half of you are feeling uncomfortable because it's too cold in this room. Do we require this kind of temperature? Isn't it? It's an energy guzzler. But none of us will even raise an eyebrow over it that shouldn't the temperature be in the range of 20 and not 18. And that happens even at our house. You look at the kids, they prefer to sleep with a blanket even in the month of June with their AC on at 18 degrees. You ask these kids, what is climate change? And they all know about it, fortunately. And it's largely because what was predicted by IPCC reports, the real impact of climate change is much uglier than that. So therefore, everyone today is aware of it. You ask them the other question, who is responsible, or is my generation responsible? Perhaps 95% of them will say, yes, it is your generation. Okay, our generation is responsible. Who in our generation? Industrialized countries. Is it right to blame the industrialized countries? Isn't it each one of us are enjoying the fruits of industrialization. And really speaking, they have done their best. Whatever technologies were available, they have used those technologies and they have come up with the solutions to provide to us. Now, in terms of solutions, I'll put it this way, and one of the slides had also shown that we do have technologies available to us. I'll beg to differ with you. And the reason for that is many-folds. Now, first of all, when we talk of the technologies, they are available perhaps for the larger industries. What will we do with our small and medium enterprises, which constitute almost 60% of the production? And unless you bring them, you give them the clean technologies, you are going to miss the bus. India can never achieve its target of getting net zero. Very rightly, of course, our Prime Minister had made a number of commitments, which are great, because at least we are talking in terms of policies, that what we are talking today as voluntary perhaps will become mandatory in years to come. And there is a clear signal for industry also that they have to go green. Industries are trying their level best. I must compliment them. They are coming forward. They are advancing their own targets in terms of going net zero. But at the same time, let's also look at how much can they do without any grant or any money coming to them. Going green, I again repeat, it is perhaps not expensive if you calculate over 5 to 10 years period. But it is definitely expensive when we talk in terms of putting the infrastructure. Where is the capex going to come from? As countries, different countries have different interest rates. So someone setting up in United States perhaps will end up paying 2% interest rate. In India, we'll pay 8%. You go to Africa, you may end up paying 20% on the borrowing that you will bring. Where is the risk-free borrowing available? It's not available for many countries like India. The new technologies, they are risky. Let's look into, like technology, you talk about solar. What was the rate a few years back of putting solar panels and generating solar energy? So if you have invested in technologies, then are you sure you will be able to sell the energy at the rate you will be able to produce it? So it becomes dicey. Today we are talking lots about electric vehicles. Do we have adequate green energy? Because if you generate electricity from coal, perhaps it doesn't qualify to be called green. So there are so many things that we need to solve. So we need to have capex available, and that is where I say that developed part of the world also has certain responsibility in terms of one is not asking for money, but one is definitely asking that give soft loans if you want to survive on this planet. Let's not forget, no one can go to a different planet. We all have to live here only. So that's one message. The other is technology readiness. And over there, I would like to say that yes, we do have technologies, but perhaps not suitable for small and medium enterprises. And that's where let's look into co-development of the technologies. Perhaps those small and medium enterprises, they don't need that level of sophistication either, and therefore the cost of technology is also going to be lower than the technologies today. Let's move away from the era of IPR. Let companies save money and pay you as license fee rather than asking for tech transfer fee on day one. So that's another hurdle which I feel. And the most important one I always feel is the mindset. We all feel, what difference will it make if I change? We all have to realize each one of us gets impacted due to the emissions, climate change, and so on. and each one of us is contributing to it. And that's where I feel this mission life is extremely important, and the kind of dashboards they are coming forward with, because at the end of the day, you should know, what have I saved? And each one of us should also realize that we are adding to carbon emissions. And of course, there is something called, there is also like on one side we say, don't consume so much, and on the other side, the growth engine of that is that you have to increase your productivity. So there is also a dilemma, but at the same time, let's talk about that whatever we consume should be produced as green as possible. I'll come to one last point, and I would like to talk about the green buildings, because what we are talking about, that India still has to develop 2/3 of its infrastructure. And as rightly mentioned in the panel also, we are very fortunate that we don't have to break and build, rather it is we have to construct new. So therefore, perhaps in years to come, and I think already we are, you see the development in NCR and all the airports in the country, they are great. They are much better in every aspect compared to an airport in Europe or United States. So therefore, we have perhaps an opportunity to show to the world that you can be green and you can still be very comfortable. I'd like to invite you, all of you, to one of the TERI buildings. It's called Retreat, which is on resource efficiency. And the rooms over there, it's a training complex, they are not air conditioned. And believe me, even in the month of June, you can sleep very comfortably. And when you'll get up in the morning, you'll feel as fresh as you have actually slept, and you're absolutely fresh. So those knowledge is available within the country. And many of you might be aware that TERI is very active. We are working on sustainable habitats. And that is where we are also, we have GREHA accreditation system. So we started with the building design. Depending on the design of the building, and you can reduce as much as 40 to 45% of your energy requirements. It's also to be integrated. It should be zero waste generation. There are technologies available, like we have one technology called TEDx, and within 5 hours, you can treat the water. And it is at least good for horticultural purposes. We are not advocating for agriculture, because some of the wastewaters will also contain heavy metals and so on. But then, rather than polluting the rivers, you give the solution that you can treat water at an affordable price. And the reason, again, I'll come back to faulty pricing of water, because even if your recycled water costs you 2 rupees, there are no buyers, because extraction cost is next to zero kind. So therefore, there is no value. People don't want to recycle water. But perhaps the new norms, when you talk about zero waste generation, that is where also because of the higher volumes and technology improvement, those rates will come down, and at the same time, you will have a sort of that you are recycling and using it there itself, water. So in green building, and again, the government regulations, they are in that direction. One is moving in that particular direction, whether you look at the energy efficiency bill, you look at the new forest conservation bill, and I always say there is no word as waste. It is wasted. What we are talking about today when we are talking about biomass, and technologies are available. We are talking about biofuels. And you can generate biofuel, like every organism has some component of lipid. And that lipid part is the one which is fuel, which is the fat content. So you can actually get it from anywhere. You have marine water in plenty, seawater. If you can grow algae in it, first of all, you're fixing carbon dioxide. You're getting biomass. Part of that biomass, you use lipid. And remaining, there are so many products, including bioplastic. So if we all sit down together and look into what can be done, we can find solutions. And I'd like to give one last example, and that is, again, that there is awareness and one is moving in that direction. Like there is one, Terry has established with Ministry of Ports and Shipping, National Center of Excellence on Green Ports and Shipping. And it's not what India is doing. You also have to look into what are going to be the regulations in other countries. The carbon tax, rightly mentioned, will we be competitive if we continue on this path? You really have to look into it, and therefore, it is not just the fuel, it's not just the efficiency of the engine, it is not how you have constructed the ship, it's everything, how even the wastewater is generated. When the ship reaches, do you ensure just time arrival? How much of energy saving is there? How do you unload that? How much time should it take? When the trucks come, how green they are? What are the problems? Because sometimes you cannot even use LEDs because of the air pollution in those areas and so on. So you really have to look in totality, and I'm sure one will find the answers. And the best part is there is awareness. We also have to realize that, yes, first of all, let's not give pat at our backs saying that in India per capita emission is very low. I can assure you, each one of us sitting in this room, our emissions are as high as that of an American. It is largely because the energy excess to many of our fellow citizens in this country is not there. As the economic development will take place, the first thing everyone starts spending on is energy. So whether it is buying a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, whatever they can afford, so that expenditure is going to go up. We can't move from coal at the moment, but really speaking, we need to make plans that we will go green as much as possible. And then it is something like energy efficiency, and we are inefficient, but of course it's a price-sensitive market. So while we are talking about that 5-star or rating by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we cannot force people to shift to 5-star all the time. If they have brought something today, and if 5-star is expensive, they may think twice. But let's also look into examples from LED bulbs and so on, how government ensured that it becomes a success. And the last point I'd like to say is sensitization. And that is, again, where I say that students at all levels, they must be taught about sustainability. They must be taught about that we cannot afford the way we are living today. And at the back of our mind, we should always keep, you and I perhaps can tolerate if there is a flood or any loss, but for poor people, it is loss of a generation, because they'll again become much poorer, and one more generation perhaps will miss going to school. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I'd request you to kindly stay back on stage. I'd also like to invite Parikshit back on stage, and all the speakers of the evening to please come on stage for a quick photo op. And Parikshit, could you also please present them with a token of appreciation? All the panelists, please, of the discussion on stage. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you, everyone. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap from all of us. We thank all the industry leaders who shared their valuable insights at this event and all our guests for joining us today. We request you all now to join us for dinner. Thank you.
Really needs to work towards providing more financial support to women entrepreneurs. We hear about a lot of schemes, but on ground, we know the reality. So I think that is the biggest support.
Access to capital, access to finance, well made. That point is well taken. Lisa, very quickly, the one thing.
Yeah, apart from government support, but I want to tell every one of us, let's buy a handloom sari every year.
Okay, everyone, make a commitment to buy a handloom sari, and that will go a long way. Tala, I'll end with you.
I think what we need to do is in our workspaces, I think we need to really actually indoctrinate the fact that women have issues, all of the issues. We put a lot of policies together, but implementation and execution, I think if we focused more on that than adding just policies, I think that would be really the key.
Policies need to be made for people. People should not have to customize themselves to policies. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our women achievers here, kick-starting Shri Shakti, Swayam Shakti, representing the many faces of India. We wish you the very best of luck, and thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon.
Weeknights at 7 p.m. The Last Hour. Anything can happen between the bells. But what happens during the last hour is what matters the most. The biggest market swings. A close-up look at what's driving them. And how the investors are reacting. Watch the most seasoned market mavens guide you through the most important hour of the trading day. NSE Closing Bell. At these times, only on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. A show that is unmatched.
We tell you stocks to watch out for and which sectors are impacted.
Thought-provoking.
In India, the allocation to equity is about 5 to 10%, which is not beating inflation. So investing aggressively can actually look at even beating inflation.
And will give you maximum value for your money.
It is a good time to look at debt funds as a category. There's no better time than this in that sense to lock in rates for the long term.
A masterclass with India's biggest market experts. Smart money at these times.
make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18. Now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
A Russian warship fired warning shots at this cargo ship in the southwestern Black Sea on Sunday as it made its way northwards. It was the first time Russia has fired on merchant shipping beyond Ukraine since it quit a landmark UN-brokered grain deal last month. The deal allowed Ukraine to export agricultural produce via the Black Sea. After leaving it, Moscow said it would view all ships heading to Ukrainian waters as potentially carrying weapons. Russia said in a statement, one of its patrol ships had fired automatic weapons on the Palau-flagged Shukru Okan after the ship's captain failed to respond to a request to halt for an inspection. Russia said the vessel was making its way towards the Ukrainian port of Izmail. Refinitiv shipping data showed the ship was currently near the coast of Bulgaria and heading towards the Romanian port of Sulina. Firing on a merchant vessel will ratchet up already acute concerns among ship owners, insurers, and commodity traders about the potential dangers of getting ensnared in the Black Sea. The Russian military boarded the vessel with the help of a helicopter, Russia's defense ministry said. After an inspection, the ship carried on its way. Reuters could not immediately reach the vessel or its owners for comment. Since Russia left the Black Sea grain deal, both Moscow...
All right, everybody, welcome to Monday. I am back in Tahoe just for a little summer jaunt to see the lake, take the girls out for a little rope course, maybe get on the lake on a boat or something, some hiking. They like to go to the beach, the pool, everything. How's your summer going, Sonny?
Summer's been good. You know, I'm in build mode. You know, it's the summer of AI. It's the summer of guests. It's all around. So this one's been pretty heavy on the work front this year, but that's good. It's sort of it's an important setup summer, I think, for a big fall and
setup
2024.
summer. Oh, yes. I was calling it I started the summer stress-free summer.
Oh no,
and then I got halfway in, and now it's the setup summer. I tried to have stress-free summer. It didn't work. But I am doing...
We had 3 years of that, 2020, 2021, 2022.
Those were not stress-free either. Those were gangbusters.
I know,
but yeah, they weren't depressing. And like licking your wounds and trying to fix everything in your portfolio. Yeah, I've been meeting with a lot of LPs, and that has been very instructive because now venture capital is kind of back to basics, back to square one, like back to, you know, just find a great company, invest in it, burn a low amount of money, get product market fit, be super focused, be super lean. It's a different world. And
it's the JCal sweet spot. It's the JCal sweet spot. Yeah.
It's kind of like exactly where I like to get, you know, when Carmelo Anthony would like to get that little 12-footer going, back you up. They turn around and just try to do that little floater. I kind of like, I got my spot on the floor and, you know, they're feeding me the ball constantly.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by Embroker's Startup Insurance Program helps startups secure the most important types of insurance at a lower cost and with less hassle. Save up to 20% off of traditional insurance today at embroker.com/twist. While you're there, get an extra 10% off using offer code TWIST. Lemon.io. Need to speed up your product development without draining your budget? Hire vetted engineers from Europe at lemon.io. Go to lemon.io/twist to get 15% off for the first 4 weeks. And 8 Sleep. Good sleep is the ultimate game changer. Now you can add the pod cover to any mattress. Go to 8sleep.com/twist to check out the pod cover and get $150 off at checkout.
And the thing that's most interesting is I'm getting a lot of great AI companies, and they could be dismissed as AI wrapper companies or ChatGPT wrapper companies, or, you know, pick your language model wrapper companies.
Yeah.
But what I'm finding is they're finding all kinds of pockets of where to add value in the wrapper. So, you know, there's a website or an app, a wrapper around an iPhone or a wrapper around AWS, I guess you could diminish it to that way. But I'm curious your thought on this debate in Silicon Valley, and if you can explain it from your own words, the AI wrapper debate.
Well, look, I'm going to lean into a company that you are famously known for angel investing in, Uber.
Oh, I was in that one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And one could argue back then, someone would say the location API on an iPhone through iOS, well, you're just building a wrapper around that.
Yes.
Right? But that was a very important API. That API has led us to have Uber, Instacart, DoorDash, a whole bunch of, services, with location kind of being at the core of it. But then they had to build a whole bunch of infrastructure beyond just the location API. But without it, you probably couldn't get off the ground. I view AI as the same thing. AI today is an API. It's a very powerful one. But if you're going to build a business, you need to build a lot of infrastructure, a lot of scaffolding around what's happening. And I think the companies that are focusing on that are going to get there. Now, obviously, Apple, benefited tremendously off of building the platform and off of building a place for developers to build off of. But many companies, and probably in aggregate, the value of those companies exceeds Apple's, or it's at least maybe close to it. And so I think when people go to that argument and say, "Oh, everything is just a wrapper," well, we can boil that down to almost all technologies that have scaled off of a good platform that got off the ground.
Yeah, I think it's very well said. And we had in our discussions here, you brought me a company called Venturous AI.
Yes.
Remember on episode 1774?
We did them. Yep.
I interviewed the Emmanuel. I like the product so much, I offered him a $25K investment live on the air. And now Venturous just accepted the $100,000 offer from the Launch Accelerator.
Oh, right.
So it's our first full circle demo as an investment. So I'll make sure that you get a little tasty poo. Figure out how to do a little carry share on that for you.
No, I'll just write a check.
Or you can write a check. Yeah.
I'll just write a check. But I'm good with that. Yeah.
That was the perfect example of a wrapper company, right? And you could dismiss these, but I can tell you, like, the level of detail they went into in doing a SWOT analysis, the Pastel analysis, all this stuff. They're getting traction amongst. And for folks who don't know, it's a very simple concept. I'll share it with you right now. Or you explain the concept while I pull up my screen.
Yeah, the concept is, if you have an idea, what it does is it takes your idea and it breaks down the basic types of analysis that you would do for any idea. Everything from SWOT, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, to Pestle. And, it gives you, here's the framework right here, exactly. And it can formulate a business plan for you, an MVP, unique selling points, and go-to-market motions. This is, look, for a long time, this is what you'd pay a consulting firm to do for you.
Yes.
Or you'd go get an MBA and you'd understand this through, obviously, some type of business school. And for many people, I think what this does is helps them understand, because a lot of people have ideas, and you and I have both seen that throughout our careers. Yep. But what people struggle with is, how do you take the idea and then start to test its viability, and which framework should I use for testing it? Now, some people will just go and build something and see that it works or fails in the market. But this allows you to do some higher level analysis before you get into the build phase, and maybe before you spend your money or energy on building something.
And this is, as we've discussed with generative AI, you may not want to make a healthcare decision on it right now, or a finance decision. Obviously, they can hallucinate. But when you think about just ideation, coming up with ideas, fancy word for coming up with ideas and developing them, brainstorming, another word for that, chewing the fat, jam session, this is just giving you so many jumping off points. So when you start doing these analyses, and the one I'm showing on the screen here, if you're watching, is for the venture capital school I'm thinking about starting. Like, I want to start a program to train people to be associates at venture firms and have them work at our venture firm as part of it. It really does do a great job of giving you some ideas. Some of them are obvious. Leverage social media to share success stories of alumni and showcase the expertise of faculty members. That's actually very succinctly said. If you were going to start a school, those would be two blocking and tackling things that you might forget. And you're like, oh, wow, we should move that up the list. Obviously, testimonials and the dossiers of our faculty members would be critical. So the other thing is, when you look at this, when I make investments in early stage companies, everybody asks me, like, how do you make your decisions? And one of them is product velocity. You can see here, they have updated their whole site since we talked to them a month ago or something. So they definitely are adding things like path to an MVP and unique selling point. I don't think we're part of the analysis. And here they're upselling you. Hey, you got to pay for this, right? So back to the wrapper companies, I think there's so many ways to add value to, some verticalized app, whether it's travel, whether it's business analysis, sales. You can add so much. Imagine taking each of these ideas and using it as a jumping off point and just having group discussions inside of this app, right? Like just being able to store them, people using these as jumping off points, right? Or moving them from a bullet point to a base camp, like a punch list, a project management platform, right? You can go from ideation to project management. Pretty interesting idea, right?
And I've used it a few times now, and a lot of people similar to you, Jake, how like reach out and have an idea or something like that. And I literally will just take what they sent me, put it inside the tool, and send it back to them. Said,
and now you're
think
a
about
genius
this.
advisor.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be very transparent. I say, look, like these are the things you need to think about, right? Then, and then I really think it's an incredible tool. I am excited we demoed them. I'm excited that they joined the accelerator, and writing a little check. That'll be nice too. Yeah.
All right. So the voices you're hearing: Jason Calacanis, angel investor; Sonny Madra, co-founder of Definitive Intelligence. They provide AI enhanced data analytics of public and private data, including autonomous data science agents. That means people going out on the internet and working on your behalf.
Not people.
So we like to do demos. Robots, bots. Agents, bots.
Agents,
Pick whatever term you like. Listen, I work with super early stage companies at launch, like literally year zero. They haven't even incorporated yet. And then we hit the Series A. People have thousands of dollars in MRR, and maybe they've only raised a couple of $100,000 before that Series A, and they don't have their insurance set up. And in fact, we recently had a great startup that didn't have D&O, and we had to really stop everything because they were having board meetings. They were making massive decisions. There were legal issues, and they didn't have the basic D&O insurance that protects directors and officers. So we sent them right to Embroker. Embroker is business insurance built specifically for startups. A single application will help your startup get 4 quotes for 4 lines of coverage in 15 minutes. Think about that. 4 quotes, 4 lines, 15 minutes. And they're going to connect you with one of their expert brokers for unmatched service that goes beyond your policy. We use it at launch. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's easy breezy. What more do I need to tell you? I use it. I love it. A lot of our startups use it. They love it. Try Embroker today with the code TWIST, and you'll get 10% off their startup package. Embroker.com/twist. That's EMBROKER.com/twist. And use the code TWIST for 10% off. Okay, let's get back to this amazing episode. So let's get into our demos. We always like to talk about demos, and you and I are on the chat thread, and we're constantly sharing things we find on the internet, people talking about stuff, generative AI. It's obviously moving quickly here. So what do you got for us this week?
Okay. So this is a build off of something that we've been continuing on a theme on, which is from transcription to subtitles. Mm-hmm. And you know what? After last week, I found this tool, which is called Clap. And what it does is you give it a link to a YouTube video. In this case, the free version is limited to under 30 minutes. So I found this clip from your session with Tim Ferriss.
Oh, cool.
And in this particular session, you were talking about wealth and happiness.
Yeah.
It's Tim Ferriss. I'm assuming the whole thing might have been a couple of hours because he doesn't do 7-minute podcasts.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour podcast.
Yeah. And I haven't listened to it, but now I've listened to this clip. And so I gave it the clip. And then what it does is it
What's the name of the service?
It's called clap.app. KLAP.app. Yeah.
Okay.
And what it's done is it's generated 9 TikTok style videos from that 7-minute clip.
Got it.
And those videos have all the standard subtitling and all that. But what I really like is it found a way to generate 9 videos, and it gave them all a virality score. And so the first one here has a virality score of 85 out of 100. And it explains that this video has a high virality potential because it touches on a relatable topic of redefining success beyond financial wealth, What a really interesting thing that it kind of pulled from that discussion, right? Yep. And then it sees your enthusiasm and passion for life, can resonate with viewers, and it gives a reason of why this thinks this is 85.
That's
and
pretty scary.
I mean, good. Why
if
is
I
it
asked
scary?
a video editor, like an offshore video editor, why this was a good viral clip, they wouldn't be able to say, right? In all likelihood.
Yeah. And this goes back to our theme, AI. Remember, Jay Cal, we were talking about last week and said 18 months, it'll be as good as humans and even better.
I mean, this is the crazy bet that you have made. In 18 months, we'll be sitting here in the new year, basically January 2025. You're claiming, Sandeep, that in January 1st, 2025, like it's going to be as good as a human to do these kind of tasks. That is a bold prediction, but I would have a hard time saying over under. I might say over by a little bit.
Yeah.
But it could be under by a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're not in orders of magnitude anymore. We're just within you're not saying 10 years away, right? So
No. It's not the 20-year. It used to always be when you made a prediction, hey, when will we have flying cars? You say 20 years because nobody remembers you made the bet.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it under 10, you might know
and you can see it's done all that. And then, as you scroll through, it shows different scores. See, this one is a 72 out of 100. This is a 72. This is a 70. And you can go 68. And so this, I'm just looking at number 6 out of them and says, well, why is this a 68? Well, this is moderate potential for virality. And it's the topic about finding fulfillment and doing what you love is relatable and can resonate with a wide audience, et cetera. And so, and it explains, however, the lack of visual elements and the length of video may limit its reach compared to, so it's kind of looking at like just the real nuances of what.
So they've trained it that the clip is too long and it's not visually exciting enough.
Yeah, because maybe in that one,
it would be cool if I could say add collateral and make it more.
Well, it's funny. That's exactly what Nick and I were talking about when we were just doing like our dry run here. We're like, that's the next phase where you're like, okay, well, make it better for me. Take this from a 68 and make this into a 100.
That's a standard collateral thing. Like what we did a video one time on our TikTok where I was talking about the movie The Founder. And it got a little bit of traffic. But then I said, can you remake that and put clips from the movie in it? Yeah. And then that one was the one that went viral.
Yeah. So look, this is just an evolution. And, I'm going to make another prediction. In less than 3 months, we'll find one that does what, both of you guys are saying, which is now it's taking a 7-minute thing, turning it into 10 clips and scoring them. I think in less than 3 months, we'll have one of these that'll not only take the clips, but it'll give it the boost of what's needed through an understanding of, either doing adding like in transitions and things like that in. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and if you fed it, which I'm guessing, well, what do you think the founders did there? Do you think they said, here are some heuristics we know, these are great rules. So, look at each video under, and in the prompt or something, they're saying, hey, examine the video for these qualities, visually appealing, quotes, whatever. Or do you think they said, these are trended videos from TikTok, infer what should come, in the next video. Because if it did, it'd be like, you should be a sorority girl dancing during Rush Week.
Dude, yeah. Those are pretty popular right now.
Unbelievable.
What I would say
they don't
is,
have a block on TikTok. Why don't they have a block on TikTok? Like, can I just say, no, none of this, just more food,
yeah,
more
they don't
bulldogs?
Yeah, exactly.
I need to just tell them, please, no more dancing sorority girls in my feed.
And it's like the group chats that get you, because someone will send you something in a group chat and you open it and then it's like in your algorithm, right?
Oh, right. Yes. If somebody sends you something, now you're tied to it forever.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
So that's like TikTok bombing. You could TikTok bomb somebody. If I sent you like, oh my God, these 5 TikToks are amazing. And I send you 5 TikToks about like people who like to dress like evil clowns. Yeah. And now I've like turned your TikTok into like evil clown talk.
Yeah.
The TikTok bomb. It's like, remember the Rickrolls? There's an equivalent here of Rickrolling.
Yeah. The TikTok.
So what do you think they did here? I think they just put in their heuristics, right?
I think so. It's very similar to like, Venturis, right? Where look, there is some set of frameworks that people understand, right? In their case around business, in this case around what it takes to make a viral TikTok. I think in building a startup, it's, built by 2 folks. I think it's like, look, they've started, and I think they have their names at the bottom. We can give them a quick shout out here. So it's built by, Theo and Victor here.
Oh, hey, Theo. Hey, Victor.
Yeah. And so look, my guess is that they haven't done the, deep training of like, here's a bunch of videos, figure out what happened, apply it. I think it's like they have some known, formats and things that they want it to talk about. Cause some of it's a little bit repetitive. You can see it say the same thing, but look, if you're going to build these things, this is where we started the conversation. A location API just gives you, where a person is, just a lat long, right? You've got to build a lot of infrastructure around to build a company, and you don't start out by building all the infrastructure. You kind of crawl, walk, run. So I would start in the same spot if I was them.
Yeah. And you can totally see that the people who are jumping in, figuring out how to do these verticals, which you could be cynical and say, if I had the right prompts and I had an unlimited amount of time, I could be on ChatGPT doing this myself, right?
Yeah.
But we all don't have unlimited time, and we all don't, sit there and obsess over it. So yes, you could theoretically build your own Airbnb, like make a message board software, and then, email all your friends and say, does anybody have a place or know somebody? I mean, yes, you could do all that work, or you could let Airbnb maintain it, right?
Yeah.
And build the network effects. Okay. What's next here?
Okay, so next is an interesting one. This is like one that is kind of near and dear in some ways, but I think it makes sort of the use of the technology easier here.
What is the name of this?
Oh, sorry. This one is called Kick Resume.
Kick Resume. Okay.
And these resume builders have been around for a while. Like that's not a new concept, but this one uses the power of AI in a couple of different ways. And so I kind of did and it can pull your stuff in from LinkedIn. I didn't want to have it do that because I just didn't want it to scrape my LinkedIn, but it has the ability to do it. And what I can do here is I can say, I'm going to add work experience. So I've just got for the folks listening, I have a resume UI on the right-hand side. And I have on the left-hand side where I can add. So I'm going to add work experience.
You have prompts over there, add a work experience, like a form.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to say, working at Twist, and I'm going to say I'm a podcast host, right?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm going to do and say, I don't know what to do because resumes are tough. And so I have this AI writer, and I can basically say generate content. And I say, well, for what? And I say podcast host and generate. And you can see here on the left, it starts to write the content, and on the right, it starts to put it into the resume and fill it in for me. And so, look. And it does this for all the different sections, like your skills and, and other areas.
It's an incredible starting point because it says here, listen, I collaborated with a team of producers, editors, and sound engineers to ensure seamless production and delivery of high quality podcast episodes, maintaining a strict release schedule and meeting all project deadlines. Who knows where ChatGPT or Claude or whatever they're using here got that information, but somebody apparently had put that on their resume. And so it scraped it and then put it into its language model, guess the next word, what's the most likely next word after collaborated with for people who are having podcast producer or podcast host. And here you have it. And it's a great way to start because you'd say, we didn't have really sound engineers. We just had editors. So collaborated with, and it wasn't really a team. It was a producer and an editor. So collaborated with, a senior producer, an editor, and you can just edit it from here. Yeah. But again, brainstorming with you and suggesting things that you might not have thought of and giving you great, perfect grammar and structure.
And look, this goes back to, can you do this in OpenAI? You can, but you're not going to get a full-on framework like the resume that's coming out of it, right? And you may not know the template you want to do it in around work experience and the tense and the voice, and this helps. Now, beyond that, it does some interesting things. It has this AI toolbox, which I'm just loading up here. So we'll give it a second. And what it'll do is it has it'll score your resume for you.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you, hey, you've got these repetitive verbs. Maybe you're doing it. It's got a
built. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drive,
exactly.
Results. You're using words that are overused. Yeah.
And look, it's got a checklist. Make sure you got your email address, last name, work experience. It's telling me I didn't put my phone number and I don't have an education section. It's giving me some benchmark scores in terms of word count, start dates, end dates, just a bunch of framework stuff, which, I thought was really cool. It then has a section that will help you prepare for a job interview.
Okay. So put in here, you want to be a
podcast producer.
Podcast producer, sure. Yeah.
I want
from podcast host to producer. Yeah. Right.
Right.
Can you tell us about your experience as CEO, co-founder, and how you contributed to the company's growth and success. So that was based on your first title on your resume.
My first one, yeah, exactly.
What strategies did you implement to increase market share and establish the company as a key player in the industry? How did you secure venture capital funding and utilize it to expand operations and accelerate product development? These are great questions. And yeah, this would be great. If you think about this, like a resume coach, to run you through an equivalent here would be hundreds to low thousands of dollars. Like, what does a resume coach / writer charge? $500, $1,000 probably?
Yeah, I never had to use one other than when I was in college when we used to do co-ops, and then our department our co-op department helped us with that stuff. But look, this is a real thing for folks. Like, people still expect resumes, and even if you're applying, maybe even to be a job at any level. And look, not a lot of people have access to these kind of tools, and they may not know what to do. And this going back to maybe we'll stick on that theme today. A lot of people may not know what to do in ChatGPT if you got access to it, even for free, and say how to have it help me with a resume. This puts a framework around it, and it makes it a lot more straightforward.
Great, awesome,
yeah. Really, and then you can download it, proofread it, and it's got this career coach section as well. All the basic stuff, yeah.
I mean, and when it gets more and more data, it's going to get better and better. So, it's right now they don't have, I think when they get 100 podcasting related people to build their resume in there, now they'll have a training set for podcasters. I mean, of course, they're probably scraping a ton of like resumes they're finding on, career sites or LinkedIn, and, building up data. But, that's going to be one of the interesting big debates. There was a company in Israel that sued LinkedIn and won, or LinkedIn sued them and the company won. That was just scraping, basic data off of LinkedIn's public profiles, and they wound up winning. So LinkedIn tried to stop them from taking that data. So now, of course, building a derivative product, I don't think you're going to win, but it was HiQ Labs that did that. You can look it up, HiQ Labs. Okay, listen, you got an idea for a tech startup. Great. You think you want to change the world. You think you got this. This is the one. Well, you've got that same problem that we all do. You don't have an engineer, or you don't have enough engineers to make this happen. And you need product velocity. You need to go fast. And how are you going to go fast? And how are you going to control your burn rate if you got no engineers? Well, what if you had a partner who could provide you with more than 1,000 on-demand developers? And those developers were all vetted, experienced, result-oriented, and passionate about startups and building great products. Well, what if they also charge competitive rates? Does this all sound too good to be true? I know it does. Well, then you need to head to lemon.io because your dreams have come true right now. Startups, choose lemon.io because they only offer hand-picked developers with 3 or more years of experience and ones that have strong portfolios. Only 1% of candidates who apply to work at lemon.io actually get accepted. And if anything goes wrong, Lemon will get you a replacement ASAP. A couple of great launch founders have worked with lemon.io, people in our portfolio, and they have had great experiences. So I want you to learn more at lemon.io/twist. And when you go there, you're going to find your perfect developer or an entire tech team. And you're going to do that in 48 hours or less. And Twist listeners get 15% off the first 4 weeks. I want you to stop burning money. I want you to hire developers smarter and faster. Visit lemon.io/twist and give it a shot.
Jacob, you have this like uncanny way, and this was like the demo coming up after the next one, but I'm going to jump forward.
Okay.
Because, the topic you're talking about is like, and I know you've been talking about this a lot for the, the team at Launch and Inside. So this is a new service called Browse AI. And what they do is they make it super easy for you to build a structured data extraction robot or a site monitoring robot. And this one, I'll just play their video because it's a little bit.
What do those words mean in English?
Sorry. Okay.
Extract structured data, monitor.
Yeah, if you wanted to scrape something from a site. And
so if there was a website like ESPN, and ESPN had a bunch of player profiles, and you say, you know what, I just want to get their last 5 games points scored.
Yeah.
There's no API to do that. Or I might not be a programmer.
Yeah.
I could use this tool to structure, take all the Knicks players and give me how many points they scored and then tweet it out.
Yeah, correct.
Or every 15 minutes, X out, tweet out, put a post to x.com. Okay, use the tweet. I'm going to still say tweet so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tweet to x.com that, how many points, Brunson or Steph Curry, right? You could have Steph Curry point scorer. Every time he scores a point, it tweets.
Yep.
You would be able to get the data through this and then put it in there. Got it.
So one is like, so they have two types of robots. One is like sort of like a one-time, like you just want to pull a bunch of data.
Okay.
And the second one is site monitoring changes, right? And so one is like, imagine you're trying to monitor a competitor's pricing and you're like, oh, I want to make sure if they set their pricing lower, I set my pricing lower. And this first one is more like, hey, I've got a research job and I've got to scrape 1,000 profiles and I need to put it into some kind of tool. And so what they do in this example, and I'm going to just quickly scroll through it. I won't play it because it's a 7-minute video. But the example that they do here is, and I'm assuming they must be Y Combinator funded. I didn't check, but they scrape the Y Combinator logged in site. So they even allow you to log into something and it scrapes the Y Combinator site. And the way it does it is, and this is like a fantastic use of AI, you basically install a plugin, and with that plugin, you kind of highlight the sections you want. You tell it what those sections mean on the page. So you can say like, this is the company name, this is the location, this is the description. And then basically it will, from that, create the scraper for you. And then ultimately that turns into like a list that exists on their site here, right? That has the location, the logo, the link, and everything else. And so it does what, you would typically ask a programmer to do if they're writing a crawler for you, and does it sort of by using a browser plugin and your own like human knowledge around it, and it automates it for you. And then it can dump it into, I think you'll see in here, they'll dump it into like a Google Sheet, right? They'll export it to a Google Sheet here.
Amazing.
And then here you go. So this is all that Y Combinator information from the logged in site of Y Combinator companies, and they've got all the different parameters here. So I know you've been talking about this a lot, needing this for research or needing this for a lot of different purposes. Now you have the ability to do this, pretty easily without any programming knowledge.
And how is it doing the AI? The AI is to figure out what the different columns are in your spreadsheet eventually?
Exactly. Like what they're doing, and look, like we should maybe have them on or something to talk about it in more detail. But like my guess is that when you install the browser plugin and you tell it the sections you want, underneath the hood, they're taking that and turning it into the grabbing those sections in code and saying, hey, the name lives here, this lives here. Then they're using that to then, like Code Interpreter, write a script that says, hey, I know that in these CSS elements, in these HTML elements, this is where the name is. So go and grab it from me by going to this URL.
Got it. And then how does it know where to go for the next one, and like do the crawling part?
That's the AI bit, right? That's like that when you show it 2 or 3, it knows, okay, it figures out the pattern. Like you've written some HTML back in the day, right? You'd see H1 and then it'd be sitting in a table and you just see it over again. That AI can kind of figure that out from that repetitive nature of it.
So there'll be, in a way, it's an intelligent crawler. So it's an AI crawler in addition to an AI data analysis tool. It's probably it's
not analysis. It's an extraction tool. It's not doing any analysis.
You would do your analysis in Code Interpreter.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you have it, So it's just extracting. Yeah, I think this is why you may have seen Twitter didn't allow people, or Facebook doesn't allow people who aren't logged in to see data. And this is the reason. These tools are getting so sophisticated.
Yes.
And then, if you're not, so they're going to require you to be logged in. So they can, if you load too many pages in too short a period of time, they can turn you off. And then the concept of an open web with data on it is kind of going away, which is in some ways is sad. Because if you leave all the pages open and you don't stop people, they can just fire up crawler after crawler with different IP addresses, and then just, over time have everything you.
And it's a tough balance, because in this case, like they'll allow you to log in. So they're doing it as a browser plugin. So they'll even allow you to log in and then let the browser run automated. So they'll work around like sort of some of the automated crawl issues. Now, I think by running it through a browser, it'll stop like it's not feasible to crawl all the tweets that have ever happened.
You're not going to load 10,000 pages.
Exactly.
But if you load 1,000, it probably won't care. And if you do it every 5 seconds, it won't care. But if you do it too fast, the website might have a trigger that says anybody loading over 10 pages.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anybody loading over 100 pages a minute is a spider.
Yeah.
So, throttle them.
Yeah. And I think like the flip side to that, because I know you're like the flip side is, like sometimes you're doing some work and you want a list of folks, right? And it is something like, look, I pay for LinkedIn, and LinkedIn's pretty expensive. Like,
hundreds of dollars a year, thousands of dollars a year.
Exactly.
Yeah, if I want to get a list of 100 podcast producers, why can't I do that? And they're like, well, you can do it. We just want to slow you down because you're a paying customer so that you load one page at a time. And it would be better if I could say, if I could do searches of up to 100 people at a time, and I could do this 100 times a year, so up to 10,000 people as a paid user, and I could export up to 10,000 records at a time, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But instead, people have to use tools like this. And the people who get the value are not the paying customers. The people who get the value are the people who are the most gray hat hackers who are able to do this kind of stuff. Whereas the people who actually have a valid business use, they don't. But yeah, that would be like a cool tool if your premium account let you, gave you the results instead of in the kind of, web page after web page results.
Yeah.
If it gave you actually a more of a table, which Crunchbase does. So yeah, I mean, that's my idea basically. Premium is you get some structured data as opposed to unstructured data.
Yeah.
If you're not paying, you get the web page with the data on it.
Everyone wants walled gardens, right? And that's the problem versus like, and if you're using it for business, it's challenging, but another great segue, Jay Kyle. You're on fire today. This is going to be a good week for you.
Quick segue.
Yeah. This is a new style of like Zoom info tool. Okay. So it's like lead research. So I don't know if you guys use Zoom info.
We have an investment in a company called Lead IQ. There's Zoom info. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like sort of an AI powered one. Mm-hmm. And what it does is like you give it like a name of a company and, like I'll give it one of our customers and then like it'll just find like similar companies related to it. Right. And so I find it's like really great. Like it's sort of, and if you don't know what you're looking for, you can ask the AI to help you and say, oh, like, find me companies in this particular industry, and it'll give you kind of ideas and names. And so the whole, it's like an AI lookalike finder, which I thought was like really neat because I think Zoom info is great and we use it. But like what we're seeing now is this enhancement in and around the search interface that exists, right?
Yeah.
And so this allows you to kind of leverage the power of AI for search. Related but unrelated, like we even saw this, and I think you had a back and forth with Elon on Twitter last week where someone was complaining about like search on X and he's like, yeah, we're going to make it better with AI. So we're just starting to see that happen in all industries where someone's like, let me make the AI, like, let me leverage the AI to make the search so much better on my product. And then that lets them get a chance to even just build a competitive product, right? And so, so if I go here and I write HR software and it'll basically come up with a list of companies that it believes, are good for HR software. And I'm off to the races for my lead gen work.
Fantastic. Yeah, that is definitely what people are looking for. And there's going to be, and then there's also write the email for me to contact this person or research this person, tell me more about, the targets at this company. So you can find people by sector. You can find people by, you can find people by a specific company, all of those different things. And this is what people use things like G2 or, other software, Capterra, different software rating websites. And they'll go to the software rating websites and say, hey, I've got a partnership with Zapier. Who's similar to Zapier? Oh, if this, then that, this other automation tool. Oh, I use Notion and Coda. What are other knowledge management, business process tools? Boom, here are the other ones. And so, it's very, very powerful, I think, to help find leads and then to get you in touch with the right person. And this is going to just lead to many more people contacting us to sell us SaaS software, which, to be honest, I'm there for it. I love SaaS software. I have been able to, I would say conservatively, I've been able to get 25% lift every year using SaaS software. And now with AI, I think it's going to get us to like 40, 50% lift every year. We just did an analysis inside our company, and I haven't really reviewed it yet, but I got it yesterday, where people talked about all the major tasks they do, and then how many times they have to do that a year, then how much time it takes to do each time, and then normalize that into minutes and hours. And, it's like, okay, sorting through the inbound companies takes us, each week, whatever it is, 400 companies, 5 minutes per company to sort them. Now that sounds like, okay, so that doesn't sound like a lot, but if 5 times 400 minutes is 2,000 minutes, 2,000 minutes to divide it by 60, it starts to be like, okay, that's a full-time job just doing that at least. And could you use AI to do that? Right. And the AI could sort it. Hey, these are we we have our own internal ways of sorting it. Like, is their product in market or not? So we already have some sort of sorting. But over time, we can look at the companies we've invested in that have been successful and then try to put it against this database. I think that's 2 years out, but I do think that that's why I'm building up this database of all these startups, is to start to get that knowledge.
Well, the other thing that's happening is in what you just talked about there, when you force your team to take processes that are loosely documented or maybe even heavily documented, but put them into like an AI framework, what you're doing is you're capturing and memorializing that and you're codifying it. And for many companies, a lot of times that knowledge get lost. So I don't know, for you, but if you have like a really great analyst and that analyst, most of it's documented, but there's a few steps that aren't, I think there's a real power for companies to move stuff into the AI world by documenting these processes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 100% correct. If you're forced to document everything you're doing or teach somebody else how to do it through the documentation, and this is the write first culture that did particularly well at Amazon, where people had to write like little 6-pagers, they call them. And there's a great book, Working Backwards, that explains the philosophy. And there's tons of short articles about it on the internet. But basically, if you have to write something down, you explain it to people. They'll even write the press release for a product they haven't launched, or they'll write the FAQ. And they'll have an internal FAQ, frequently asked questions, and an external one for customers or partners. And if you have to write those, you have to brainstorm. Hey, what are the questions people are going to ask me about this new product or service I'm making? Or if you're taking an internal process and doing an FAQ for it, you just, whatever the most common questions people have, which could come from a meeting or it could come from brainstorming or AI, you'll have documented it, which then means you could make an AI process out of it eventually.
And I think, that's starting to happen inside the enterprise, right? And that's, one of the things that we've seen on the enterprise side of things is the big consulting firms are making huge investments because they've had these eras, right? They had the client server era, they had the, migration to Linux era, the cloud era. And now, they're having this AI one. And in this particular one, the unlock is incredible and it's huge for them. So, yeah.
All right. This has been amazing. Well done. Tons of great demos that got us all thinking about how AI will impact our startups and the enterprise. Sandeep Madra, Definitive Intelligence, thank you so much. You can follow him on Twitter. He's at Sandeep. Are you Sunny or Sandeep? Sandeep. At Sandeep on Twitter. And in between these Monday episodes, he's talking about AI, and you'll get a little preview of probably what he's going to talk about here if you follow him on Twitter. Okay, next up on the pod, Igor from Tonebase. Tonebase is a subscription-based service that we invested in that has grown phenomenally over the years. And people pay to learn how to play classical guitar, or violin, etc. It's an incredible interview about getting true product market fit. Stick with us. If you want to get ahead in your career, then you got to be ready to fight every day. You got to grind it out day after day. This is obvious. You're listening to This Week in Startups. You're grinding right now. But if you're a workhorse, you need to get a good night's sleep. Period. Full stop. We all know that getting great sleep equals better performance the next day. Sleep is a secret weapon, and your secret weapon to getting great sleep is 8 Sleep. I love my 8 Sleep mattress. I use it every night. I got it in both houses because I want to be able to control my temperature, and I want to make sure I optimize my sleep. And you can do this with their new product, the Pod Cover by 8 Sleep. Fits on any bed, just like a fitted sheet. It's going to keep you cool all night, all the way down to 55 degrees Fahrenheit if you like, and it will improve your sleep by automatically adjusting the temperature on each side of the bed, and you get personalized sleep reports. If you're one of those quantified self people, you're going to love this feature. And when you get great sleep, you get great performance. And listen, everybody's been talking about it publicly on X.com. Vinod Khosla, Paul Graham, Zuck, myself, everybody's been talking about how great 8 Sleep is. Invest in the rest that you deserve by going to 8sleep.com/twist. They're going to give you $150 off the pod cover because you're friends with this podcast. That's EIGHTSLEEP.com/twist for $150 off the pod cover. And they're shipping not just in the US and Canada, but they got the UK and select countries in the EU and Australia. All right, welcome back to the program. Next up is Igor Lichtman. He is the CEO and co-founder of Tonebase. They provide online music education from expert instructors. How do I know this company? Well, they came to our Accelerator's 10th class back in 2018. The Launch Accelerator is just 7 companies. We introduced them to a couple of hundred investors and helped them with their pitch and how to think about scaling their business. And now they're doing millions in revenue. I won't say exactly how much, but they've got thousands and thousands of subscribers. And they teach you 4 instruments currently: classical guitar, piano, violin, and now cello. It's not cheap when compared to your Netflix, but it's not expensive when compared to hiring a music teacher. So think $50 a month, $300 a year, something to that effect. So Igor, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Jason. Excited to be here.
So when we met, you were trying to figure out product market fit. You had some videos up on a website, and online education was starting to become a thing. I am most interested in how you've been able to, I wouldn't say bootstrap the company, but you have been incredibly frugal or capital efficient, as we like to say internally. You've been incredibly capital efficient while getting product market fit. So the subscribers to Tonebase are very loyal. So maybe you could explain a little bit about what you've learned over the last 5 years in growing from, tens of thousands to millions in revenue, from dozens of subscribers to thousands. What have you learned about product market fit and how to scale a company so capital efficiently?
Yeah, obviously, there's so many things, we learned, but I think what it comes down to is to really narrowing down and focusing on that exact thing that you can prove that you solve for your customers. It's there's always a discrepancy between the ideas that we have and the missions and the visions and the big kind of idea for the future. But at the end of the day, we'll learn that ultimately, it's nothing new here. You probably heard this, and this is one of the things that you also recommend to your founders all the time. Focus on the customer, provide solution to the problems, and do more of that over time.
Yeah. And how have you been able to understand the customer needs? What are the tools and techniques that you've used and added to your toolkit over the years to really understand the users so then you can refine the products? And, because sometimes users tell you they want something, you build it, and then nobody uses it. So it's almost like, you ask them hey, if you ask somebody what we should add to the product, they might tell you a bunch of things that they have no interest in using. So now your user is just guessing and throwing ideas at you like in a brainstorming session, as opposed to, hey, we've studied their behavior and we talk to them and we know they want X, Y, and Z, and then they actually use it.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of tools, obviously everyone is using the same kind of if we're talking about data analytics, we're using all the heaps of the world and kind of in all that, and just to kind of understand. We're a video. The way we solve problems for our customers is through video content. It's live and it's pre-recorded. So this is kind of the canvas, the vessel, how we kind of package value and then give it to the customer. And I think it was through, just over time, just recording a lot of stuff and releasing it and just tracking, and then you see that some things get a lot of engagement, some things then don't get a lot of engagement. And then over months and quarters, so you kind of realize that, somehow it's always the same things that kind of tend to get a lot of engagement and a lot of use from our customers. And then so we kind of try to kind of narrow in and kind of really zero in on that type of videos and that type of content and really build things from there.
How much of the business has turned out to be live versus library? And this is something content creators always think about. We did a little experiment here with live shows. It was good. People liked it. Us talking about the news, but it seems like what they really wanted was founder guests, investor guests, really going deep on information as opposed to live. How do you look at the world? What have you discovered about live versus library?
Yeah, live is certainly a certain important aspect of the overall product experience. But I think it's just let's say 30 to 40% really. I think at the end of the day, it's content, because with content, with pre-recorded content, you just have so much more control over the final outcome. You can design the solution for that problem that you're trying to solve with that piece of content. Whereas with live, it's more like a point in time kind of situation. It also really heavily depends on the artist. It heavily depends on the format. We do use some of kind of the group workshops and kind of like webinars where people can like ask questions and sometimes, play something and present, and we bring instructors in. But at the end of the day, I think it really comes down to like content and really targeted content specific to people's problems.
Let's demo the product real quick.
What we're looking at here is the dashboard. I can like log in, and the majority of our customers are sort of like intermediate through advanced. So these are not people that just kind of like bought the guitar yesterday. They're a little bit more inexperienced and they know what they want. It's basically this is the content library. People can either learn a piece or develop their skills and knowledge, right? So let's assume, I want to learn the Moonlight Sonata. That's a piece by Beethoven. That's something that I want to play. Then I find this new course by Seymour Bernstein, who is a fabulous, wonderful musician. He's a 96-year-old man, great artist. Actually, Ethan Hawke made a documentary of him. And so here, I'll just drop down the volume a little bit. So basically, this is the format. This is this wonderful musician who spent his whole life, teaching and kind of like playing this music, walking the viewer through the pieces. We see here, we built a number of kind of like, custom tools to enhance the learning experience. We have the scores.
So I see you can download the workbook, download the edition. And so this is all a custom video player. So unlike YouTube, you can't have all this stuff on YouTube, and here you can have all this backup material, etc., built right into the video. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So this is built right into the video, and then obviously we have thousands of these videos. And and also, at the beginning of when the customer signs up, they're assigned a level based. They go through like an onboarding quiz, and we ask them a number of questions, to identify kind of like their playing proficiency. And then based on their playing proficiency, this is kind of like where we go from creating content. And it's been a relatively recent development, something we're very excited about. This question, how do we personalize the learning experience? How do we really make sure that each customer is paired with the right type of video? And so here we have from level 1 through level 12. And based on that level, people are recommended a number of courses, repertoire, skills, and knowledge. And so this is kind of like how the content consumption functions. And obviously, then we have the live events that are in various formats. Sometimes it's artists that come in and we interview them. Sometimes it's webinars, sometimes it's workshops, sometimes it's group settings. And then obviously there's a big aspect of the platform is the community, which is very important to a number of customers. It's really this ability to interact, with each other, but also, we have things like, community challenges, where we ask people to, like this, for instance, was just one unfinished business
Say what it
challenge.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we basically here we ask the people, so we give them a prompt and be like, hey, we all have these pieces that we kind of started, but they never really finished, right? So like,
got it.
Go in and here's your unfinished business challenge. And and people are participating.
Wow, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. They're uploading.
And so, typically when we invest in a startup, we look for great founders who understand their customers really well and just have product velocity. But, we really watch what investors say when they look at companies. And I think anytime you pick a niche, here, classical music or, music instruction for the higher end, people might say, hey, the TAM is too small. Talk to me about, what you actually think the TAM is for this product ultimately. Can this be, you've proven you can make millions of dollars a year. Can it be tens of millions, hundreds of millions? And how do you get there? And how do you explain that to investors who maybe, are skeptical?
I mean, so the way we think about this is really bottoms up, really. I mean, I think, we approach things from, this understanding that, if we are serving everyone who wants to finesse, improve their playing ability in an instrument, then I think there's no skepticism that there's a lot of people that, play instruments. The way it works for us is that like we see the overall TAM not so much expressed in the number of individuals who participate, who are basically part of that market. Let's say, obviously, the market for beginner guitarists, or the market for, I don't know, people who want to ride a bicycle. I don't know, it's obviously larger of people. But the way we kind of like qualify a market is less about the total size of that market, but by the market, the kind of like the value, how much people are willing to pay, right? I mean,
right.
I don't know, to make a very remote example, Palantir, they have like 150 customers, and they make a lot of revenue.
Yeah, and they typically have 3-letter acronyms. So they have large budgets, and here the equivalent is, you're not selling a $5 a month app. We're talking about a $50 a month app. These people are 10 times more committed, and probably even more than that, but I would say 100 times more committed than a casual person looking for music instruction. The teachers, I understand it's tough to make money as a musician, obviously, and a music teacher, tough to make money as a music teacher, really hard to find students. If I'm a music teacher and I live in Reno, I've got a population of 1 hour drive, and I might have to drive to them. So is remote music and these live seminars and stuff like that, is that just mind-blowing for the teachers in terms of the ability to make money? Or how does the model work in terms of their compensation? Are you helping them make a business out of this?
The way we work with instructors is both, I mean, on the pre-recorded side, it's a one-off production. They're fairly compensated. On the live side of things, no, they're also like they're vetted. They have to be invited. So for us, really, it's about controlling what we present to the customer. So we don't really focus on one-on-one, kind of like people can't really book one-on-one lessons with instructors. There's other players in that market. Personally, I don't necessarily believe this is a very viable business solution, kind of like taking a cut of a transaction that's small already, and the solution is a lesser version of the real thing, So this is where the control kind of comes in, and this is where the live aspect, the live kind of like portion of the product is an important add-on, but it remains an add-on, and kind of like I think.
And it does seem to build community. I saw when you were going through the community site, that's like a great way for people to meet each other. And it's hard. I mean, if you play cello or violin, those are more niche instruments. Those students probably don't get to interact with each other all that much. How many could there be if you lived in Reno? How many serious players are there? So the community aspect, does it drive revenue, or does it just keep it from help with retention?
It certainly helps with engagement and with retention. Yeah, I mean, I think we haven't found a very direct correlation between revenue and community engagement, but we certainly know that some of the most the power users, they are very, very active, and this is also where word of mouth happens. Where people talk to their friends and their colleagues and their students and the teachers, and so I think this is but it's hard to put to quantify the impact of the community on net revenue, if you will.
How do you think about scaling the business from here? There's the venture community that put pressure on you, I think, and the entire startup ecosystem during the boom days, 2019, 2020, 2021. Go faster, burn money, invest. And now we have austerity. And hey, can you hit profitability? How much runway do you have? How are you growing in a sustainable way? You've always taken the approach to grow sustainably. I get your updates. I'm like, hey, can we grow faster? What ideas do you have? Where is this all going? And you and I have always had this dialogue, and I've always respected that you are very committed to sustainable growth. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how investors, and they're looking at Tonebase, how we're pushing you to go faster, and then maybe now appreciating your methodical approach. Not that you're going slow, but you are going methodical.
Yeah. I mean, I think it just comes down rather to this, I'd rather build something really. I'd rather grow to 100 million in 10 years, than crash and burn in 3. And so I think that the investors such as yourself, who supported the business, they understand, that every company has its, every growth trajectory and every growth story is unique to each business, and sort of like shoehorning every business across the board into one, exponential viral, growth expectation may or may not harm to the longer term outcome of the business. The way we think about really scaling the business is that like the music community or the art community is really, it's fragmented by its definition. You see, like you have like, obviously, when we talk about music, we have different genres. Within different genres, we have different instruments. Within different instruments, we have different communities. See, and the way we think about this is that if we can build one replicable playbook, how we deliver a product experience that is unparalleled, whereas it's the 0 to 1 kind of, approach. We launched flutes, this month. Within a month, I think it's fair to say we're the market leader in that sort of
in flutes, yes. And this is the playbook, just like Travis or DoorDash. They went from city to city. You're going instrument to instrument. You've got the playbook. How do you get the first 100 flute players involved? How do you reach flute players? There's no database of that, or does search-based advertising work? Are there communities on Reddit or other message boards that you can kind of participate in authentically to get users?
My co-founder, Chris, that and that you met, who runs the marketing team, he's obviously the more qualified to answer the question. But obviously, the way we think about hype building is, it's a combination of content, it's a combination of targeting the target community, and basically building a lead list. We would run like tripwires, so we call them. It's like, hey, like give us your email and download a free practice tip for flutist, for instance, and then we built an email list of a couple thousand people, and then we obviously recruit really famous flutists ahead of the launch, who then share some of the trailers, ahead of time that we prepare. And then we get to those 100 flutist, and actually in the first day it was more than 100. But
I'm curious about people having profiles on the site. Do people have profiles on the site yet, and can they kind of start to feature their work? Because that was the other thing I always thought, as I see the activity in the message boards, I would think some people might want to say, hey, here's my profile, I'm tonebase.com/Jason, and hey, here's some of my guitar solos, and kind of making a profile. Have you thought about that? And then they could be public profiles where they share their passion for their instrument?
Yeah, this is where the community comes in. We're talking about UGC. This is where we encourage customers and users to share their progress, share their thoughts, share their ideas. If it comes to the pedagogical content that we then present, to the customer, this is where we kind of like have to be very selective. And this is where, usually this idea of like, UGC didn't really work out so far.
Oh, so no profiles yet?
No, not yet.
I think
got to be in control.
It's going to be very interesting if people could start to build profiles and share it. But I mean, what an incredibly beautiful product! All the product design, all the video work done in house. You set your own standards. You took your time with that, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of the videos.
Well, there's how well produced the videos are, and then there's how great the UX is on the site. I'm curious just what you learned there, what your philosophy is there of production inside the video, and then the wrapper, the UX on the website, how much you've invested there in terms of your cycles and time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, building out our own studio in Pasadena. We're building out a second now in Europe, and we have a third one on the East Coast. That was crucial, to really controlling the output, controlling the costs, and controlling the visuals. And this is, our head of production, Sean Mulholland. He's done an amazing job, really, to really kind of control and really shape the visual identity of the content. Because this is also something, that a lot of customers are kind of responding to really positively. If we are charging $50 per month or $300 per year, that screams premium product. And if we are a premium product, we have to deliver this premium experience. So if somebody opens the 100%. Video, they're like, oh, wow, like this is where this UGC thing kind of like, it's a little bit difficult.
Janky. Yeah.
Janky.
I understand. It's janky. I mean, let's be honest. I feel like you're a niche version of Masterclass, where Masterclass, you can, I'm sure, Yo-Yo Ma or somebody's on Masterclass doing a Masterclass for cello, but they're not going to do the next 1,000 shallow videos, the next 1,000 flute videos, or 100. So, the master class, what Steezy does in video, what you're doing, it's all just amazing in terms of helping people get an education. And you had a nice bump during COVID, and you sustained that bump. It didn't go away, right? Or did it go away a little bit?
It's interesting. If we now look at, now that we have, 3 years at this point, if we look at those cohorts versus other cohorts that didn't retain that well, I think it was a bump, certainly. It was interesting. But I mean, again, I think at that point, even we knew hopefully it's a temporary occurrence. It turned out to be longer than we all hoped for. But I mean, I think we're focused on because I feel like building a sustainable business means also like targeting the right type of customers that are in there for
your ideal customer profile, the drive-by, transient users. They eat up cycles. They don't use the product. It's not product market fit. So it's kind of a waste of everybody's time. I mean, there's no harm, no foul if they want to sample it, but then you having to service them as opposed to putting time into finding the people who are truly passionate. How many instruments per year are we going to release, do you think? Is it one per year? And in 10 years, we've got, the 15 major instruments, or 2 per year? How do you think about what's the right pace?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's interesting. I mean, last year we released 1 new instrument. This year we released 2 new instruments.
Oh, okay.
Next year we're planning on doing 3 to 5. So it's really about optimizing. The more efficient we become, the more profitable we become, the more content, the more revenue we can reinvest into scaling more verticals and doing that more effectively. And then it really becomes about the process, really. And So
that's what I hope for you is, you just keep investing in the product. You cannot go wrong. Every dollar that goes into the product, you can see it on the screen. You're really, really produced something that was always quality from the start. You always had quality, but you have scaled quality production. And for that, you have my great respect. I'm so proud of the effort the team's put in, and the passion comes out, every time I see an update from you, and you've been great at keeping the investors updated. So I'm just so happy for you and the team, and just kudos on staying relentlessly focused on something you're passionate about. It's very easy to get distracted. Keep investing every dollar you can into the business. I'm fine with the business losing a little bit of money, breaking even, whatever you choose. But I just love the fact that every time you make another video, it just adds to the value for those users. It makes it harder for them to churn. And, I look at what you're doing, like I look at my Epic Pass for skiing. I'm like, okay, this thing's $600. When I get to day 4 or 5, day 3 or 4 actually in America for skiing, I've broken even on the cost of my thing. And then I'm like, I've hit 20 days. I've hit 30 days, 40 days, 50 days. It's cost me $10 a day to go skiing. That's literally how I look at it. And it's the same thing with your beautiful service. Every time you add those videos, the cost per video for the user goes down, right? And they get to just keep enjoying it for the same low price. And
this is why the majority of people are on yearly plans, and another third is on lifetime plans, just because people invest in their long-term development.
I love the lifetime plan. I know accountants, they lose their mind over a $700 one-time transaction. But listen, if it gets a bunch of passionate people to help underwrite the business with that lifetime, Calm.com did it. A number of people have done it. You don't have to sell 1 million of them, but if you sold 1,000 of them, it's not the end of the world. Those people become your super advocates, and you could always discontinue it or keep raising the price of it.
Yeah.
But I love the lifetime. It's $700 lifetime?
700, yeah.
Wow. So amazing. All right, listen, continued success. Everybody go check out Tonebase, tonebase.co. Go to tonebase.co and see all the magic. All right. Well done. And we'll see you all next time on This Week in Startups.
मेरे 2 बेटे थे। अभिजीत की अभी जॉब लगी थी, उसी की खुशी मनाने जा रहे थे दोनों। अभिजीत हमेशा से टीचर बनना चाहता था और नीलू एक इंजीनियर। कुछ पूछताछ किए बिना कैसे तय कर लिया कि मेरे बेटे ही किडनैपर्स हैं? काश किसी ने उस मैसेज की जांच की होती तो आज मेरे बच्चे जिंदा होते.
This number could have saved the lives of Abhijit and Neelu. Before you forward your messages, verify them at 98198 88887 and save lives. Times Verified. Let's break the chain of fake news together.
Collaborating on many products. The very recent one, we have just launched her first product, which is called Kajal by Kajal. We have launched a product in our association called Kajal by Kajal for it's pure 100% Ayurvedic Kajal.
Okay, well, that's the important point that you mentioned there, that it is now more about having skin in the game, and it's gone beyond just brand endorsements as far as the celebrity association is concerned, and that's what we're seeing happen here. But let me get Vedang into the conversation. Vedang, you have enough star power as far as Souled Store is concerned, because you have the licensed agreements for Marvel, DC, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Disney, Warner Brothers, etc. So you didn't really need the star power in that sense, but you've anyway got more by way of Sara Ali Khan coming on board. Take me through what this really means and how you intend to leverage this investment.
Yeah, I think it's very important that you get the right celebrity to associate with your brand. Today, the consumer completely understands inauthentic partnerships. The authenticity of it is what will make it a success. Sara Ali Khan is a youth icon. For our menswear range, we have Hardik Pandya and we had Ravindra Jadeja, both of whom are heroes to the country. When you have this right celebrity that you tie up with, the brand just gets that much more authenticity, trust that is built in. Consumers also then find it more aspirational, and that's the reason we joined. Partnering with people like Sara Ali Khan and Pandya have been amazing. We've always enjoyed working with them. The main surprise and difference that they made is when we do our shoots, they give very good suggestions on what to do, and it works. That actually shows me how deeply they understand the Indian consumer as well. And that's why picking the right celebrity works so well. I think if we had the wrong one that doesn't resonate with our audience, this wouldn't have worked out as well. And we're seeing the suggestions given by, say, Sara on some of our clothing. When we've implemented it, the sales are just shot up. And what's better is Sara likes to promote that clothing even more. And then that's a circular reference we just enjoy a lot.
Traders about the potential dangers of getting ensnared in the Black Sea. The Russian military boarded the vessel with the help of a helicopter, Russia's defense ministry said. After an inspection, the ship carried on its way. Reuters could not immediately reach the vessel or its owners for comment. Since Russia left the Black Sea grain deal, both Moscow and Kiev have issued warnings and carried out attacks that have sent jitters through the global commodity, oil and shipping markets.
From David to Goliath, from the smallest business ventures to multi-million-dollar global corporations, meet the movers and shakers, today's newsmakers, and tomorrow's leaders. Understand what makes markets move, how companies make quantum leaps, and how giant corporations stay ahead. Get the biggest business stories of the day, power-packed into 30 minutes. On Business 360 at these times. The commodity markets are in a bull run of sorts.
The market levels of volatility have been sustained at a heightened level that we've never seen before.
Where crude, sugar and metals are surging.
Commodities have traditionally been seen as a hedge against inflation. So we're seeing investors looking to put their money in commodities as an asset class.
Which commodities should be a part of your portfolio? How can you profit from the current surge in commodity prices?
Commodities react to demand and supply, production and government policies. We decode commodities for you on the impact from inflation and geopolitical tensions.
Get the complete lowdown on commodities from across the world. Commodity champions at these times.
Kotak Mahindra Bank. The stock is down almost 2.5%, and there is a big indication that maybe a large block is going to come very soon. CMS Infosystems. In the middle of the trade, the promoter entity, which is Barings Private Equity, they are the likely seller in today's block, and some marquee domestic funds are expected to be buyers. HDFC AMC. For a very long time, there is this anticipation of a large block deal coming soon.
Tune in to NSE Closing Bell as we spot deals before they happen, decode their impact on stock prices, and help you stay ahead of the markets. CNBC TV 18. Follow the leader.
Who said the markets can't be exciting? Who? Get the lowdown on the yays and mays. Straight from the top, catch market feels and news reels. Number crunch for the best of the bunch. The bigger Q for the richer you. Hot trends, big noise, what's viral and what's out. We'll give you the market goals you need to stay ahead. Mad about markets.
The last hour.
Anand, I want to go back to the point that was being made by each one of you, that what is now being seen is that the celebrity investors do have skin in the game. It's not just a passive investment anymore, at least not for the ones that you're associated with. Now, explain the economics of how this works to me, because if there is a brand endorsement deal, then, it's for a certain period, there's a certain amount attached to it. If it's not sweat equity, how does the IRR work on a deal like this? Let's take the MS Dhoni Shakahari Association, for example.
You see, deals, I think, are quite individual, right? In terms of how you see them play between where the organization is, which round you are, how mature the company is, and how late in the growth cycle or early. I mean, in our case, I think in less than a year, we actually approached Mahi's office and asked whether they'd partner with us. Because something unique in terms of where we were was the concept of what we were doing was new. Right? And we needed someone like him to come in and stand behind the cause, stand behind the purpose in terms of where we and what we're building. Now, when you start looking at those deals, I think creating value in that partnership in terms of finding people that you can share both, purposes and create a valuable engagement is typically what we're looking at, right? And there are lots of levers. I mean, unlike very traditional financial investors with celeb investors, yes, there are a lot of levers, but I think it's left to the imagination of both the entrepreneurs and the celebrities that you're working with. And with Mahi, it's been an absolute, it's been a joy run for us, right? I mean, we now sit down and talk about product. He has inputs in terms of saying, hey, listen, what should our product portfolio look like, and what should our messaging look like?
So he's involved. He's involved not just with strategy, but even with product.
Yes. So when we sit down and meet, he has questions in terms of saying where traction is, right? He has inputs for us that says, hey, why don't you consider these kind of additions in your product? I mean, something that we met the last time, and he's like, hey, listen, what's your fiber content? Now, something as technical as talking about that on a product level, it makes it a far more meaningful engagement when you start finding people that you can work with. And it's not just strategic, but it's a very deep relationship that goes for a long time.
Okay. Param, I just want to take that point forward, what we heard there from Anand. In Anand's case, you're actually creating a new category, and perhaps bringing celebrity influence on board helps with the category creation. In a segment like yours, where there is a fair amount of competition as well, it perhaps helps to bring a celebrity on board in terms of customer acquisition. Is that one of the primary reasons why you would get into an arrangement like this?
So Shireen, there were multiple reasons for us to bring in Kajal on board. It was definitely as a category, it's a highly competitive and a cluttered category. But because we are very uniquely positioned in Ayurveda, we also wanted someone who who motivates and comes from the southern part of the country where Ayurveda has been predominantly very strong, and an actor who's worked, say, for 16 plus years, and she was very young when she started her journey. So, and there it really made sense that the effort she has put in to build Kajal as a brand would obviously also help us build TAC as a brand. A lot of learnings will come in. She herself is very motivated. She worked, tremendously with us when we were launching this Kajal by Kajal. She brings in a lot of, knowledge of how do we integrate beauty products in, say, her movies or any other collaboration which we look forward when we are doing with, various other celebrities. Because going forward as a brand, we would have to collaborate for, from younger generation celebrities, Bollywood, Tollywood, multiple categories, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of knowledge comes in, a lot of network comes in, a lot of network access comes in. By being a celebrity, she has been a user of beauty, makeup, wellness forever, right? So a lot of her experience of particularly also is utilized in during product development phase. That how do we bring out unique formulations of Ayurveda for this young generation? So that's why we feel that it's a great partnership to have. That when driven celebrities are coming in, definitely it makes sense for them to have additional source of income going forward. But it adds a lot of value specifically to a beauty brand like us.
Speaking of adding value, Vedang, and to the point that was being made there by both Anand as well as Param, what about the fear of commoditization? I mean, these are celebrities. Sara Ali Khan is endorsing a whole bunch of other brands, for instance, as well. In the mind of the consumer, is there a fear of clutter, commoditization as well, for you to then bring her on board and have this deep strategic partnership evolve?
No, absolutely. I think that's always something that the consumer does fear. In fact, very few partnerships seem authentic today. A lot of them do seem like, okay, just gave a lot of money and that person just did what or spoke what they were supposed to. The difference is that you have to find the right celebrity who matches your brand perfectly. And very few people and brands do this. I feel the authenticity of perfect match ads does make a winning combination, else a lot of these partnerships don't work. But for us, Sara Ali Khan was first an investor and then a brand endorser. So the equation was very different. I think for the way we thought about it is that she liked the brand so much. The business was doing well. I think she's right now pretty much in also multiples of her investment. And then we thought that, she does resonate with the youth. She is an icon. She's an aspirational figure, and the kind of merchandise that we do goes really well with her. And then, for me, the proof of the pudding is when we put a product on Sara Ali Khan and versus a regular model, the sales on Sara Ali Khan are just fundamentally much better. The click-through rates and all the metrics that e-commerce tracks are just super. So actually, she has recovered her money in just performance marketing before, without even counting about the aspirational value and the brand uplift that you get. And don't forget, India is very prone to hero worship, and especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the next avenue of growth. And people like Sara Ali Khan do help us, crack into that market.
Speaking of value, and Anand, I want to come back to you now. For all of the things that we just heard there from Vedang and Param as well, what are we talking about in terms of the kind of equity that companies like yours are willing to part with to get somebody like, Sara Ali Khan or Dhoni or any of these other celebrities that we've just spoken of on board?
See, Shirin, the percent, equity is basically a build of, again, the value that you're creating, right? People, I keep saying this to a lot of startups. We keep discussing this quite commonly, saying we shouldn't get stuck up on the percentage, right? It's, I think Mark Cuban says it's best saying, do you want to have 100% of a lemon or 40% of a watermelon, right? So it's about how you're able to jointly create value. And I think for us from Shakahari, from where as early as we signed up with Mahi and got him on board, is about jointly creating value together. So it's not really about how much percentage, and I don't think you'd really find a single answer from someone says, hey, this is how much percentage. They're investors at the end of the day. They bring value, it's commensurate with what they're bringing to the table.
Are they also bringing cash on board?
Yes. So they're bringing a lot of things, right? So they're bringing credibility, they're bringing cash, they're bringing connections, they're bringing, a lot of attention for you. The kind of places where we're seeing uplifts, you have the obvious wins in terms of storefront, on store shelves with consumers. With someone like Mahi is an absolute win, right? Upfront, you will win that. But places where we're seeing a lot more that we probably wouldn't have guessed up front would have been in areas like recruitment, right? We're able to attract a lot of great industry talent coming in, right? People just saying, because they've heard of them, they know that, and your intentions are also open, right? So, I mean, in the startup world, people want to know that they're going to back a company that's ambitious in terms of where they and when you're bringing in someone like Mahi in, we're obligated to build something of significant value. So we're seeing a lot of uplifts in not just the consumer side, but even in the ecosystem itself.
And that's an important point, and let me bring that across to Param as well. As we just heard there from Anand, it's not just customer acquisition that the star power helps you with. It helps you build credibility, it helps you build trust, and it helps you even as far as bringing the right kind of talent is concerned. Param, given the experience that you've had now with Kajal Agarwal, is this something that you are leaning to do more of?
Absolutely. So as a strategy for us for the next round, so we are already in discussion with few other celebrities to join our journey. Our journey has been very, very interesting. That my wife is my co-founder, and she suffered through a very, painful childhood, and because of that, we entered into Ayurveda. We got solutions, and when we meet, a lot of celebrities, though they have become celebrity, but they come from very normal backgrounds, right? And wherever we are finding that connection as well as their brand value, and it becomes a match, we are open for new people joining as shareholders for the brand and for the company which we are creating, right? So there are multiple discussions going on for our Series B, and typically, as you asked, Anand. So for us, Kajal also added cash, pure cash in the business, and we would structure something similar going for very strong believers. Just sweat equity does not bring in skin in the game, right? If they are willing to go to that distance, that they are putting their hard-earned money into the business, they would definitely work in parallel, in tandem with us, that how do we make it large, how do we make it big, and how do we make it right?
Okay.
So that's very clear that any celebrity or any has to be one strong believer of Ayurveda, strong face for the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 markets, and who comes in with a kind of a journey that we have also left.
Vedang, very quickly, Param, are you also in dialogue, in conversation with other celebrities to bring them on board as far as the Stole store is concerned? And in terms of the structure of these arrangements and these associations, what's been the big learning so far?
So we use them as financial investors first. There's no preferential treatment given to a celebrity as a financial investor versus an institute versus some of my friends and family who are angels. Because it's always important to separate the two parts, right? Everyone has different roles in the company. Their role as an investor and their rights as an investor are very different from their roles as a celebrity and their rights as a celebrity. And we love putting the two buckets separately. I think the moment you don't do that, it can get very muddled. You have to then... Yeah. I can't even imagine the complications that would happen in that scenario, right? Like if everyone's then thinking about the amount of value that they add, it's pretty intangible, and then that becomes very separate. So they have to give money to have this investment, and just like any other investor, hopefully they get a good return on that.
Well, so ensure that you have a tangible structure in place, even as you value the intangible which the star power brings to the table. That's really the big lesson here from Anand, Param and Vedang. Skin in the game, not just passive investors, not just brand ambassadors. There has been an evolution, and we're likely to see much more of this play out in the startup ecosystem with celebrity investors coming on board. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us here on this edition of Young Turks. We wish you the very best of luck, and we look forward to speaking with you again. That's a wrap on this edition of Young Turks from all of us here on the team. Goodbye. Many thanks for watching. We're back in a moment with more.
Between the bells. But what happens during the last hour is what matters the most. The biggest market swings. A close-up look at what's driving them and how the investors are reacting. Watch the most seasoned market mavens guide you through the most important hour of the trading day. NSE Closing Bell. At these times, only on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. A show that is unmatched.
We tell you stocks to watch out for and which sectors are impacted.
Thought-provoking.
In India, the allocation to equities is about 5 to 10%, which is not beating inflation. So investing aggressively, you can actually look at even beating inflation.
And will give you maximum value for your money.
It is a good time to look at debt funds as a category. There's no better time than this in that sense to lock in rates for the long term.
A masterclass with India's biggest market experts. Smart money at these times.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18. Now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
CNBC TV 18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhat.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV 18. Weeknights at 7 p.m. The last hour. Anything can happen between the bells. But what happens during the last hour is what matters the most. The biggest market swings. A close-up look at what's driving them.
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of your favorite weekend show, Smart Money. Now, with the markets once again less than 3% away from all-time highs and earnings season now almost behind us, we speak to Gautam Dugard, Head of Research at Motilal Oswal, on how you should approach the market now, how valuations are stacked up, and whether India is still a preferred bet in the emerging market space. Gautam, thank you so much for being with us here in the studio. You know, that is our, that's the perennial problem, right? I mean, it's a good problem to have. Markets almost at all-time highs. Should I get in now? Should I be a bit cautious? But at this juncture, just to set the tone, how are you feeling about the market?
So, Sonia, market has been good, but it's been led by earnings.
when we say markets are at all-time high, we forget that earnings are also at all-time high. Let me give you a data point. NSE 500 profit pool 3 years back was 5 lakh crores. We ended FY23 at 11 lakh crores. So that's about 28% CAGR. And NSE 500 market cap CAGR is 31%. Even for Nifty, the 3-year profit CAGR is 22% and a market cap CAGR is somewhere about 27%. So while markets are at all-time high, the corporate earnings are also at all-time high. The GDP is at a new high. And next 2 years also we are looking at around 15-16% kind of a corporate earnings CAGR. So market over a period of time has broadly respected the underlying corporate earnings, give or take few percentage points or few months here or there. When the markets were flattish for almost 7-8 years, so FY14 to FY20, if you look at the earnings compounding, it was hardly 5-6%. And markets also gave you similar sort of a compounding. So over a long period of time, broadly the market has respected the underlying corporate earnings. And that is where we are seeing a lot of buoyancy. Even this quarter, as we speak, is about to come to an end in a few days. The earnings have been ahead of expectations for any set of aggregates. You take Nifty, you take our broader coverage universe, X this, X OMC, any sort of aggregate you look at, the earnings have been better than estimates. And we have seen a marginal earnings upgrade now. So while markets have done well, it's led by earnings, and valuations, in my view, for large cap at least, is still very reasonable.
So earnings are generally the bedrock of every bull market rally, right? And it's been good, you said. You said the profit pool of the Nifty has gone up from 5 lakh crores 5 years ago to 11 lakh crores right
3
now.
years, that is for NSE 500.
For
5
NSE
to 11 lakh crores.
Okay, so we're sitting at 11 lakh crores in terms of a profit pool right now for NSE 500. How much do you think it can go up by, say, over the next 2 to 3 years? What are you looking at? And which are the sectors that can lead it up?
So, Sonia, our estimate for Nifty for next 2 years is a CAGR of about 17%, which is basically distributed like this. FY24, we are expecting a 20% earnings CAGR, and FY25 about 15% growth. So that basically sums up 16-17% growth. It will be led by 2-3 very important domestic cyclical sectors. One is financials, which already had a very stellar run in terms of profitability over the last 5 years, and profits have been up 5 times in 5 years. Over the next 2 years, in financials profit pool, we are expecting about 20% compounding. Auto, we are expecting to almost double the profit pool in the next 2 years. And then we have consumer and pharma growing somewhere about 14-16%, and IT at about 10-12%. So these are the basic large contribution of the index sectors which are driving the earnings over the next 2 years. Where we find earnings slightly subdued is in the global cyclicals pack, because that is where the global growth is still a bit shaky. Commodity prices have still not come back to their earlier highs. And for those sectors, the underlying commodity prices matter more. Whereas in domestic cyclical and say defensives, which form roughly 65-70% of the total profit pool, we think the underlying macros as well as the overall environment on demand front is picking up quite well, and we expect it to sustain.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about the macros and the micros, but at the end of the day, all of this boils down to valuations as well, right? What's your view? How are the valuations stacked up now compared to our own historic averages and also compared to our global peers? Because there is one narrative that China is now looking more attractive than India, so money could move into China. You don't buy that argument?
No, I don't buy that argument, Sonia, because 10 years back also China looked attractive. Look at the returns. 10 years compounding for MSCI emerging market is flat. MSCI China is marginally flat to negative, whereas India is given about 11% CAGR, despite being expensive to begin with. 5 years compounding, MSCI China again negative, MSCI emerging market flattish to negative, India about 10% compounding. In fact, if you look at the last 2, 3, 5 years performance, Indian markets have been amongst the best performers. I'm not looking at CY23 YTD because some of the other markets which had fallen in CY22, they've rebounded. So India is not right there at the top of the league in CY23. But if you look at the last 2 years of compounding, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, we are right up there. Even on a 10-year basis, barring, I think, S&P 500, most of the markets have lagged India. So I don't buy that argument because India has always been expensive and for a reason. Right? Our corporate earnings are very different than the rest of the markets. Our ROEs are picking up. And there is a good macro policy momentum in our support. As far as valuations are concerned, I think Nifty is bang in line with long period average right now. We're trading at about 19.5-20 band. 3 months later, you will start looking at FY25, where the valuations will become even more supportive at about 17.5 to 18 times. Right? So from a large cap point of view, Nifty point of view, I don't think valuations are giving you any scare. The real problem is in mid cap and small cap, and pockets of mid cap, small cap. Because mid-cap at an index level is now trading at a premium. And small cap is still at a discount. But within small cap index, the constituents where there is a lot of interest, those stocks are obviously trading at a much higher premium versus their historical past. So there are pockets where valuations has really gone up. Stock prices have doubled, tripled. For example, in industrials, I was looking at the data. 3 years back, the top 100 industrials company of India had a combined market cap of 7 lakh crores. Today, it is 21 lakh crores. And if you look at the same data for companies below 25,000 crore market cap, the market caps have gone up 5, 6, 10 times, right? So a lot of the buoyancy in earnings is more than factored in some pockets of the market, especially mid caps and small caps.
Absolutely. I take that point completely, especially, I mean, look at spaces like defense, right?
Yeah.
The kind of up move that these stocks have seen, 100%, 200% in the last 1 year or so. So let's talk about that. Which are the sectors that you like where there is an upcycle after a long lull period, right? Yeah. Because we've spoken about that ad nauseum. There's autos, there's real estate. These sectors have come back after a very long sort of dead period. But where is there both valuation and growth potential now?
So as far as cyclicality is concerned, there are 5 sectors where the upcycle is happening after a very long time, as you rightly mentioned. Look at real estate. After 10 years, the sector has started breathing again. Second, you look at auto. For 5 years, the profit went nowhere. Between, say, FY18 to FY23, the profit pool of auto was flat. When banking profit pool went to 5x. And now we're expecting auto profit pool to double. 3 quarters in a row, we have seen earnings upgrade in auto. In fact, in this quarter also, the best performing sector is auto, where we have seen by and large upgrades across our coverage universe in auto. Then I would look at something like hotels. That sector has also had seen a very long stagnation. For 10 years, the EBITDA of Indian hotels was almost flat from FY8 to 18 or FY19. But now we are looking at 35% margin for companies like Indian Hotel. And other companies in the hotel space are also doing quite well. Similarly, you have sectors like, say, hospitals. I don't know when was the last time there was a cycle in hospitals. And suddenly there are too many options to play in that sector where earnings are coming up thick and fast. So basically, broadly, all the domestic cyclical oriented sectors, financials, everyone knows and everyone talks about it endlessly. But then there are other smaller sectors which have relatively lesser weighted index. They are having their own mini upcycle right now.
Okay.
Industrials, we already spoke about how the profits and order books are growing. But in that case, you've seen market caps already jumping multiple times in the last 2-3 years.
So you spoke about autos, you spoke about real estate coming back after a long time, hotel companies as well. Here, what do? Do you stick to the large cap guys? Because all of these stocks have rallied substantially, whether it's M&M, Tata Motors, Indian Hotels, or do you now find value beneath the surface, right? I mean, in the broader markets. And if yes, what are the 2 or 3 top ideas here in these sectors that are coming back after a long time?
So, Sonia, there is no compulsion to stick to any particular market cap segment. You have to stick to a company where their visibility of earnings growth is strong. So be it small cap, mid cap or large cap, it doesn't matter. For example, in automobiles or autocom, we started covering Craftsman about 6-7 months back. The stock is up 40-50% from there. But next 2 years, we are looking at compounding earnings of 35% plus. So P is still 20 times. There are many such ideas. In fact, we are big time overweight on auto. We have large caps like M&M also in our model portfolio. We have mid caps like Ashok Leyland, Bharat Forge also, and small caps like Craftsman also. Similarly, consumer discretionary, it's a big ocean of sectors there. It subsumes many subsectors. You have hotels, you have footwear, apparel, jewelry. We have a huge overweight right now going on consumption in our model portfolio. So we have Metro, we have Titan, Indian Hotels, we spoke about Kajaria Ceramics, Zomato we had added a month and a half back. We are positive selectively on QSR space also. So after financials, I would think our biggest overweight right now is in consumption, and within that, consumer discretionary. The only sectors we are right now neutral-ish is IT and pharma, and underweight on global cyclicals. Otherwise, financials, and within that, our preference is towards NBFCs. So financials, consumption, auto, and select industrials is where broadly my overweight positions are concentrated in model portfolio.
I want to talk to you about financials because that's a space that has been under pressure. Since July, the index, the Nifty Bank is down almost 4%. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial break and come back with lots more on Smart Money. Do stay tuned in.
How the investors are reacting. Watch the most seasoned market mavens guide you through the most important hour of the trading day. NSE Closing Bell. At these times, only on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. A show that is unmatched.
We tell you stocks to watch out for and which sectors are impacted.
Thought-provoking.
In India, the allocation to equities is about 5 to 10%, which is not beating inflation. So investing aggressively, you can actually look at even beating inflation.
And will give you maximum value for your money.
It is a good time to look at debt funds as a category. There's no better time than this in that sense to lock in rates for the long term.
A masterclass with India's biggest market experts. Smart money at these times.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18. Now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
A Russian warship fired warning shots at this cargo ship in the southwestern Black Sea on Sunday as it made its way northwards. It was the first time Russia has fired on merchant shipping beyond Ukraine since it quit a landmark UN-brokered grain deal last month. The deal allowed Ukraine to export agricultural produce via the Black Sea. After leaving it, Moscow said it would view all ships heading to Ukrainian waters as potentially carrying weapons. Russia said in a statement, one of its patrol ships had fired automatic weapons on the Palau-flagged Shukru Okan after the ship's captain failed to respond to a request to halt for an inspection. Russia said the vessel was making its way towards the Ukrainian port of Izmail. Refinitiv shipping data showed the ship was currently near the coast of Bulgaria and heading towards the Romanian port of Sulina. Firing on a merchant vessel will ratchet up already acute concerns among ship owners, insurers, and commodity traders about the potential dangers of getting ensnared in the Black Sea. The Russian military boarded the vessel with the help of a helicopter, Russia's defense ministry said. After an inspection, the ship carried on its way. Reuters could not immediately reach the vessel or its owners for comment. Since Russia left the Black Sea grain deal, both Moscow and Kiev have issued warnings and carried out attacks that have sent jitters through the global commodity, oil, and shipping markets.
Now with the condo complex and all that.
Yes.
Welcome back. You're still watching Smart Money on CNBC TV 18. We have with us Gautam Dugad, Head of Research Institutional Equities at Motilal Oswal Financial Services, And we're here to talk about India continuing to be one of the best stories amongst the global peers and what are the sectors that you should be buying. Gautam, before I ask you about banks where there is pressure, it's interesting to see that this global market rally has been far more pronounced than India this year, right? I mean, this year the Nifty is up 8%, but the S&P 500 is up 16%. So in that context, is there a catch-up that India has to do compared to its global peers?
No, honestly, Sonia, when you look at 8-9 months of a return, you are not looking at what happened in CY22.
Yeah.
CY22 Indian markets were flat, whereas rest of the global markets corrected. That's why I said if you look at 2-year CAGR, India is the best performing market globally. 3 years, we are the best performing markets globally again. 5 years, second best, and 10 years, second best. So I wouldn't read too much into 7-8 months of a performance or underperformance. It's sure fact that rest of the markets are coming back from their lows, while we have basically consolidated and grown 8-10%. Our mid-cap and small-cap indices have grown 20-25%, which will come back into reckoning after almost 4-5 years. So I won't read much into the underperformance of 8 months because it is coming on the back of a very strong performance over the previous 2-3 years.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's talk about some sectors then and stocks as well. Before the break, I was asking you how banks have underperformed, right? What do you think the key reason for that is? Is it only margin moderation and earnings coming off, or is there, a story that the market is pricing in future?
I think there are two reasons. One is the profit moderation, which is largely a function of what is happening to the margins. So margins picked off in 4Q FY23 for banks. 1Q FY24, we've already seen 15-20 basis point of a shrinkage. And most of the managements have guided for another 10-50 basis point of NIM compression. So when we look at the next 3 quarters of earnings for our coverage companies, because we have a visibility of next 3 quarters, which we break the full year into 4 quarters right at the beginning of the year. So first quarter, we looked at private banks, we were expecting a 31% growth, whereas they've delivered 36. But this 31% growth, which we were expecting in first quarter, goes down to 12% for fourth quarter. So there is a moderation in every subsequent quarter, which is a reflection of NIM compression, plus the best of the asset quality for private banks now being in the base. Similarly, for PSU banks, first quarter we were expecting about 96% growth. They've done about 130%. But the fourth quarter, our expectation is just about 10%. Right? So the growth is moderating. Second problem is of ownership. Right? So banks are there in everyone's portfolio. Unless there is a significant positive catalyst which is not well known, I don't think a significant rally coming up in banks, because this is not a small sector which is underowned. This is a biggest sector actually in the index, which is well owned. So in financials, what we are looking at is, since April when the RBI first put a pause on its monetary policy tightening, the trade shifted in favor of NBFCs because they had underperformed earlier. Now you look at the last 3-4 months of performance, NBFCs have done really well and their valuations were also quite attractive. On top of that, their asset quality, AUM, disbursement growth, and their guidance for the next 2 years on asset quality and growth is pretty strong. So that is where we increased our weight in model portfolio, away from banks towards NBFCs.
Okay.
And that is what the trade, I think, will be for the rest of the year, in my view, for banks.
Okay, so that's on banks. A couple of other key sectors that moved, right, in the past week, in the past month. One of them is these platform companies. So we noticed in this quarter's earnings, Zomato, Paytm, PB Fintech, Delivery, all did pretty well operationally. And Zomato's one call that you had taken, I think, at 50 rupees. Now it's almost doubled since then. Is it too late to jump onto this one, or do you think there's more to go?
So I would say that in this kind of companies, it's always very difficult to predict what can happen because the listing history is very limited. Plus their profitability history is still not established. So they're going to be very volatile. At 160 for Zomato a year and a half back, everything looked perfect. It came down to what, 50, 45? We initiated just 3 months back at a price of about 54. And we recently introduced it in model portfolio, but I think 70, 75 rupees. Our expectation was that for the next couple of quarters, the operating profit or operating loss that they've been reporting will shrink. We also didn't expect that they will report a PAT level profit in this quarter. So there is a surprise every quarter, sometimes on the downside, sometimes on the upside. So you have to maneuver that portfolio very differently compared to other sectors where you have a lot of cyclical history, how management behaved in the earlier cycle. In this particular case, you don't have any history of how the managements and companies behaved in earlier cycles. So you have to take it every quarter and reevaluate the thesis on numbers as
like
to how.
a little bit of trial and error.
Absolutely,
well, yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Another space which has done phenomenally well and a lot of retail investors have missed out is defense, right? Today we were speaking with Baba Kalyani and he said that the defense vertical will contribute 10% of their overall business by the end of FY24 itself. And he's looking to double their revenues by FY25. And these are stocks which are already at lifetime highs. But do you see this as a structural upcycle?
Yeah, Sonia, but what has happened is the appreciation in the market cap in defense segment, not just Bharat Forge, I'm talking about in general PSUs, because that is where the maximum money has been made in the last 2-3 years. Markets cap have gone up by 5, 6, 7 times. Order books have grown, profits have grown, valuation re-rating has happened. So if somebody is a fresh entrant in this space at this price, at this valuation and market cap, he or she has to be very cautious because you're not entering an unexplored sector now. This is the talk of the town, which has already done very well. So your expectations have to be very moderate. Incidentally, Bharat Forge is a part of our model portfolio, which reported very strong set of numbers, and we have seen a marginal 3-4% earnings upgrade in our estimates for FY25. But for the space as a whole, I think a lot of money has already been met. From here, any stock that you want to enter, you have to be doubly sure on what you're projecting for numbers and how you expect valuations to look like in the next couple of years. Because do remember, this is also a function of the policy from the government side. And that always induces its own volatility.
Okay, just 2 quick questions before we end the show. One is, what are the big risks in the market now? Because, you know, there are some risks on the horizon, whether it's crude, which is at a 9-month high, there's a general election coming up. In your mind, what are the risks?
So, Sonia, risk is always more from things which you are not able to predict right now. If anything you are able to predict as a risk, it means the market is well aware of that. So crude has always been a risk for India, whether at 100 or 50 or 60, because when it is at 50, 60, you always expect it might go up. If it is at 100, you expect it might go 120. So crude is a very generic risk for India and it's a very relevant risk. But aside of that, I think as we move closer to the election cycle, because now the general elections are hardly 8-9 months away. Yeah. So that will have a very important implications for the market. Because if the results are not to the market's liking, possibly there will be a lot of volatility. If it is to market's liking, then you will see the momentum continue. So that is one important risk I would think, apart from the usual global risk on rates, inflation, commodity. Those are pretty well known, and I don't think market will sort of react very strongly to those kind of risks, because there's a lot of money lying on the sidelines which is waiting to enter India. Okay. A lot of new avenues of money from different markets of the world which is entering India. You've seen money coming in through markets like Japan, Korea, Asia Pac. We've seen that reflected in the FII flows already. You know, I think December 21 to February 23, you had seen about $16-17 billion of outflows. That has been recouped in the last 5 months. Okay. So to put it other way, since December 21 to now August 23, the FII flows have been zero. Whereas the domestic flows have been somewhere about $54-55 billion. Oh,
wow.
So
okay,
there is a lot of capital waiting to enter.
There is a lot of capital. Okay, got that. Gautam, before we let you go, one final question, because, you know, there are a lot of young investors that are coming into the markets now. And with your, I think, over 2 decades of experience, what is the one piece of advice you'd like to give an investor who's just starting his investment journey?
I think it's a very standard advice, Sonia. I mean, what has worked in the market is patience, discipline, and time in the market, which is what all the investing greats have been writing about since many decades. Second, the biggest risk in the market that you asked is not being in the market, right? Last 10 years, your profits have compounded 13-14%. Markets have also compounded 14-15%. And that's how the journey of market has been. If you're able to enter at the lows of the market, whenever there is a crisis, your compounding goes up by 3-4 percentage points. If you enter right at the peak or at the euphoria when everyone is talking about it, maybe your compounding is 10-12%. But the biggest risk, I think, for any youngster is not investing in the market. Because the earlier you invest, the larger the time frame for your capital to compound. And that's a very, very important thing, because compounding is what has created the biggest wealth in India.
Okay, that's some really sane advice, Gautam. As always, thank you so much for joining us. It was the most informative half an hour that we could pack in for our viewers. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Smart Money. Thanks a lot for watching. Keep writing to us. We love receiving feedback from you. Have a great weekend.
CNBC TV 18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhatt.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV 18 weeknights at 7 p.m. How about listening to global market maestros before crafting your investment strategy? How about getting deep insights into their businesses from top Indian honchos before putting your money on the line? How about making every trading day profitable with strategies from the market masters, macro pundits, and chart wizards? Only one show gives you a head start to your trading day. Get ready to profit. Get ready for business with Bajar at these times on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. From David to Goliath, from the smallest business ventures to multi-million-dollar global corporations. Meet the movers and shakers, today's newsmakers, and tomorrow's leaders. Understand what makes markets move, how companies make quantum leaps, and how giant corporations stay ahead. Get the biggest business stories of the day, power-packed into 30 minutes on Business 360 at these times. The commodity markets are in a bull run of sorts.
The market levels of volatility have been sustained at a heightened level that we've never seen before.
Where crude, sugar, and metals are surging.
Commodities have traditionally been seen as a hedge against inflation. So we're seeing investors looking to put their money in commodities as an asset class.
Which commodities should be a part of your portfolio? How can you profit from the current surge in commodity prices?
Commodities react to demand and supply, production, and government policies. We decode commodities for you on the impact from inflation and geopolitical tensions.
Get the complete lowdown on commodities from across the world. Commodity champions at these times.
Kotak Mahindra Bank. The stock is down almost 2.5%, and there is a big indication that maybe a large block is going to come very soon. CMS Infosystems. In the middle of the trade, the promoter entity, which is Barings Private Equity, they are the likely seller in today's block, and some marquee domestic funds are expected to be buyers. HDFC AMC. For a very long time, there is this anticipation of a large block deal coming soon.
Tune in to NSE Closing Bell as we spot deals before they happen, decode their impact on stock prices, and help you stay ahead of the markets. CNBC TV 18. Follow the leader.
Who said the markets can't be exciting? Who? Get the lowdown on the yays and mays. Straight from...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here. It's great to have all of you here. I'm very excited to be here in Bangalore. When I heard this was happening, and Mr. Nilekani was here, and Rajiv and Nathan, great to speak with you guys as well. I mean, great presentation, and the enthusiasm is absolutely palpable. Mr. Nilekani, just to jump right into it, you said we've seen this movie before. with Aadhaar. I mean, from the time that it started to the time that it was finally adopted in 2016 when a mobile network really launched, and they used that to build out their network and get customers. Where are we in the ONDC journey, in that life cycle, from the time that we've started to, really sort of that 2016 moment?
I think with the early pieces of the digital public infrastructure, I think it took more time to get the market momentum because people were, of course, wondering what it was and skeptical about it and so on. So I think, Aadhaar was launched in 2009 and it's only, the eKYC really took off only in 2016. UPI was launched in 2016 but took off maybe 2-3 years later and so on. So it takes time between launching something and making it scale up. But I think that time is now getting compressed because I think people are far more aware of the power and potential of such an approach. And now we have folks like Antler who I think are really taking the lead in creating an ecosystem. They talked about capital, community, content. I think it's a brilliant way of doing it. So the fact that they're going to be systematically creating a set of cohorts who will work on this, I think this time around it will happen much faster. So I think I'm very, very optimistic that in the next couple of years you'll see a lot of really great companies coming out of this.
Mr. Nilekani, do you think we need a big sort of marketing push? Antler is, of course, a great initiative in terms of what they're doing. And I mean, for this to work, you need sellers and buyers both on the platform, both on the network. But do you think a big sort of educational kind of marketing push is required across the country?
No, obviously that's required, but I think, maybe Koshi will talk about it later. They've actually done an amazing job of spreading the message and getting all kinds of actors onto it, seller apps, buyer apps, delivery apps. So I think it's a good thing. But, as I said, things sometimes take time. If you look at the FASTag is a good example. The FASTag was the tag on which you pay the toll thing we conceived it in 2010. And that's 13 years back. It took many years for it to roll out. And today we are finding that apart from the fact that it's used in 1,365 toll booths, it's also used for parking charges. They're going to be now hundreds of places, and startups are now using it for parking or many other use cases. So sometimes these things take long, but I think in this case, it's far more systematic. The awareness is very high. ONDC has done a great job in spreading the message. Antler has done a great job in putting a package together for founders. So I think it's going to be much faster.
What is your broader, bigger, just one more, sir, and then I had a discussion with them right before you came on, so, Mr. Nilekani, what's the bigger vision? I mean, when you were making the presentation, I was, the use case for power, was something which you highlighted. I never thought of it like that. What is the broader vision for this, for Beacon and ONDC?
No, I think if you look at ONDC and the Beacon protocol, fundamentally, how do you, there was a famous economist called Roland Coase who came up with the Coase's law as to why do firms exist. And firms exist because you can't have everything as a transaction between two people, and therefore you create firms to reduce interaction cost or switching or cost of transactions and so on. And therefore, you ended up in the 20th century with large firms which consolidated, whether it was big farms that had all the land or big organized retail and so on. But in today's world where digital capability is democratic, right? Everybody has a phone in their pocket, and you have networks, you can actually create large firms, not necessarily by creating one physical firm, but by virtually unifying many small firms, which is what, when you say micro to mega, that's what we mean. And I think India is naturally suited for that, because even when you have organized retail and e-commerce, you're still going to have 80% of the things sold through small retailers. You're still going to have 100, all the trucks will be owned, everyone will own 2-3 trucks, and so on. Or, when you come to distributed energy, you'll have thousands of vehicles on the road, all of which have an energy source and an energy consumption device on the car, right? So what you now need is the ability to use protocols, a common language for all of them to talk to each other. So you can take all these disparate micro actors, but bring them together into a virtual whole. And that's what this does. So I think it's suited for our situation, because India doesn't have land to build a huge mall on the outskirts where people drive. That's not going to happen here, right? So there'll always be the small guy. He'll have a small shop. You can order from there. He'll have it delivered to your house. It's happening today. People are ordering on WhatsApp and getting it delivered. But if you can create a better protocol for streamlining this, you'll have huge amounts of value.
Thank you, sir. Nitin and Rajiv, I mean, when did the light bulb go off for you guys that, well, ONDC was the thing and, what you wanted to bet on? If Nitin.
Well, so we have a colleague, Sushmit, who I want to credit for some of the work we started doing here. I think we started to think about this late last year, actually. So it's been about 10 months, or maybe almost a year. And initially, as I mentioned earlier, it was more of, intellectually, this is very interesting. And, we, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, one way to look at it is, take venture risk on new ideas. A lot of them may fail. That's okay. That's our job. This one is particularly interesting for all the reasons that were discussed, because as a protocol, Beacon is designed for dynamic location discovery and matching of resources that are dynamic. So it's not just, ONDC, of course, is the biggest, most visible part of it. But we think that as a protocol itself, the applications could be in so many other areas. So that gave us a sense that this could be broader than just commerce. But within commerce, one of the nice things here is, and of course the value chain of how a dollar or rupee, whatever you want to take, flows from a buyer to a seller, it's not fully clear today. But the beauty of it is, this is commerce. This is transaction. This is dhanda. So a lot of the criticisms that you sometimes see in other models outside of commerce, people are, how will you monetize? How will you scale? I think those concerns will not exist here. If we create a user experience that is working for both sides, there is tremendous value to be shared. And then it also occurred to us, which is important to clarify, this is not about being anti-Amazon or Flipkart. I think that was very important to realize. This is not something we think is will kill the large incumbents. I think it's a new construct which could also create opportunities for both large companies and small companies. So the unbundling is what we felt quite excited by. And then the next thing was, which is what we discussed, can we do our part to build talent density and get this started, be a small spark, and then can we do it in a structured way, which is what the package that Rajiv went through.
Rajiv, you want to add to that?
The only thing I want to add is, Prashant, don't be guilty of asking Nandan all the questions. We are also it's in our selfish interest to just understand as to how he thinks. So for every one question you ask us, do ask him 4 questions.
Mr. Nilekani, I have the license now to
So yeah, he has the license. We also spent time with him before this session. But I think for us, the way the whole, infrastructure sitting, underneath, the protocol layer sitting on top, and then the application layer coming, sometimes some of these don't take off, right? And as we said, even during the last conversation, for us, we had fascination, Mr. Nandan, for Web3 also. But of course, some of the people who got into that ecosystem were not the, most ethical people globally, right? And because of which you see the ripple effect of something negative happening when the wrong founders, quote unquote, get into what actually has a really strong benefit of being decentralized. So we want to do our bit to be able to get the right set of people to be working on something here. And the revolution always starts with someone who's a luminary who's sort of raising up their hand and building the core underlying infrastructure as well as the protocol layer, because that's not where usually venture risk happens, because there's a public-private partnership that's required. But it's really the business application layer and the talent layer, which is where someone like us can add any kind of even a small value. And that's really what we're trying to do, right? And we do hope that it takes off, because I think, as Magnus mentioned, making progress inevitable is at the end of the day the reason why Nitin and me are doing this. And if we can do that across the ecosystem, I think that'll be a phenomenal impact.
I just want to add one thing which keeps coming up in our internal conversations, right? And maybe this is also for the founders. Somebody asked us, if you ask us what our assessment of the Indian ecosystem right now is, we will say that founder quality and pedigree is impressive. The quality of ideas is still incremental in most cases. And this is not a criticism, it's just a reflection of, we have, compared to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, much more experienced, competent founders who've gone through cycles. But there are few disruptive, bold, massive new ideas. And that's what changes the world. And we certainly feel this is, in India at least, the most impressive idea. Of course, we can think about AI in a more general sense, and that is also very interesting. But this is the biggest. And in fact, another interesting angle is, as generative AI develops, can there be some interesting changes to how a seller goes online in the entire workflow? And what could happen if that comes together with ONDC?
Mr. Nilekani, is it, Nitin said, it's not against platforms, it's not against an Amazon or a Flipkart, but, the common person, when they hear about ONDC and the way it's explained, etc., still says, well, so obviously Amazon and Flipkart aren't going to be happy, or the other platforms, Swiggy or Zomato, whoever it may be. How do you explain that as an idea?
No, I think it's about expanding the market. It's about, if you don't do these things, you'll have only 5-6% of the people in e-commerce. But if you want the whole country to be on e-commerce, you want everyone to be ordering something in his own language with a voice instruction from a local Kirana store. If you want to reduce costs, because this will also help in reducing intermediation cost, because transactions will just flow through this system, then you need to do this. So it's all about expanding, because if you want to create a digital economy, you have to create a digital economy for everybody. It's not about some few guys buying smartphones and all that. It's about everybody participating. So that's what this does. So I think it's going to expand the market for everyone. So everyone will benefit, but more and more people will come into the digital e-commerce world. Many transactions that are happening informally through bilateral sort of transactions will now flow through this. And then a very important thing is that a byproduct of that will be the digital capital it will create, right? So if I'm a small vendor, and I'm on ONDC and I sell, then I have the details of what I've sold electronically, because ONDC the data is there, how much money I've received. Then I can take that data and monetize it to get a loan. So all this formalization of e-commerce, of commerce in the country, enabled with digital, is going to happen. So I think it's not about A versus B. It's really about dramatically expanding the market.
Market feels and news reels. Number crunch for the best of the bunch. The bigger Q for the richer you. Hot trends, big noise, what's viral and what's out. We'll give you the market goals you need to stay ahead. Mad about markets.
How about listening to global market maestros before crafting your investment strategy? How about getting deep insights into their businesses from top Indian honchos before putting your money on the line? How about making every trading day profitable with strategies from the market masters, macro pundits and chart wizards? Only one show gives you a head start to your trading day. Get ready to profit. Get ready for business with Bajar at these times on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com.
one phrase which I've heard repeated more than a few times here this evening today has been building at population scale, for population scale. What exactly, how should one think about that? I mean, I think you've used that as well.
Well, when you say population scale is how do you build digital infrastructure for 1.4 billion people? That's what population scale means. Now, how do you do that, right? You have to do things so that you have the distribution infrastructure to reach everybody. Now, if you take Aadhaar, we had 35,000 enrollment stations, which did 50 enrollments per day. So across the ecosystem of enrollment stations, we had 1.5 million enrollments a day, the largest thing, which is why we could get to 1 billion people in 7 years. So that's about population scale. Similarly, anything about UPI, how do you get to, today we have 350 million people who are paying with UPI, but tomorrow with natural Indian language capability, with voice recognition, with feature phone, with UPI Lite, suddenly you will go to 400-500 million people using it. So everything, and I think also credit to the mobile industry. I think our mobile industry has always shown that if you really produce a very cheap network, whether it's voice initially or now for data, 700 million people are going to use it to see. So you can, population scale simply means something that the entire population can get access to. So architecturally, it has to be at scale. It has to be very low cost. It has to be very low transaction amounts because people can't afford big amounts. It has to be sachet sized. And it has to be done interoperably so everybody can participate.
Do we, will it happen in small increments, this takeoff, or will we have a 2016 type moment, which you described earlier here, in your opinion?
No, I think we're already seeing, again, I don't want to steal Koshi's thunder, but they already have thousands of transactions happening on ONDC. And Namayatri, which has been a sleeper success, is doing 80,000 transactions a day. That's non-trivial. I mean, 80,000 transactions in Bangalore is as big as anybody else. And they've done it without spending millions on marketing. It's just by word of mouth. The auto rickshaw driver has become the biggest salesman because he's getting the full benefit. So, so new market models are emerging. So I think many of the ideas here will have that kind of virality of growth because they're fundamentally so much more powerful than what exists. So I'm pretty confident that it'll happen fairly fast.
Rajiv, discounts, right? I mean, that was one thing which got a lot of attention, I think, about a year ago, maybe less than that, with ONDC, Zomato. I mean, there was a fair bit of discussion around it, whether this is only going to be viable if there are discounts, etc. involved. That's not the case anymore. But just incentivizing both buyers and sellers on the network, what are the ways and how do you guys think about it?
I have a very founder view to it. In Urban Ladder, when we started Urban Ladder, 11 years back, we said absolutely no discounts, right? And the brand was built on getting the right customer into the platform and buying the furniture, right? And even, of course, today, Urban Ladder is, of course, a different company. But I think the founders who use that understand that something is really basic and you need to incentivize. But outside of that, if there is at least an understanding of that there is a particular level that the buyer has reached in terms of understanding of a platform or a seller, you should generally avoid it, right? Because that requires a lot of money to flow in through someone. Now, kickstarting something, e-commerce would have never started if Flipkart or Amazon didn't offer those discounts, right? You wouldn't have had. But the moment those points at the cost of someone's capital have been reached, I think you should absolutely go and do it the right way. And today we believe that given the last year of whatever has happened, there is a point and a seminal point in the ONDC network where you need very good solutions, right? You need someone to take care of, great logistic service. Otherwise, if I buy something there and, it's not serviced properly, then I'm not going to get a great experience. Then I won't come back. So I think it has gone beyond that today. As long as I'm getting the product I want, getting the service I want, able to understand whom to buy from, those basic 101 buyer experiences, and the same for the seller, right? For me to put there, manage inventory, get right visibility. If I'm able to do all of that, people will come across different categories, not just food and grocery, which are here and now, which is how things usually start. But you can do it across fashion, and now the innovation layer has to be built, right? Whether that's voice, whether that's digitizing a bunch of products in a store, a lot of those innovations will come. I do believe that there is a huge potential for it to take off without having to do all of what e-commerce had to do when it started.
Mr. Nilekani, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the one of the reasons for the rapid takeoff is the behavior change already happened. Right, you're already used to buying online or ordering an auto or a car and all. So you can just transfer that behavior change onto these platforms. So in some sense, this is a second generation way of making e-commerce happen.
We've got lots of founders here, as both Rajiv and Nitin were talking about. If you had to give them, what advice would you give them to build on ONDC? What should they take away, really?
Well, first of all, I think genuinely innovative ideas which make a difference to customers. I mean, ultimately, it's about creating value. But I think, in general, all business is a marathon, not a sprint. It's about playing for the long haul and building great companies. So that's what I hope will happen out here.
Nitin, you were telling me earlier about a company, a payments company, right? I mean, which is the Switch, as you described it. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but I thought that was a great example of a company which is already...
Plotch?
Yeah, Plotch.
Yeah. I think Manoj is in the audience somewhere. So as most people in the audience recognize by now, the general framework for ONDC and similarly on maybe other applications on backend will be, there's a seller side, a buyer side, seller app, buyer app, and then infrastructure in between. And what Plotch is we believe right now, one of the first movers, a leader in this space of creating those building blocks, those pick and shovels, right? Node management. So seller apps, buyer apps will need to have nodes. Now the infrastructure is open source and it's certainly meant to be that way. But large organizations will probably still be helped by a party in the middle that helps them understand node infrastructure, node to node payments, and specific things like reconciliations. So that's what Plotch is doing, and the founding team actually is a great example of a team that has been, so some founders here may have been in e-commerce earlier, and some may not be. Some of you may have been mobility, some not. But I think that's a good example of a team that has built and really understood the e-commerce stack for many years with Craftsvilla. And now they've, before we found them, they had taken a jump into the ONDC infrastructure. They were already building this. So we're very proud and optimistic about them.
And you've written them a check, is what you were...
Yes, we have. It's public, yes.
Okay. Mr. Nilikani, when 10, 15 years back, people used to say when there was a new thing which came to India, we used to say, or rather something got started here, we would hear, well, it's never been done anywhere else in the world. I don't think anyone says that now with everything that we've done here with all the digital public infrastructure. Do you think ONDC and the Beckon protocol, they have, use cases outside India? They can sort of, cross borders and be applied elsewhere as well?
I think so. I think in some sense, if you look at all the DPIs we have built, the one which is probably the most portable across the world is actually Beckon and ONDC, because one, it's really a market thing. It doesn't require government. It can be anybody can pick it up. The second thing is that it's a felt need everywhere else. Everybody wants to reorganize their resources using this kind of infrastructure. And I think, I believe, again, I don't know whether they'll talk about it in the panel, but there is a lot of global interest in this architecture.
But just to take a slightly longer view, one statistic I heard, I think you've also mentioned in your speeches and talks elsewhere, is that digital e-com penetration is only about 4-5%. I think you put that up on the slide as well.
Well, that's a McKinsey statistic.
Yeah. So is that, do you think the ONDC will accelerate that in a very fast way?
Yeah. See, look at it. What are the various things, right? One is mobility is coming. They've just launched. Again, if I mention something, I'm told that's not public news, so I have to keep my mouth shut. But anyway, they've launched in multiple cities, so mobility is happening. Food is happening in a big way. Goods are happening. Hyperlocal is happening. We have, Paytm is there, PIN code is there. So I think you're seeing more and more people willing to bet on this. And then, of course, all the startups that Antler supports. It's just a matter of time.
Well, I think on that a very optimistic note, we'll leave it there. Let's hope that ONDC can do to commerce what UPI did to payments. I think your words, not mine. Thank you very much, Mr. Nilikani. Appreciate you joining in. Nitin and Rajiv, appreciate your time as well. Thanks very much.
A Russian warship fired warning shots at this cargo ship in the southwestern Black Sea on Sunday as it made its way northwards. It was the first time Russia has fired on merchant shipping beyond Ukraine since it quit a landmark UN-brokered grain deal last month. The deal allowed Ukraine to export agricultural produce via the Black Sea. After leaving it, Moscow said it would view all ships heading to Ukrainian waters as potentially carrying weapons. Russia said in a statement, one of its patrol ships had fired automatic weapons on the Palau-flagged Shukru Okan after the ship's captain failed to respond to a request to halt for an inspection. Russia said the vessel was making its way towards the Ukrainian port of Izmail. Refinitiv shipping data showed the ship was currently near the coast of Bulgaria and heading towards the Romanian port of Sulina. Firing on a merchant vessel will ratchet up already acute concerns among ship owners, insurers, and commodity traders about the potential dangers of getting ensnared in the Black Sea. The Russian military boarded the vessel with the help of a helicopter, Russia's defense ministry said. After an inspection, the ship carried on its way. Reuters could not immediately reach the vessel or its owners for comment. Since Russia left the Black Sea grain deal, both Moscow and Kiev have issued warnings and carried out attacks that have sent jitters through the global commodity, oil, and shipping markets.
From David to Goliath, from the smallest business ventures to multi-million-dollar global corporations, meet the movers and shakers, today's newsmakers, and tomorrow's leaders. Understand what makes markets move, how companies make quantum leaps, and how giant corporations stay ahead. Get the biggest business stories of the day, power-packed into 30 minutes on Business 360 at these times. The commodity markets are in a bull run of sorts.
The market levels of volatility have been sustained at a heightened level that we've never seen before.
Where crude, sugar and metals are surging.
Commodities have traditionally been seen as a hedge against inflation. So we're seeing investors looking to put their money in commodities as an asset class.
Which commodities should be a part of your portfolio? How can you
Hello and welcome to Commodity Champions. I'm Anisha Gupta, and this time around we get you the show live from IIJS, which is India International Jewelry Show, and this is the second largest event in the world where you get showcasing of jewelry in such a huge manner. We have two very special guests joining us as well. Nirav Bansali is convener IIJS, and we also have Ashish San. He's from Savio Jewelry. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us on CNBC TV 18.
Really pleasure.
Nirav, first to you, and what a great response. I mean, as you compare it to last year, and this is, by the way, a 39th edition of IIJS. Yes. What has been bigger, better, different into this one?
So everything has been bigger and better and incredible. The show has doubled. We are first time having it at dual venue, so we have got Geo as well as BAC at the same time. We have got 1850 exhibitors spread across 3,500 booths. In terms of visitors, we have crossed 50,000 visitors from 1,100 different cities. International visitors.
I heard there was
also,
a stampede at Geo and at this place
even
as well.
at the BEC. So, and it's not just the visitors, but the excitement and the business that has happened. I think our estimates are that we have crossed 70,000 crore worth of business in this show itself.
Nirav, I understand last year also when I was talking to GJPC that 50,000 crores of business was done last year.
Yes.
So at 70,000 crore, it has been a huge jump. What is the mood around? Because everybody I have been talking to has been quite excited. A lot of orders seem to be going through as well. What is it that people are liking this time around?
So this is the first time that every single segment under the gems and jewelry is very happy. Be it gold jewelry, diamond jewelry, silver jewelry, people from Jaipur, exporters, color stones. So it's just incredible the way this time this event has shaped up and the business is happening. I don't know, but it's like sunshine is suddenly dawned upon this industry which was going through little tough times in the past. So it's been incredible.
So yes, I do understand that the second quarter of this year wasn't so great. Third quarter has started to pick up, and IIGS usually is looked at as a mood setter on how the second half of the year would really work with. So are you happy? Are you guys content with what the numbers are looking
Couldn't
like?
have been happier.
Okay.
It's the best IIGS ever for every single person, ever.
All right.
And in terms of the execution also, I'm getting such positive feedback from whoever I'm meeting. I think not a single person can say that this time they are not happy. I think it's just the mood is amazing everywhere.
All right, and I'm sure a lot of hard work has gone behind it as well. Ashish, hi, and you are joining us from Rajasthan. And how has the mood been for you? How has the business been? Have you met a lot of people, a lot of networking happened?
Hi, so like this is our 14th edition of IIGS.
Okay.
And we are from Jaipur. It's commendable. IIGS is a Makkah Medina for gems and jewelry industry. And this time, as in like just Nirav said, 70,000 visitors. What more we can ask for? The best thing about this year was, it's not only the retail stores, the independent stores across India were certainly at the show. Secondly, if we talk about exporters, people from foreign countries, they were also there. There was a delegation from Iraq, Uzbekistan. So n number of delegations were there, and the people were serious. As you just said, 2 quarters were not that prominent. But this show has, I think, certainly changed the momentum of the industry. We are perceiving that this Diwali would be one of the best Diwali ever.
All right. So tell us on what really seems to be doing better right now. I mean, is it about diamonds? Is it about jewelry? What are people picking up? What seems to be of interest?
I think the industry has changed. Now, gone are those days that female wants to wear a plain, basic diamond jewelry. Everybody is finicky about design elements and craftsmanship. So it's like rapid innovation with craftsmanship. If it is gelled together, then it is a win-win situation. And coming from Jaipur, we tend to make plenty of color stone jewelry with diamonds. So there we get a competitive edge that yes, you have something different, which is out of the box.
So tell us, I mean, I do understand that jewelry, the designing clearly has been one of the things to look at. And I went around to some stalls as well. You know, there have been themes and the way the places have been lit up, and I think it's bigger and huge and humongous really seems to be the theme. Would you say that jewelry in size really seems to be increasing right now?
See,
and is there that kind of spend also coming in?
Yeah, so as in like the desire have increased. So as in every piece has a story behind it. Now it's like every woman wants that their personal jewelry should have a different identity. There should be a different story altogether, seeing their personality. So when we, while doing a designing, when we club in together, that makes a piece different. It's an artwork.
Yes, it's a story, it's an emotion, it's something that we keep getting.
I can certainly say, because we were the first Indian to be in the Guinness Book of World Record, and we were also honored by the President of India, late Pranab Mukherjee. So that was really a blessing in disguise, because we created the first artwork from India.
Oh, absolutely. 70,000 crores worth of business is what you're expecting right now. Again, this is a question to you as well. So what is the industry size right now? Where are we headed with this one? And what would you say is doing better? Is it more diamonds? Is it still more gold? Is it platinum picking up? What is you doing now?
So gold is always going to be shining. I don't think Indians, the affinity for gold is going to reduce, and it's only increasing. Even I'm very happy to see that even the younger generation, the newer girls, they're also loving gold. Diamonds, I don't think any girl is going to say no to it. But platinum is also one thing that is catching up very fast in India. The pricing of platinum over the years tend to be very affordable and attractive. So that is also one category so I think all the segments, basically jewelry, Indians and jewelry is really a good combination. And I think for the few years, we are being very organized now. As you see, new organized players are coming into it and they are taking a good share of the market. So people have the confidence with HUID, the hallmarking that has come in, e-invoicing that has come in. So our industry is getting very organized that way. And I think it's most of people over here are doing better. Any segment, I think everybody has done good business. So it's very difficult to pinpoint which segment is going to do well because I can say everybody is going to do well. But one other thing that I want to bring your attention to is the lab-grown diamond industry, which we have showcased first time at the Jewel Convention Center. And today I went there and the mood over there was euphoric. They said that people are actually buying, people are inquisitive, we have got a lot of footfalls. So this is one trend that is going to also come to India, and this is also one industry like natural diamonds. This is one industry that Indians are going to take over. We are going to be number one in that too.
Are you also getting into lab-grown diamonds?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No plans now.
All right. You know, there always is a caratage that Indians tend to buy. There are some times when the diamond drops do well, and then we saw solitaire start to do well. As of now, it's about aspirational markets as well. You are reaching out to tier 2, tier 3 cities as well.
Yeah.
Do you see all of that moving well? Where would you say we stand right now?
See, the thing is, Indians are like, the transformation is already done. So gone are those days, like people are going for the basic jewelry. The design element is the key success. So it's rapid innovation with technology, with designing. That is amalgamation is the key mantra. And eventually, if you talk about B cities or C-tier cities, everybody is design freak now. So they want something different, which is out of the box. That is, I think, the mool essence.
Okay.
Every woman wants to be different, like what he's saying.
Yeah, yes.
So, and India is also innovating very fast. So everybody's putting in a lot of effort in designing and technology and all.
So what's your sense on domestic demand and exports as well? Because this is something, both the things that you look at.
Yeah. So exports is subdued and it's being challenging for the first 2 quarters, has been challenging for our industry in general. I see the challenges to continue for 1-2 more quarters because US is undergoing tough times. China is not opened up that we would have liked. So, and Europe has always been a little colder. So it's going to be a little challenging. But because of this Indian demand that has just popped up, I think there is a sense of relief with the diamond traders, with the jewelry manufacturers.
Is there any percentage number that you're working with on how much could we be looking at a second half in sense of demand on a quarter-on-quarter basis even?
So you're talking for global?
Indian markets.
Indian market is going to be pretty solid. I think we can go maybe 30-40% higher also. The first quarter's numbers just came in for Tanishq and they were 20% up. But I think this quarter and the coming quarter, they could cross maybe 35-40% jump also. I was talking to a few people from their team and they are very optimistic.
Ashish, any sense that you're putting on this?
As in like seeing this IIGS show, I think all the figures are really very low. It's bizarre. We are sitting on the 4th day and we are like, to whom to give to the jewelry to? Because as in like we are already booked for 6 months. So we have that much work. So what more we can ask for?
All right, Ashish, thank you so much for joining us. Well, clearly very strong numbers coming in. The footfall is huge. 50,000 people walking in, 70,000 crores worth of work being done, and the market only looks bullish from here on. With that, we'll take a very short break, but don't go anywhere because this discussion continues on the other side as well.
Surge in commodity prices.
Commodities react to demand and supply, production and government policies. We decode commodities for you on the impact from inflation and geopolitical tensions.
Get the complete lowdown on commodities from across the world. Commodity champions at these times.
Kotak Mahindra Bank. The stock is down almost 2.5%, and there is a big indication that maybe a large block is going to come very soon. CMS Infosystems. In the middle of the trade, the promoter entity, which is Bearings Private Equity, they are the likely seller in today's block, and some marquee domestic funds are expected to be buyers. HDFC AMC. For a very long time, there is this anticipation of a large block deal coming soon.
Tune in to NSE Closing Bell as we spot deals before they happen, decode their impact on stock prices, and help you stay ahead of the markets. CNBC TV 18. Follow the leader.
Who said the markets can't be exciting? Who? Get the lowdown on the yays and mays. Straight from the top, catch market feels and news reels. Number crunch for the best of the bunch. The bigger Q for the richer you. Hot trends, big noise, what's viral and what's out. We'll give you the market goals you need to stay ahead. Mad about